stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Kohl's gets it. Valentine's Day comes with expectations, grand expectations, telepathic expectations, and heart-shaped everything expectations. Yes, even waffles. Kohl's has gifts that rise to the occasion, from romantic to playful, sparkly to sweet, or all of the above. Plus, get 15% off some of your finds. So go ahead, exceed those Valentine's Day expectations with Kohl's. Select styles, offer ends February 16th. Some exclusions apply. See store, kohls.com for details.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really? Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. Baseball or football, WFAN runs the city. Yankees bats, Mets heat, Giants defense, Jets dreams. It's all here every day. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. It's Keith McPherson on The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go! Did I just peak the meter? That was too loud. I'm excited. I'm ready. All right, let's do it, folks. Keith McPherson on The Fan. You got me from 1 to 6, a KM in the PM, a 5-hour KM in the PM, streaming on the free Odyssey app as well as YouTube. Hi, YouTube people. I can see you. Can you see me? Everybody can hear me loud and clear. Cool. Let's do it. So much to unpack on this lovely Valentine's Day. 40 degrees outside, feels like 60. Snow is melting. People are buying flowers and cards last minute. I popped into CVS and I said, no, no, no. First off, the cards are like I can never find a card in my own voice. I can't find much in my own voice, but I can't find a card in my tone. And then I wanted to get a blank card because I can write. You know, I'll write a hell of a card for my wife. I've done that in the past. I'll have to use some loose leaf paper. So I passed on buying one of those cards. And then, you know, even the flowers, there was a guy hustling flowers outside of the Hoboken Path. Probably cheaper than the flowers in CVS, but happy Valentine's Day to you and yours. And let's try and have a good day today talking about sports. Let's not be hateful. Let's not fight. We'll play some love songs. And we'll talk about the sports we love. If you know me, I love sports. All sports. Every single sport. I could watch everything. Like, I found myself watching USA versus Latvia the other day at 3:10 p.m. Glued to it. You know, I've been watching figure skating. I've been watching half-pipe snowboarding, whatever. But there's a sport that I love that a lot of you love, and it dominates the conversation on this radio station. It's baseball. How can you not be romantic about baseball? And there is a fear that I've had for years. It's almost a nightmarish type of thing with my beloved New York Yankees. I love the Yankees more than any other sports team. Why? Because I've seen them win more than any other team that I'm attached to, and just being a Yankee fan has helped improve my life tremendously. Like, so many things have gone my way because of that Yankee cap that I've put on my head since I was a little kid. And my nightmare with the Yankees, specifically this group of Yankees, Aaron Judge, Garrett Cole, Giancarlo Stanton, My nightmare with these guys is that they don't win anything, that they don't win a championship, and we reach this longest drought in history, and the game completely changes. I remember a few years back saying, they're changing everything in baseball. Win before it's a complete different game. And obviously, Brian Cashman is the Yankees' eternal GM. And he's a good GM, but I don't know how much he's evolved. I don't know how much he's adapted because we can't say he's won anything since 2009, right? We can't say that you've adapted to the modern game in modern times because it hasn't resulted in a chip. Have they been competitive? Of course. Have they been close? Obviously. But it's the New York Yankees. Your whole brand is built off of 27 rings, bro. But as I look at Major League Baseball, the game that I've watched since the late 90s, early 2000s, I started to get into baseball. And there were some lean years where the Yankees weren't so good that I wasn't watching every single game. And I played sports growing up, so there were times that I was on a football field or in a weight room or study hall, and I wasn't as locked in. I went to school in Virginia for a couple years. You couldn't watch the Yankees back then. But, I mean, perfect example, segue into how the game has changed. You can watch the game everywhere now. You can stream the game on everything now. Speaking of streaming, the game is on the Gotham app, Peacock, Amazon Prime. We're going to watch opening day this year on Netflix. On Netflix. I used to work at Retro Fitness. It's a gym. If you know what Retro Fitness is, they have this style of 80s music. And if you look up at the screens, they have 80s movies. And when I worked at the gym, Netflix used to send us those DVDs. They would send us Ferris Bueller's Day Off. They would send us Indiana Jones, and I would get to pick the 80s movie to play. That's what I first knew of Netflix as. I never thought back then that Netflix would have Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees versus Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. But this is where we are in 2026. It's not 1986, as it's been 40 years since the Mets' last championship. It's not 2009 either. The game has changed, and it's going to change again. There is a Japanese unicorn that exists in this game. He can pitch, and he can hit. He's not a better hitter than Judge. Don't let anybody tell you that. That's all for clicks. But Shohei Ohtani is a cash cow. He makes more money off the field than any of these guys. The revenue that he generates off of brand deals and from Japan to United States, he makes so much money off the field in endorsements that the $70 million he's supposed to make, he could defer $68 million of it and only collect $2 million. And that enables the deferred Dodgers to go crazy with their spending, right? They obviously have a one-of-one TV deal. They're obviously managed by the Guggenheim Partners, where this baseball money is small fries to them. But because Shohei Ohtani exists in this game, we've never seen a unicorn player like this, a DH and a starting pitcher who says, I'll defer my contract, right? I can make what two players are supposed to make, but I'll defer $68 million of it so we can build out the team. And you can go get a Kyle Tucker. And he's going to defer money as well. The game is different now. There's a universal DH. Remember that? Remember the DH not being a thing? Remember having to play against National League teams? Chan-Ming Wang, Masahiro Tanaka. If there was a universal DH, those guys would have been all right. Both of those guys had, injuries that were caused because they were pitchers that had to get thrown out on the base paths. I mean, and there's a bunch of other examples. I mean, the balanced schedule that I talked about, right? Playing against National League teams. Now everybody plays everybody, so that the unicorn goes to every different MLB ballpark. Come one, come all. Come see Shohei Ohtani. It's not just for Ohtani. I mean, it's the business of baseball. They want to see Judge in other places as well, right? It used to just be interleague where every 3 years, I remember going out to see the Cubs host the Yankees, and then you had to wait until the Yankees came around every 3 years. The game is different. There's an extra wild card now. And there's a 3-game, most of the time 2-game wild card series. The Yankees become the first team to overcome that 1-0 deficit this past year. There's a bye. There's a week off for the number 1 seed. It's different. There's a ghost runner on second in extra innings. Manfred's man on second. For what? So that we can get up out of here. You can't throw over to first base more than twice. The bases are bigger. They want you stealing bases. They ban the shift. There's a pitch clock. There's pitch calm now. What did they ever do before PitchCom? How did the catcher and the starting pitcher know what to throw? The game has changed. Now the first base and third base coaches have to stay in the box because of sign stealing. And now this season, we're going to see the ABS challenge system for the first time. Better late than never. We're going to be able to challenge balls and strikes. Mostly the catchers are going to be the ones challenging. But that's a different part of the game. I think it's going to add some suspense to the game. So what I'm getting at is the game is about to change, and they're going to lock out. And I'm hearing so much talk and so much doom about, we're not going to have baseball. C-Mac, I love you, but, bro, I don't know where you're coming up with this. I'd rather have baseball next year than have a World Series. If the Yankees win this World Series this year and I could go to a parade at the age that I am now, still being able-bodied to go party and drink and have a grand old time in New York City, give me that championship, they could lock out for the next 10 years. But it's coming. It's coming. Because with a Kyle Tucker deal, with a unicorn like Shohei Ohtani, with a one-of-one TV deal that the Dodgers have with Sportsnet LA, the rest of baseball is looking around, whether it's the rich owners that are at the top of the league or the rich owners that are at the bottom and spending, and they're going to call for a salary cap. And the players are going to say, hell no, you made your money. You billionaires made your money. We want to make our money. And we want the players coming up year after year after year to get Juan Soto money, to get, you know what I'm saying? It's coming. I don't fear it. I don't fear it. We're going to enjoy this baseball season every day, every night of it. And I think with all the money that they have tied up in TV deals, NBC is coming back this year with baseball coverage. They'd be fools to not get in that room and figure it out. It's going to start December 1st. I don't know how long it's going to take. We lived through 1994. Some of you more than me. I was 5. We lived through 2021. And I laughed most of the time. I remember one of those nights, Hal Steinbrenner was the first guy to drive out, and it cracked me up. I said, Hal prioritizes his sleep. He basically knew, hey, I'm going home. I'm going to bed. Whatever you guys decide, you decide. It's not going to change my life. And the Yankees, as much as you want to talk about them running it back, the Yankees have spent money this offseason. Go look at the numbers. I think they're close to like $350 million after there were reports about them staying under 300. No way. No way. And I'm over the talk around Trent Grisham, okay? It's been months now. He took the qualifying offer. It is what it is. Cody Bellinger, they got at the price that they wanted. I don't care about a signing bonus. They didn't bend the knee to Scott Boras. Scott Boras didn't get 7-8 years. Scott Boras didn't get $37 million a year. Cody wanted to come back, and they got him at the price that they wanted him at. And I understand running it back. I get it. No two seasons are alike. I get it that you can't predict baseball. We'll see. I can't wait to see. I'm going to watch every game. I'm going to go to every game that I can go to. I'll be at every homestand most likely. Because I want to find out for myself. It is crazy to see how many Yankee fans are just like, pack it up. They'll be lucky to get a wild card. They're doing the same thing over and over again. Oh, running it back is a mistake. You don't know that. They won the most games in baseball. They go to sleep at night feeling like, hey, one game would have been the difference. And it could have been the difference. But they ran DJ LeMahieu out there. They went into the season without a third baseman. They had Oswald Peraza out there. Yorbit Vivas out there. Pablo Reyes out there. And the bullpen has changed. I like running it back for the thought of unfinished business. Aaron Boone sat right in here, and I watched closely when he was in here with Craig and Big Mac. And he said that, he felt some type of way about how last season ended because everybody was healthy. And if you're a Yankee fan, you remember year after year after year, whether it was not having DJ healthy, Matt Carpenter not being right, Edwin Encarnacion not being able to hit after he was hit by pitch, Gary Sanchez not having Domingo Germán, not having Dellin Betances. Like, there's a long list of these postseason years that, Benintendi, right? You trade for Benintendi, you don't have. There's so many of these years that the Yankees went into the postseason and they did not have their full complement of talent. And so I understand the Yankees saying, we don't have to go out and search for much more. We don't need Bo Bichette. We have David Bednar. We're not going to try and get Edwin Diaz. we don't feel like it's broken. We're not going to fix it too much. And the same Yankee fans that cry about running it back are the same Yankee fans that cry about, oh, how many different lineups are they going to have? Well, I bet you have a pretty consistent lineup now. 888-808, you know the number to dial. I bet you they can have some consistent lineups. But what is the point in having a consistent lineup when you're facing a right-handed pitcher, a left-handed pitcher, guys with different splits? Like, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. They had the best offense in baseball. Go to Fangraphs.com. Go to team stats. Go to batting. Go to 2025. The Yankees are right at the top. They pissed games away last year with Luke Weaver and Devin Williams. Those guys aren't here. And speaking of Luke Weaver and Devin Williams, the Mets are not running it back at all. The Mets ran it back somewhat and added Juan Soto last year, and it blew up in their faces. Disaster, all-time collapse, embarrassment after calling out the fans, challenging the fans. The Mets were 18th in attendance, and Steve Cohen wanted them to be in the top, and they were. And I give it to you, Met fans. I'll see you guys out there. I can't wait to just pull up to the Shea Bridge. I can't wait to be in the parking lot this year, hanging out, tailgating with you all. Because you're a great fan base, and you answered the call, and you were excited about Juan Soto. So much so, there were parades happening. A World Series parade before anybody reported. But the clubhouse wasn't right. And so as the Yankees are running back their chemistry, their camaraderie, that cohesive group, I get that. The Mets are saying, hey, throw that out. Whatever that was, it did not work. Brandon Nimmo, see ya. We'll bring Marcus Semien in, a pro's pro, see what he's still got. Hopefully he's got a chip on his shoulder. Pete Alonso, David Stearns never loved you, bro. I feel wrong about it. If you ever listen to me, I said Pete Alonso, like there are not that many Pete Alonsos walking around. And when you look at the money that the Mets just spent and what it would have cost to get Pete, to me, it's kind of crazy. But David Stearns didn't have a vision. This is David Stearns' team now, right? Shake it up, mix it up. And I'm saying they're starting over. This is a different clubhouse now. Different personalities, different players from different places. Is it going to work? I don't know. But they did bring in some good names. They did bring in some proven talent, some professional hitters that I think these guys are going to go to work. Bo Bichette, he's going to ball. Bo Bichette is going to hit. If you're seeing his clips from spring training, he's taking guys deep. And I don't worry about Bo Bichette playing third base. I know people can make a lot about it. And, hey, I make jokes about it because David Stearns leaned into run prevention. Okay, you're focusing on run prevention and defense. Then why are you putting Bo Bichette out of position, Jorge Polanco out of position, and the generational Soto out of position? I know you guys are going to call up and defend him being in left field because you can go to Baseball Reference and look up how many games Juan Soto has played in left field, but the last 2 seasons he played in right field. So it is a little peculiar that because he's in the World Baseball Classic with the Dominican Republic, now all of a sudden as a Met, he's going to play in left field by the Party City deck or whatever. It's fine until it isn't. 888-808-1019. It's fine until it isn't, but they're shaking this thing up. I like the move for Luis Robert Jr. I like the move for Freddie Peralta. Those are good trades if they come to fruition, and I think they will. You needed an ace. You needed a guy. The Mets' issue last year was pitching. I sat right in this seat in August and told y'all, you don't have the pitching. And when the kids came up, I said, it's not going to be enough. And people hated on me. They said, I'm a Mets troll. You just hate the Mets. This guy's a hater. He doesn't belong on the radio. No, I could see it. The math wasn't mathing. Pitching. You can never have enough pitching. And now look at the Yankees. Look at the Yankees' pitching depth. As people are getting pumped up about Garrett Cole and his beard. And now he's going over his head with his wind-up. And then there's also guys that you got to look out for, young guys. You got to look out for Carlos Lagrange. You got to look out for Elmer Rodriguez. You got to look out for Ben Hess. Spring training is going to be fun. I'll see you guys down there. I'm going down the week of March 11th real quick and coming right back. I got a almost 3-year-old terrible twos. It's not great to take it for too long. But I'm excited. I don't know how so many of you are so down on the Yankees. And if you're a Met fan, you should be excited about the Mets. Freddie Peralta is there. So Freddie Day, whatever, maybe it's Freddie Fridays, you should be pumped up to go see that guy pitch. He's got to prove it this year. He wants a deal. And maybe if he likes it enough, which everything I've seen from him, I love the clip that he went to MLB offices and he talked about how all the Brewers knew that after game day wins, after they won, everybody just went to his house. That's a leader in the clubhouse. Maybe Stearns knew that, the man from Milwaukee. So maybe he can do some of that here. I think you can forget about Lindor as captain. That has come and passed. Lindor is going to be out until April, let's say. Ham ate bone. It's got Jackson Holiday. It's got Corbin Carroll. It's very common with baseball players. But let's see, man. Spring training is fun. We're like less than a week away from games. The World Baseball Classic is this year, and I think that the World Baseball Classic is going to be at a height that we haven't seen yet. Judge wants to play in it, and the United States wants to take the crown back, right? I would love for a rematch, United States versus Japan. It's going to be fun, right? So if you love baseball, there's a lot to love. We'll unpack it and we'll talk about it. There's so much to go through with the Mets and their potential six-man rotation, their bullpen. You add Luke Weaver and Devin Williams, and we'll see what Craig Kimbrell's got left. You know, we'll see what Carson Benj is going to bring to the table, and is it going to be Tyrone Taylor out there in right field? And you know, you look at this Mets team now, and they have some proven commodities. They have some proven talent around Juan Soto. That lineup's going to be tough. They got to replace some of the production of last year, but you should feel good about the pros, the veterans that you have. And then you hope guys like Sean Manaea return to form and David Peterson return to form. And you know the fans will be there to support them. 888-808-1019. We're starting with the baseball talk, as we should. News in baseball, because I know some people were talking about Nick Castellanos, which I don't think you added Nick Castellanos to the Mets clubhouse. Castellanos signs with the Padres. Interesting. They've had their own issues in that clubhouse when it was Juan Soto, Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis. Castellanos goes over there, and Griffin Canning also goes over there. And then, you know, the injury news out of Yankee camp. Cam Schlittler, I'm not worried about. He's a young guy. He's going to recover like Wolverine. And Ben Rice, he slept wrong on his neck, so he's not hitting, and he hasn't been hitting the last few days. But you know what? He's going to sleep again. That's a young man as well. He's going to get a good night's sleep, and he'll be ready to go. So we'll talk around some of the fringe signings. We'll talk about, you know, some of the names to watch for in spring training. And then I want your thoughts on the Mets, on the Yankees, and on the state of baseball. The game is so different. Maybe I missed something as I was running through my list of little things that have changed. Call me up and tell me what is different about baseball from when you were watching, and how, you know, it isn't so simple either that the Dodgers are just going to win. The Dodgers are going to be there, but did you watch the World Series? They should have lost. Like, let's see. Let the games begin. You can't predict baseball, and that's why you love it. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We're 20 minutes in. You've got me till 6 p.m. Streaming live on the free Odyssey app as well as WFAN YouTube. Dial 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
It's pretty damn cold outside, so the Fan's got the hot stove keeping you warm.
Giddy up, baby, giddy up! Gone! A home run by Cody Bellinger!
The Fan has you covered as the Yankees and Mets gear up for spring training, and we'll keep you covered. Your home for New York baseball is 101.9 FM WFAN, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Every sports fan fears an injury to their team's players, but it happens. The only good news for professional athletes is that they have the best doctors and support to get back on their feet. But that's most likely not the case if you or a family member are injured. Who's going to make sure that you get the care and support that you need? The Rothenberg Law Firm will. For over 50 years, they've been winning for injured people. They've won and collected billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
Hey, did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers with download speeds over 50 megabytes per second, June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms may apply.
MSC Cruises feel so stylish and European. Let's espresso and gelato.
Espresso and gelato? Those aren't verbs.
Yeah, on MSC Cruises they are.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm into the American stuff. Let's coffee and soft serve.
Sounds like a plan. Maybe later we can chaise lounge and espadrille?
I think you mean pool chair and flip-flop.
Get up to 40% off cruises, plus get up to $750 onboard credit and kids sail free.
To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
I'm Tyler Kolek, and I got my Lincoln right here at Lincoln of Queens. Smooth ride, no hassle. They even delivered it right to my door. When it's time to save, it's time to go to Lincoln of Queens. During our month-long President's Day sale, you can save up to $8,000 off MSRP on all remaining 2025 Lincoln Navigators. Over 20 to choose.
On select models, excludes tax, title, and MV fees. See dealer for details. Expires March 3rd.
Lincoln of Queens, where Queens goes. Go New York, go New York, go.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. Hockey games that feel different from the opening faceoff, and so much more. FanDuel is the place to bet on the winter games. You can bet on who you think will take home the gold in alpine skiing, skeleton, bobsleigh, luge, and speed skating, just to name a few. The winter games are here. Stay connected to the action with FanDuel. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure. When you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Allstate is Metro New York's trusted auto insurer, protecting cars across the tri-state area. We're by your side when you need us most, providing you with affordable auto coverage you can rely on. So switch to Allstate today, and you could save an average of $713 on auto insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
It's pretty damn cold outside, so the Fan's got the hot stove keeping you warm.
Giddy up, baby, giddy up! Gone! A home run by Cody Bellinger!
The Fan has you covered as the Yankees and Mets gear up for spring training. And we'll keep you covered. Your home for New York baseball is 101.9 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
So in love.
Day love is in the air. Some Al Green. Let's stay together. Y'all didn't know I knew that one. You think I'm younger than I am. I'm not that young. I know what to do. 888-808-1019. I'm in here watching Clemson Duke. I'm in here watching the YouTube chat. It's all love in the chat. People are so nice. I love these people in the YouTube chat. They always have nice things to say only. You could tell. You could tell the vibes are right on this Saturday. Let's start it off with Zach in Berkeley Heights, New Jersey. Hello, Zach. You're on the fan.
What's up, Keith? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
First of all, not about my point, but big Mets fan, really enjoy the moves that Stearns and crew made this year, and I think it's going to make them a lot better than they were last year. But had a point on the lockout, the salary cap stuff in baseball. Before I make that point, can you just tell me, do you believe that not all 30 owners will agree to a cap?
I think that they follow the leaders. They follow the successful owners. I think that when they get into the room, enough of them will kind of I think they're all going to push towards it. I think it's something that the writing is on the wall, that they will agree to it. And I think there needs to be a floor, right? And there needs to be both. There needs to be a minimum spend. The numbers that they were talking, the numbers I have in my notes, a floor at 160 but a cap at 240, that would drastically change baseball. And I know one thing. I mean, these guys they're in different parts of the country. They all have different businesses. Some guys, their business is baseball. Some of them have other businesses. It's going to be hard to make these guys agree, but I think they're going to agree collectively on what's going to help the sport and the game.
Okay, so that changes my opinion a little bit, but because my thought process was the Dodgers won't agree to that. Although the Mets hate what the Dodgers are doing to them, kind of taking their players, I generally believe the Mets are going to be Cohen, to say that, is going to be in favor of no cap, and I think Steinbrenner will too. I think the Phillies will. I think a lot of the big market teams.
Let's say the Dodgers do go on to win this World Series, which would be terrible. But I remember last year, Dave Roberts gloating about, they say we ruin baseball. Let's ruin it some more. People are really tired of it. And if your game is not fair, your fans start to look at it like, what's the use? There are so many fans in baseball that feel like it's a foregone conclusion that the Dodgers are going to three-peat. And they have to change that. They're going to look at the other leagues, right? Look at the NFL. The Seahawks just won a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. They're going to say, look at the Patriots and Seahawks. These teams didn't make the playoffs the year before. Look at what OKC in a small market can do in the NBA. They're going to look at the other leagues and say, we need that. We need to be more like these other leagues.
Yeah, and you might certainly be right. And they all will come to agreement on something. My only point is, and I think it could be more than the owners-players combination, I think the owners versus owners could be a bigger thing, a bigger fight, because, you look at, let's just take the Mets in particular. They're, I think, at $390 million, and I get there are going to be rules around getting a certain 5, 10, maybe something years to get under that cap. You said 240, but is there going to be penalties in the meantime? Is there going to be, will the Mets and Cohen say, well, you're going to get what you want, where, let's say, the Brewers are at 100 and something million. They have all these top prospects. They're smooth sailing. They don't forfeit anything prior to this, don't forfeit anything after. But as a team that's $390 million, we're going to have to get the money down, but really have a tough time adding. Do we get our picks back? Do we get our picks back for years prior? Do we not lose 10 picks for the next 5 to 10 years while we're trying to go down?
Things that they're going to have to iron out, and it's going to take a while to figure everything out to make a shift like this. Thanks for the call, Zach. I'll say this. I was reading that Paston article. It's a long article. I didn't read the Evan Drellick article in The Athletic, and I don't want to read too much into it. Because if you love baseball, and that's why there is so much doom and gloom, because if you love baseball and you read those articles, it seems inevitable that, this is where we're going, and it might take a long time where it could affect the season. But one thing that they've wanted for years, that in rumors, they don't want to have 162. So they wouldn't mind if this bleeds into the season and we're playing 125 or something. I'm not going to act like I'm some type of capologist, or I'm not going to act like I know the business of baseball that deeply. I'll see what I can find from ChatGPT, and I'll also read through these articles during the break. But all I know is the players don't want this. They want a free market where they can make as much money as possible for the rest of time, but the owners do. And I think at the top is it's what the Dodgers have been able to do. The loophole that the Dodgers have found with the deferred money with Shohei Ohtani's contract and how successful they've been. And most people, like, the cover image of this article is Kyle Tucker. And you Met fans know. Let me know when you see smoke. Steve Cohen thought he was getting Kyle Tucker potentially that night. And then the whole baseball world sees the Dodgers get the best free agent on the market after they got Edwin Diaz. You know, the two needs that they had, they needed another outfielder and a closer, right? So they're not throwing randoms out there in the outfield, and they're not forcing Roki Sasaki to close. And then they win back-to-back World Series and then go into this offseason, and they go fill those needs the best way they could. You got to admire it or envy it. I admire it because they're not breaking any rules. They're taking advantage of everything. And they don't, this is what they've been for years, right? Whether it's the trade deadline, and I've said this on the fan for years, whether it's the trade deadline, whether it's the offseason, the Dodgers are always improving. They're always trying to go for it. And I understand that's why a lot of you Yankee fans are upset too, because you see what the Dodgers have become. You see them winning like the Yankees used to win. You see the comparisons to the Yankees three-peat and the Yankees dynasty, completely different landscape in baseball, but I get it. Because you're like, hey, if they can do it, why can't we do it? Ralph is in Waterbury, Connecticut with us next. Hello, Ralph. You're on the fan.
Hey, Keith. How you doing? Real quick, I just wanted to say hello. It's good to hear your voice on the radio again. Glad your family's doing well. He's got the terrible twos working. I understand what that's all about.
Thanks, Ralph.
And yeah, let's just let him play, Keith. You know what I mean? Let's go to the game, get some popcorn, and sit down.
Yeah.
All this. They strike out too much in the bottom of the order, and they hit too many home runs, and I get it, but man, let's enjoy the game. Let's let them play.
Yeah, can I be surprised, Ralph? Can I be pleasantly surprised if Austin Wells turns it around? Can I be pleasantly surprised if Ryan McMahon, after a full offseason and spring training as a Yankee, is better? Can I be pleasantly surprised if Volpe comes back healthy and is more of the guy that they want him to be, that they tell us he's going to be? Like, color me shocked when that happens.
Absolutely. I got your back with that, Keith. I miss you. I miss you on the radio. The first time I was listening to you was the day that I got out of work, and you were the first one to tell me about that Kansas City debacle at the parade. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was a rough night. That was a tough night to get on air.
Yeah, dude, and you walked me through it, and I'll never forget that, man. I really appreciate you.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. Yeah, I'm here today till 6. I'll be on during the overnight, late Monday, so Tuesday morning overnight, Wednesday overnight. Sorry to have left you. Sorry to have left my post for the 4 years at night, but I'm here, and I'm on YouTube streaming, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm thankful to be here, and I'm just trying to help any way that I can. I'm on standby whenever WFAN needs me, and I've said this a few times in my fill-in stuff. Like, I had to do something for me. I had to do something for my health. I had to do something for my family, which was, leave those hours. But I did not want to leave so many people. Like, Ralph, that's a great story. That you just made me go back in time to that night with the shooting out there at the Kansas City parade. There was so many nights that I got on the fan where I had the pressure of being the first person to speak, whether it was that night or like the night that DeMar Hamlin, right? In that game, DeMar Hamlin gets knocked out, and I'm coming in here, I'm like, I don't know what to do. Or the night like it's supposed to be a Red Sox Yankees game, and that game gets canceled because of rain, and in the same night, Aaron Rodgers goes down 4 plays in. I'm driving in here like, what? Hold on, now I got to prepare a completely different show. I'm available. I'm still here. I'm happy to help, and I'm happy to get back to some of you that enjoy hearing me. I know I'm not for everybody, as I see in the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat is hilarious, right? If you're in the YouTube chat and you're roasting me and whatever, great, go at it. But the funny thing in the YouTube chat is they're like, oh, he's only got this many people watching. And so I replied in the YouTube chat, if you 2 leave, that will make 2 less. Simple math. If I've got 5 people watching and you 2 scram, I only have 3. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Rob in New London, Connecticut with us next. Talk to us, Rob.
Hey, Keith. How's it going today, buddy?
Great.
Hey, good to hear. Good to hear. Hey, so real quick, I'm not really negative on the Yankees. I don't know much about them this year. I'd like you to, give me an update on what you think their pitching staff looks like. I know we have injuries, from what I hear, I guess. But aside from that, how's it looking, bud?
I'll take it from here, Rob. It's looking fine to me. Now, I'm not, I love the team. I love the game. And I had some takes this offseason that I put online that a lot of people were getting at me at. And I don't care. And one of my takes was like, are you so jaded by the New York Yankees that you hate the team? Like the fan base, I just heard Big Mac talking about this at the end of his show. Like the fan base has grown toxic. But what it is social media, more than ever between Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, whatever, you name it, Reddit. Hi, WFAN Reddit folks. You guys are the nicest people in the world. Like there are more places for people to express their negative emotions and feelings and, their discontent and how they hate the Yankees. Also, the fan base every year gets a year younger. And what I'm finding is if you're under like 25, you don't remember the run to the World Series in 2009. You don't remember that offseason, getting those players, going through the season, beating those teams, winning the World. You don't remember it. You were too young. And so this last 16 years has been disappointment. And us Yankee fans are entitled, where I know you young Yankee fans watch Yankeeography, Yankee Classics, YouTube stuff, DVDs, and you've been told from your mom, your dad, your uncles, your aunts, your cousins, your older brothers, sisters, we're going to win, we're going to win, we're going to win. And I say that to say this. The mission statement hasn't changed, and the team hasn't changed much either. It's the same team, Keith. Yeah, and it's the same expectations. Win the World Series or nada. Win the whole thing or it's a failure. They know that. We know that. What are y'all talking about in between? Oh, and I heard Big Mac say this, and it's ridiculous. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. Are you insane? It's not the same thing over and over again. This time, they're actually saying, you know what? We got hot at the end of the year. We made some changes at the trade deadline. Judge showed up in the postseason. We were one game away from potentially changing our fate. One game away, and the Yankees go to sleep at night believing that one more game out of 162, they could have been in the Blue Jays' shoes. Not facing Garrett Crochet and the Red Sox in the wild card round, getting a week off to rest, lining up the pitching at home the way they would have wanted it in Yankee Stadium against the Blue Jays, who in that last series they did beat in the regular season, but whatever, and that they could have went on and won the American League Championship and got a revenge on the Dodgers. Whatever. We don't know. A lot of this is in theory. But as we look at this team today and we look at the pitching, as you just asked about, like, if you're a Yankee fan, Cole World, Cole life. Like, Cole World, baby, Cole is back. And he's looking like he's probably ahead of schedule. He's on the mound throwing 94, 95, 96 yesterday. Good. That's great. Carlos Rodon is going to come back. And Carlos Rodon, I think, is going to be better as now, what is this, his third year? Max Fried talked about how much it stuck with him, how poor he pitched in Toronto, and how he wished he had another opportunity to get back on the mound and didn't. That burns guys through the whole offseason. And Max Fried was a guy that we were looking at as the all-star starter. We were looking at him as a Cy Young winner. We were looking at him as like, hey, great pivot, Cashman. Spending that money that you didn't spend on you-know-who to get Max Fried worked, especially with Garrett Cole going down. Now you'll have a tandem at some point of Garrett Cole and Max Fried, a 1-2 punch. When you get to the postseason, that's going to be potent. Pray for health. And then whether it's Cam Schlittler, killer Cam, killer. Cam Schlittler, who we saw, I'll never forget watching him pitch against the Red Sox. It was masterful. I had to get back down here to WFAN. I'm like, I cannot leave. Is he going to pitch the whole game? Incredible for a rookie standing up against his hometown team. And we want smoke with them this year. IKF is talking about, with the Blue Jays, we were hoping that the Red Sox lost to the Yankees because we didn't want to face it. Okay, whatever, IKF, we'll see you soon. Sonny Gray, we'll see you soon. Aroldis Chapman, we'll see both of you smiley boys soon. Carlos Narvaez, whomever else, Roman Anthony. I feel like there's one more Yankee over there. Rob Refsnyder's with the Mariners. There's one more Yankee over there for this rivalry that I'm forgetting about. Somebody call me, 888-808-1019. The Yankees pitching is a strength. They trade for Ryan Weathers. We'll see what he turns into. They have young guys that I've already mentioned, Lagrange, Elmer Rodriguez. Rodriguez is playing in the World Baseball Classic. We'll get to that in a minute. How many Yankees are going to be leaving for this World Baseball Classic, which I think that's a good thing. Pray for health. I think them playing in very competitive baseball in March, where the stage is set, where it's a raucous environment, that's good. Because when we get to October, it'd be like, this is nothing. You know, like they talk about Sam Darnold now. Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl. Now, what pressure is on Sam Darnold the rest of his career? He played in the big game. Everything else is cake. Playing some big games. Judge, playing some big games. Close some big games. David Bednar. You know, I look at this Yankees team with Luis Gil and Will Warren. Those guys are both young. Can they grow? Can they take a step forward? I think Will Warren is going to be better this year. He took some lumps last year. Luis Gil missed most of the year last year. And then when you look at this Yankees bullpen, yeah, they added some guys like Angel Savilli, whatever, Rafael Montero, whatever. Cashman always builds a bullpen. It doesn't matter if it is Tommy Kahnle, Adam Ottavino. It doesn't matter if it's Luke Weaver, Devin Williams. He builds a bullpen. Fernando Cruz is still here. He'll be playing for Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic. Like, they have depth, they have cohesion, chemistry, and camaraderie. I'm ready to see what they look like. And don't get me wrong. I know I'm not stupid. I go to the game. I'm online. I'm on air. I talk to you guys. If they come out slow, it's going to get loud. If they have a June Boone swoon, it's going to get toxic. Like, I can't fault them for saying we think we're pretty damn good at this. I can't fault them for saying that. And when you look at the numbers from last year and when you look at some little, things about the players they won't be playing, Jazz won't be playing out of position. We shouldn't blow 12, 13 games off of Luke Weaver and Devin Williams. Let's see what Camilo Doval has in Act 2. Let's see if Jake Bird figured it out. Remember, they traded for him and sent him down? Like, the Yankees pitching. You can never have enough pitching is a strong suit. And this lineup, I know it's a lot of lefties. I know you want another right-handed bat. I mean, Giancarlo Stanton is healthy. What? Giancarlo Stanton is healthy? Let's keep him that way. He doesn't got to play every day. You bring Goldie back. He doesn't have to play every day. You have little pieces. Ahmed Rosario. You have little pieces. Jose Caballero. And for those of you that hate Anthony Volpe, like, you've got a little bit of a reprieve. Let's see. Let's see what spring training looks like. Because a lot of these guys are going to leave. I'll run through the list of Mets and Yankees coming up that are in the World Baseball Classic. A lot of these guys are going to leave. And then you're going to get an opportunity to look at some of these other young depth pieces. What's up with Spencer Jones? I feel bad for Jason Dominguez. I hope he tears it up, though. 888-808-1019. Joe is in PA on the Fan in NY.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
It's a pleasure to hear you back on the radio.
Thank you.
That being said, everybody is saying, oh, they're running it back. Well, you know something? Back in the day, everybody played for a one-year contract, so it was running it back. That's when we had our bulk of champions. We got rid of 13 losses, like you just said. 13 losses gives us 109.
I mean, even half of that, a third of that changes their fate last year. Go on.
And now all these guys are getting together. They know each other. They're hanging out a little more together.
Yes.
Your second baseman knows where your third baseman is going to be sitting on that left-handed batter. Your first baseman knows which side of which side? I'm sorry, man.
Where the throw is coming from. Where Ryan McMahon's going to throw the ball.
Exactly.
Paul Goldschmidt is back to help Ben Rice with his scoops, with his play at first base.
Absolutely. That's why the running them back, I'm happy with. I'm totally happy with it.
I'm happy with it for now. I'm not gonna say I'm not going to any games. I'm not watching games. This team sucks. I'm tired of this. Like, I can't. I don't understand that. I'm too old. I can't waste baseball seasons, especially if they're gonna lock out next year. Thanks for the call, Joe. I don't know what some of you guys are on with that. I really don't. You just hate the team, and I think what it is, it's become a popular way to get clicks and get conversation online. Hot take. Have your own take. Think for yourself. This is what I thought for myself, right? I used to hoop. I'm old now, but I did go and jump over that chair. I'll post the video later. I had to go put a chair in the sales room and jump over it and be like, wait, we're jumping over chairs now in here? I got the video, but I used to hoop. When was the first time you guys dunked? We'll put that question out there. When was the first time you dunked a basketball? I'll tell you after the next break, but I used to play basketball over in Battery Park by the pier, whatever, like Pier 25 or something, not far from here. When I was in the fan cave, me and my boys used to go play basketball over there. Whenever we had an off day from Major League Baseball Network, from MLB Fan Cave, watching the games all day, we would go hoop for exercise, for competition. And shout out to my boy Dan, Stanton, Mike, Caesar. Sometimes we would run 5s. Sometimes we would run 4s. But we would try to own the court. We had a good mix of bigs. We had a good mix of shooters. We had a good mix of ball handlers. We had a good mix of rebounders. I could do a little bit of everything. And anybody could pull up. It did not matter. This is New York. It could be tourists. It could be people from uptown, downtown. You could be coming from Brooklyn, whatever. We would try to own the basketball court, where if you're playing and you win, you stay on the court. But you know what? Sometimes you get a little tired. Somebody throws the ball, gets a turnover, boom, you lose by 1. Or somebody calls a foul. You got to give them the foul. You get the ball back, you lose by 1. And you know what we would say? Run it back. Nah. We're not getting off the court. We've been on the court for 5 straight games. Y'all got to run it back. Beat us again, we'll get off the court. This is our court. We've run 4 games in a row. You just watched this, right? We dusted everybody else. We beat everybody else by 5. We beat everybody else by 6. Like, run it back. You got that one? But, like, you just got here, run it back. Sometimes people would push back. No, that's not. No, run it back. And I thought about that the other day when thinking about the Yankees, especially watching Aaron Boone here at WFAN, where he said they felt so good about the group and they were healthy and how much it hurt. Run it back. They have unfinished business. Run it back. This time you got to finish the job. And there's so much weight on it, right? Your own drought, your own history, how long it's been. Aaron Judge, who everybody wants to put the narrative out about. Oh, this is about to be 10 years of Aaron Judge. If you follow me on social media, you saw I've found his first roll call. They've been doing this 2016-2026 10-year challenge. I deleted Snapchat in like 2019. I went back, re-downloaded it. I was in the bleachers, and I filmed Aaron Judge's first roll call. And it's kind of crazy that when August comes, it'll be a decade since Judge has been around. Garrett Cole has been around. Stanton has been around. We're going into year 9 of Giancarlo Stanton. And it goes back to my open, the nightmare that I have, that we have these talented players, these Hall of Fame caliber players in pinstripes, and they don't get a taste of that World Series champagne. Run it back. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Richie in Queens before we get to our next break. How are you, Richie?
Hey, it was good hearing you, man.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, baseball, obviously. We're talking about the Dodgers, obviously the front runner, but, they were 1 pitch away from losing. And if they had lost that series, the talk would have been Ohtani stunk for the series at 140. Betts was horrible. Freeman was okay, but then there would have been questions. The bottom line is, as good as they were, it went down to the 9th inning of the 7th game. So,
yeah, and then they had that 18-inning game, and it took, I don't know. People forget. It's baseball, it can be so close. And even when the Yankees lost to the Dodgers in the World Series, all everybody remembers is that 5th inning. But there were so many little things in that series that could have gone the other way. When you actually looked at the final numbers, and they were closer than the series made it feel, because they got the gentleman's sweep.
Yeah, and especially the first game, Keith. That was a blatant. That was one time where you point at the manager when you say, "Please, Cortez hadn't pitched." I want to bring that up, but that was blatant.
No, but your best pitcher we'll always remember that.
Oh, you have to. Look, again, I'm excited about it. I think with the Yankees, I don't want to say it's boring. I was on the other day and I talked about it. Is it more exciting to get, I'm a Giants fan, and we have stunk for 10 years, 11 years, okay? We've been to the playoffs once. So we get to the point wow, let's play. Every game's important, and we want to get to the World Series and get to the playoffs. Anything can happen, okay? Now with the Yankees, it's and again, I don't want to take away the fact that they're there every year, but it's so blatantly clear that they will be there again, and it comes down to the playoffs. It comes down to the same conversations. Will they hit the home run in the playoffs? Will they get the timely hit in the playoffs? Well, Max Fried, by the way, Fried and Rodon were horrible. Yeah. I mean, you get them the whole year, and it took away for them to pitch as bad as they did. With the Mets, I've been a big critic about what the plan was. I like what they've done, and they've got a lot of questions. I got a lot of questions, Keith, that could be really good. Because Peterson stunk the second half. Senga, as bad as he was, I think it's all mental, like that kid that fell down in figure skating last night.
I watched that kid, and he already told us that he's trying to not get hurt. If you're thinking about getting hurt, that's exactly how you do get hurt. You got to go out and throw. You got to perform.
You got to exactly. So with Senga, as bad as he was, he had a 3.22 ERA. I think Minaya will come back. So he would have been perfect for your team, by the way, Bichette. He would have been absolutely perfect.
Yeah, but they said they didn't view him as a shortstop, and they don't like to be redundant. They're not going to pay him his $45 million to be a third baseman. Thanks for the call, Richie. I'm going to try and get another call in here before we break. 888-808-1019. We will talk about the Mets more in the 2 o'clock hour because, like Richie said, I like the moves. I'm going to Met games this year because they have good players that I want to go see play, right? They put a little bit of an all-star team together. Guys that have won World Series, guys that have performed in the World Series, guys that can hit, guys that can field. Like, they're going to have talent with Juan Soto, who you know is going to ball out. Lindor will be back. And maybe Lindor will have a better year because of a little bit of change. A lot of y'all love to kill him in April and May anyway. So we will get to the Mets. And I see Dan, I see Angelo, I see Met fans on the line. Let's take this call, and then we'll get to the next break. Richard is in Manhattan with us. Hello, Richard.
Keith, here's how you would describe the greatness of Aaron Judge. I'm going to describe it right now.
Okay.
Ken Griffey Jr., Ricky Henderson, Hank Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Would you question those three as being position players in the top 25 all-time in baseball?
Yeah, they're GOATs. They're regarded as some of the best ever. Yes.
Combined, Keith, how many MVPs did they have? Combined. Griffey Jr., Henderson,
Judge?
And Aaron.
I don't know that number.
3. Do you know how many Aaron Judge has?
He has 3 himself. Should have 4.
There you go. Anyone who needs any explanation about Aaron Judge, I'll rip that off, and that shuts everyone
well,
out.
Judge is now, become the best right fielder in New York since Soto moved over to left field.
He's the best right fielder the Yankees had since Reggie Jackson. Probably better than Reggie. Anyway, all right. Now, run it back. We brought back Goldschmidt at a great deal. Chisholm, Grisham, Bellinger, Rice, Caballero will be playing short. We're fine. We'll have, what's the kid at third base? Ryan? He's good.
McMahon, yes.
This team the pitching is set up. The Yankees are fine. They just have to stay injury-free or manage injuries.
Pray for health. I literally am praying that they stay healthy. I'm praying
That's all that matters, Keith.
Yeah.
You can have 9 All-Stars, and if you get injured, what good is it? It doesn't matter. Just like the Knicks. Anybody on the Knicks, if OG gets injured, if Cat
the
gets
Knicks
it,
have been
we're
banged
finished.
up all year. Yeah, we'll get to the Knicks a little later. Thanks for the call, Richard. I'm up against it. 888-808-1019 if you'd like to talk to me. Keith McPherson on the Fan. You've got me till 6. There's so much more to unpack, but we're starting with the baseball. It's spring training. We're starting with the Yankees. We'll get into the Mets a little bit more. We'll talk about the 6-man rotation. We'll talk about the bullpen. We'll talk about the lineup and how they're going to stack that up. I like the team. I like the look of it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I like. It doesn't matter what you like. The games have to be played, and we're this close to seeing some spring training games, and then before you know it, it's opening day. You're listening to The Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming in right back.
It's Evan and Tiki middays on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Almost only counts in, hand grenades.
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Weeks off to a flying start.
I got it right. Hand grenades is a part of it.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Life's rewarding, especially with Flushing Bank's Complete Cash Rewards program. Just open a personal or business complete checking account to get started. With 30 New York Metro locations, there's nothing easier or more rewarding. Visit FlushingBank.com today. Member FDIC.
Boomer Esiason here, and after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you strong coverage with your choice of multiple 5G networks. Plans starting at just $10 a month and real customer care in under 2 minutes. All of this with no contracts or price hikes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's cross-climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin cross-climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports.
ChefIQ.com. Listen, Met fans are coming up on this 40th anniversary since the last World Series. I'm actually doing an event down at McClune's Pier House, Long Branch, hometown, myself and Doc Gooden, celebrating the 40 years since the World Series team that he was on and the 30 years since the no-hitter with the Yankees. I'm old, man. I wasn't around for the World Series. I was around for the no-no. But yeah, the Met fan that was around for 1986, that's a long time. That's a lifetime, man. It feels forever. There's a ton of Met fans that are ready. They're ready for their World Series. They've had to do a lot of waiting. There's been a lot of up and down emotions of thinking, this is it. This is the year. We're big brother now. It's our city now. And so the Mets, they can't rebuild. They can just retool because they have to compete. They're not bringing Candelita back. Oh, my. It's over. It's over. It's over because David Stearns never believed in any of that OMG grimace stuff anyway. He just was sitting around like, I guess it works. David Stearns now is really putting his imprint on the team, building the team in his own image, the type of guys that he wants, that he likes. And I love how he freestyled this thing because in the beginning, you're like, Devin Williams? You pay Devin Williams that much? Luke Weaver? You're just taking Yankee leftovers? There's just a Yankee pipeline? Well, if they can do it in the Bronx, they could do it in Queens. But, the Met fan is ready to have a team that can be at the top of the National League East further than June, or for better than the half of the season. Because if you go back to 2024, it was only that second half. They started off super slow. And then you go back to 2025, they started off hot, and then they completely crashed out. So the fans are ready for a long competitive season. And I think that they do now have some pieces in place, some peloteros, some professionals, some guys that have done it. You shake this thing up, you roll the dice, and you see what happens. And I really think their lineup is going to be tough. I really think, and I understand not putting Bo Bichette at shortstop because you want him to be your third baseman all year. You might want him to be your third baseman in the future. He's got that opt-out. We'll see how it goes. Nobody knows how it's going to go. But Lindor, Soto, Bichette, Polanco, Simeon, Robert, if that's how they line them up, like that's a pretty solid, first 6 outs you got to get. 888-808-1019. And you're going to get a good look at some of these young guys. We'll see if Carson Benj can win the job in right field. Luis Robert's going to be in center field. Juan Soto's going to be in left. But I think left field is going to be easier for Juan Soto to play in Citi Field than right field, just like right field was easier for Juan Soto to play in Yankee Stadium versus a left field. And that's why Judge bumped over. I made the joke about Judge being the best right fielder in New York now. Tommy takes after hours. Tommy's great. I think later today we'll go through, because I was hearing Evan and Tiki do everybody's takes from the week. WFAN was going viral this week, boy. Everywhere you looked, it was like Boomer, Morash, Tommy, even me. I crept in and just did a little 3 minutes on a bag. It became a national story. Not just because of me, but you guys know. We'll get to that at some point. It's just not as important. Where I'm at with the Yankees, or where I'm at with the Mets, as we kind of move from the Yankees, and I'll still take some Yankee calls, but we got Met fans on hold that want to voice their opinions, is that, like, this team has got to work. You can't miss the postseason. And we know historically it's been hard to make the postseason back-to-back years. They must be a postseason team this year, and I think they have the lineup to do it. We will see what this 6-man rotation, or maybe it's not a 6-man rotation. We'll see what this rotation looks like. You feel good. I haven't said his name yet, but you feel good about what you saw from Nolan McLean. He's going to be in the WBC. You feel good about Freddie Peralta. That's your 1-2 punch, as before I was going off about Garrett Cole and Max Fried. And guys like Sean Manaea got to get it together. David Peterson got to get it together. Kodai Senga got to get it together. And then you even have the depth of, like, Jonah Tong and Christian Scott. And, we shall see. Oh, I'm forgetting Clay Holmes. His mama call him Clay. I'm going to call him Clay. Another guy that didn't show up with his Yankee bag. But, Clay Holmes is there. What does he have in store for his second year as a starter? And this bullpen, I think, will be solid too. I mean, the bullpen was a disaster for the Mets after the trade deadline. And we thought that they won the trade deadline repairing that bullpen. It was a disaster. So A.J. Minter will be back at some point. Devin Williams. Let me say this about Devin Williams. Devin Williams is not Edwin Diaz, but Devin Williams isn't as bad as some of us Yankee fans make him out to be. I think it's going to be tough for him to be the closer like Edwin Diaz, the bam, 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 the trumpets, and that whole thing was awesome for the last few years. But that airbender is real, and when he can locate his fastball and he can get guys on that and then he can fool them with the airbender, Devin Williams can be lights out. And he was, as the Yankees moved him to more of a setup guy. But he's also going to frustrate the hell out of you because he's going to walk guys, and then next thing you know, he's going to try and land that fastball, and it's going to be coming in there looking scrumptious at 93, 94, then boop, placata, home run. And, there will be a little bit of that. There will be a little bit of that with Devin Williams. But Luke Weaver, I'm excited for, because Luke Weaver was hurt last year. He had the hamstring, and then they also jerked Luke Weaver around. Pause. They also moved Luke Weaver around. They had Luke Weaver as, you're not the closer. We traded for Devin Williams. Devin Williams goes on paternity leave. We need you to close. Okay, Devin Williams is back. His beard is fully grown in. He's the closer. No, he sucks. He's blowing games. When he blew that game in Tampa, I'll never get over that game. And that's another thing. Hooray. We don't have to play against the Tampa Bay Rays this year at George M. Steinbrenner. But, they asked Luke Weaver to be the closer, be the setup guy, and then he's the first guy out of the bullpen after the starter is done. They'll find a role for him. I hope he's healthy, and I hope that Luke Weaver has a good year. Brooks Raley, Luis Garcia, Huascar Brazoban, Craig Kimbrell. I know I'm forgetting some guys, but I think this Mets bullpen will be solid. I think you've got a lot of arms to go to. I think it'll be better than that abomination from Ryan Helsley last year. I just think that the Mets have some pros. They have some professionals. They have some experience. It's a different team, but it definitely can be better than last year's team. 888-808-1019. Dan, thanks for holding. Dan from Dover, New Jersey, you're on the fan.
Hey, Keith. Just a little update on my personal situation. I call you, Dan from Dover. I call you every Valentine's Day, and just want to let you know that the drought continues. 14 years now, still no girlfriend, no prospects. So I know I usually call you every year and let you know, but it's another 14 years in the trenches. But I do have some plans for tonight. I'm going to do, Buffalo Wild Wings, of course, and I got a couple quesadillas that I'm probably going to do, and it's it'll be a fine night, all things considered. But the drought does continue. Just
Better
want to
luck
let you know before
next
I make
year,
my point.
Dan. I'm sorry. You threw me off with that one. What I'll say is, it's not all it's cracked up to be. It's a weird time out here with these dating apps and sliding into the DMs. You could get a girl and she can get a guy in 35 seconds on her phone. So don't sweat it. Maybe you go to Buffalo Wild Wings tonight. You find a girl for one night. You guys have a good singles awareness night.
Yeah, that's the plan. So just to my point about the Mets, I don't want to have corrective history here, Keith. I'm not trying to come at you, but you were talking about how King Cohen and Stearns weren't making these moves, and now we're on the other side of it, and they have made the moves. And if we're dependent on the Yankees having Cole and having Stanton and having Freed not get hurt, I have a better chance of getting a girl than those guys not getting hurt. Let's be honest.
Everybody give it up for Dan in Dover, New Jersey. Everybody give it up for Dan. Buffalo Wild Wings, look out. Whichever Buffalo Wild Wings is closer to Dover, closest to Dover, you guys get ready for Dan. He's coming in hot.
Oh, boy.
I'm laughing because I'm looking at Nick through the glass like, what are we doing? Where are we going?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Can I try another Mets caller? Maybe we can actually talk Mets. All I got from that was like, he
said he calls you every Valentine's Day.
He doesn't. I don't know how he doesn't call me every. There's 0% chance that I was on every Valentine's Day, and I don't ever remember having the conversation. Maybe he calls the fan for the last 14 years and says that. Way to make it about yourself, Dan. Let's go to Angelo and Sparta as we're trying to get some LGM conversation going on. David Stearns and Steve Cohen have revamped this team, and they spent the money and made some moves. How do you feel about it, Angelo?
I'm cautiously optimistic. With regard to Dan, there's always AI. He keeps striking out. I have, first of all, I miss you at your regular slot. I think you're really intelligent, passionate, and entertaining all at the same time. So I think you're great. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the. I hung up on him. Angelo, please call us back. That's like a trigger. Thanks for taking my call. I thought that was it. And I was gonna comment. Yeah, Angelo, call us back if you got some more. And I've got time. I'm on for the next 4 hours. Sorry to have left my post that night, but I'm here now. And like I said, I'll be here. If you guys are up at midnight into Tuesday Club, going up on a Tuesday, and then same thing Wednesday, I'm available. I will be on with takes and thoughts and conversation. And yeah, you should be optimistic, but and I hate to say it with the Mets. Mets fans kind of know better. Fool me, can't fool me again type. And it's like, it sounds good, but again, the Mets are starting over here. And when you're starting over, right, opposite of the Yankees and their cohesion and their camaraderie and their chemistry staying intact, when you're starting over again, it's a blank slate. You got to write this story. You got you don't know where everybody is on the diamond. You don't know where guys are in the lineup. You don't know how one guy prepares versus another. You don't know one guy's politics versus another. You don't know who's a family man with a marriage and who might be a player. So it's just like little things. It's little things that the team has to come together, and they're in spring training and they're doing that now. They're building that camaraderie now. And what I hang my hat on with the Mets is that these are pros. These guys have done it. Marcus Semien won a World Series. Bo Bichette hit a homer. I think he homered off Ohtani in the World Series. He just played in the World Series. Luis Robert had been with the bummiest organization, the most losingest organization, the most losses ever 2 years ago. And now he gets to run with Juan Soto every day. He gets to come to New York, right? And there's something to be said about that with him and Freddie Peralta and, De Lo Mio Personal, my Dominicanos. Like that vibe and that energy in New York is different. These guys will be living a different lifestyle in New York, playing in Queens. There's a different vibe and energy around what they're trying to do. Now, how do you feel about the Braves? How do you feel about the Phillies? How do you feel about your own division? Not for nothing, the Marlins, they clipped you at the end of the year, and they were proud about it. There should be some get back. There should be some fire to, smack them, and we'll see what the Nationals are. But it starts in the NL East first. Let's go to Frank in Syosset. Thanks for holding, Frank. You're on the Fan.
Great to hear you today, Keith. And, you were talking about moments when you were on the air, and you referenced a few moments that you were on the air, key moments like Kansas City and stuff. But you make moments for some of your listeners, too. You gave me a high compliment, the highest compliment that I could ever get from somebody. I had shared with you on David Wright's day that I would take my son to see the Mets and the Yankees, and he chose to stay with the Mets. And we go to Yankees-Mets games together, and we just laugh. We don't, it's not life and death. It's sport. We don't take it that serious. It's just good competitiveness between both clubs. We don't take it any further than that. And we have a good time, and we laugh together as father and son. And you told everybody in the Fan that day, hey, Frank was just trying to be a good father. He took him to see his team, and his son treated him to a seat that day at Citi Field because he buys 10 and 20 game packages.
I remember.
And so, that's the highest compliment you could ever give somebody. And I hope your son made you a card, because it's not just for your significant other on Valentine's Day. Your children give you cards, especially at 2-3 years old. They'll draw a little heart. I love you, Dad. I hope your son, might have done something like that, or a piece of candy.
My son is a crazy one. He all he's obsessed with today is this Valentine's Day balloon that he brought home from school, from daycare. So I'm just happy.
Okay.
I'm happy he's happy, and he's with his mother right now. And those two love each other. So they are Valentines. They are inseparable. Like, those two are having a great time today. So I'm happy for them. And I'm happy that I'm here.
Right.
I'm happy I can show some love, and people have called to show me love. I'm glad that I was able to take this shift. My wife saying, hey, go. You've been home a lot more now. Definitely take it. You got it.
Yeah, you got tonight. Anyway, just, you said to have an individual take on your team. Well, I'm a Yankees fan, and I'm going to be 68 in June, so I've seen a lot of greatness. And maybe that's a part of the problem, is that, we have this measuring stick, the older fans, that we've seen guys like, Willie Randolph at second base and Thurman Munson behind the plate, and when we compare, and maybe that's wrong, I don't know, but maybe that's where the expectation comes from, World Series or bust. But I have a wait and see attitude towards this year. I've listened to everything you said about the camaraderie. The Yankees have gotten younger. I like the bat that Ben Rice has, and Schlittler's definitely a gem, a diamond in the rough. Let's see what happens, Keith. I appreciate the time. I don't want to take too much time.
You got it, Frank. Thanks for the call and the turning back the clock. I remember that call. I remember that story. And, we all remember our favorite Yankees. I always laugh when people talk about, like, Bobby Mercer or even talking about Mickey Mantle. And, I tell people now, they're like, there's never going to be another Mariano Rivera. David Bednar can't be him. Devin Williams can't be him. Clay Holmes can't be him. Enter Sandman, that was a one-of-one type of thing. A unanimous Hall of Famer. Like, even Derek Jeter. Oh, well, the Yankees told us Anthony Volpe was going to be the next Derek Jeter. No, they did not. No, they didn't. They might have posted the picture with Volpe when he was like 8 or 9 years old meeting Derek Jeter, but so what? They posted Todd Frazier's picture with Derek Jeter over and over again. They're not expecting him to be Derek Jeter. Nobody can be those guys. And these Yankees aren't those Yankees. And the game is completely different. The game has changed. I opened up today. If you missed it, go back to my open at 1 o'clock. I listed all the different
things in baseball that are like we don't even realize now. We're watching a game with a pitch clock and pitch comm. They have a timer on them to throw the ball. They have a system where the catcher is communicating what pitch to throw. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a lot of different things in the game. Let's see how it plays out. Let's see what's going to happen here in this 2026 season. I hope that both teams are competitive because it gets toxic fast. It gets loud fast, and it's always next year. And well, next year is here. It's forever next year in New York as far as when are we going to win a championship? You know, we'll talk about the Knicks a little bit later as I think they have a good shot. You know, and there's chatter around the NBA as it's NBA All-Star Weekend in LA that, hey, they're the best team in the East. They still got to stay healthy. They still got to do it. We'll see what the Islanders have in store. We'll see if the Devils can figure it out. But, you know, the Rangers are absolutely fried. Other than that, like football-wise, I know there are a lot of Giants fans, and we'll play some clips from John Harbaugh talking to Mike Francesa. We'll play John Harbaugh also on Dan Patrick's show. I mean, you got the guy. You got the CEO. It couldn't have went any better for the New York Football Giants that needed a coach with experience who's done it before, not a coordinator, first-time guy, and somebody to come in and change the culture, which they've been desperately needing. Like, it was written in the stars. Universe never unconnects. You got John Harbaugh. But let's see if he's still got his fastball and how this team comes together and how they come out. It's not a guarantee that they get to the playoffs as fans are betting on them to win the Super Bowl. 888-808-1019. My guy, Robbie in Lenox. What's up, Robbie?
What's up? We're going to talk about the gas house gorillas. No, I'm sorry about the New York Yankees. How you doing, buddy? That's right, the bunch of dirty bums. Anyway, yeah, so.
What's up?
Oh, boy. You know, I heard Morris going off on, like, you know, you and I were texting. He's going off on his attire and Cashman's attire.
Hey,
the hell with the hoodie. The hell with the hoodie.
It's that time in the sports calendar. It's that time in the baseball season. We're critiquing what I could give I don't care what Brian Cashman ever wears, but it became a thing. Fans are critiquing his Starbucks order. Like, they zoomed in on his cup. He gets like 4 pumps of vanilla syrup and like vanilla nitro Starbucks coffee. He gets the large. I don't even go to Starbucks. What do they call it? Venti? Like, people are criticizing Brian Cashman for what he wears to Tampa, spring training, and the coffee he drinks. I never thought we'd get to that point.
That's just crazy, but I mean, just about the team and the team construction. I mean, we talk about it all the time, and it's become absolutely redundant the last 15 years. But you know, Keith, you gave me some positives here. First of all, I like Bednar obviously better than Williams. I mean, we did blow a lot of games last year. Let's be honest. I mean, they could have won the division, whether they beat the Blue Jays or not. But here's my problem. Okay, so I want you to do this when you're finished with my call. Give me a starting lineup that you like. As far as leadoff hitting, like, again, Trent Grisham is not a leadoff hitter. I'd like to see Cody lead off. Why? Because Cody's good with 2 strikes. Cody makes contact most of the time. Cody can hit the home run. Cody can steal a base. Cody can play and run. Then you put Judge. I don't like Judge hitting second. I don't like it. I like him hitting third. But the question, again, you bring back Grisham, and now are you diminishing the progress of a guy like Jason Dominguez? Where does Spencer Jones fit in? Again, the Yankee philosophy over the years has been all these prospects, but yet we never trade prospects, to me, at least for anything that's substantial. And that's the problem I have with Brian Cashman. He does some good things. Don't get me wrong. He made some positive comments about putting together a bullpen, bringing in the kid from Tampa who's got talent at the left hand. Let's see if he does well. So the pitching's there. I mean, we have good starting pitching. Nobody's doubting that. The question for me always has been with the Yankees and this roster, can they hit in the clutch? There's nobody that hits in the clutch. And I'm so tired of hearing this, Keith, all right, that they scored the most runs and in
the regular season. And then we watched them swing at the first pitch, lay an egg in the postseason. Robbie, you the man. Thanks for the call. I always catch Robbie on YouTube. I got to do Robbie's show. Robbie, hit my email, man. We'll find a time. I've been doing a lot of that. That's what I've been saying, too. I'm repairing my image in the Met fan community because I want to go to games and I want to be, on both sides of New York baseball. But there are so many Met fans that absolutely won't have me. I've actually done some Met fan podcasts and done some events and run into some Met content creators, and they're like, yeah, he's not half bad. So I've been doing a lot of that. I've been doing a lot of guest spots. If you follow me on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, you've probably seen some of that. But going back to what Robbie said about hitting in the clutch and the lineup, my biggest issue when Trent Grisham took the qualifying offer was that I was still upset about them leading him off every game in the postseason and then letting him take $22 million. I'm like, you reward him laying an egg with that? And there's some people that tell you, oh, he only made $5 million last year. Oh, if you look at the market this year and what guys got, like it's a fair, like, okay. But he's got to duplicate what he did in the regular season again. And I don't feel confident that he can. Now, I root for the laundry. Am I rooting for Trent Grisham? Hell yeah. Trent Grisham. I'm all over. Yes. I hope he's an all-star. I hope he's the best center fielder in the American League. I just don't believe it. I would have been fine with them moving on, and then that brings us to Jason Dominguez. I would have been fine with them moving on and then having Cody Bellinger in center field and then Jason Dominguez really start to get every day at bats, and he's not going to be able to get that now. Trent Grisham takes the qualifying offer. They sign Cody Bellinger, and then they have guys like Oswaldo Cabrera coming back. They have guys like Caballero who could play in the outfield in a pinch if you need him to. And then they did sign some, backup infield types that if need be, we have some guys that we could fill in at shortstop. But Jason Dominguez, I feel sorry for. Embrace the Martian. It's now been 3 years since they broke glass in case of emergency and had Dominguez come up, and we watched him homer off Justin Verlander. And I tell everybody, I went to Yankee Stadium. I saw him homer in Yankee Stadium. I saw him play center field. And I remember watching his footwork and watching him catch the ball in center field, and I didn't think he was a bad fielder. Now, everybody tells you he's a bad fielder. He can't hit right-handed, which I thought that was his natural side of the plate. Whatever, he's a switch hitter, and we always cry about we don't have enough right-handed hitters. Let him develop. I'm over it now. Just like the same way I'm over Trent Grisham. He's the starting center fielder. The price is the price. It didn't stop them from doing what they wanted to do. I'm over the conversation about Jason Dominguez. I feel for the kid because I know he wants an opportunity to play. He didn't get one at-bat until that last at-bat in the postseason last year where he doubled, and it's like, oh, well, there's Dominguez. And from what I remember, they had to do that because fans were really getting on Volpe at that point. It was getting toxic in there. So if he's going to be with the Rail Riders playing left field and Spencer Jones is going to be in center field, they're going to be the Bash brothers down there. Let them get every day at bats. And as we're praying for health, hopefully nobody gets hurt. But when they do, then those guys come right back up. But let him get every day at bats. There's no room for him here. Because they're running it back, they want to win. And Cashman does not look at him or Spencer Jones as everyday contributors to a World Series caliber team. I don't know what the lineup's going to be, but I'm pretty sure that they feel confident in putting Trent Grisham at the top again. He had a few leadoff home runs. He started the game. I remember there was, you put the bet on who to homer first. You put bets on Trent Grisham to homer first. He cashed a few of those. So Trent Grisham leads off. Judge bats second. Cody Bellinger third. Ben Rice fourth. Stanton fifth. But if maybe you put Stanton fourth, Ben Rice fifth to break up the lefties. But there's so many lefties because then you're going Jazz, lefty, Ryan McMahon, lefty, or you could put Jazz and then Jose Caballero and then Ryan McMahon eighth and Austin Wells ninth. So left-handed. It's funny. The Yankees are funny. There was a time where it was just Brett Gardner. There was a time where it was just Didi Gregorius. There was a time where it was Mike Ford. It was Rougned Odor. There was no left-handed hitting. And it didn't make any sense that in Yankee Stadium you don't have any left-handed hitting. And now they're two left-handed. Go figure. 888-808-1019. Mikey O, my guy from the bleachers, Elmwood Park, New Jersey, on the Fan.
Hey, yo, Keith.
What's up, Mikey?
Happening, my man?
Hanging out.
Oh, bro, I'm counting the days down. I think it's around 46 or 47 days till opening day.
Something like that. We're under 50, yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm psyched. I'll see you then. But I'm glad we got back to Yankee baseball for a minute. Just because the long winter, makes some people forget. We're not going to forget about shortstop. And I'm just so nervous at that. I just feel that Volpe's head is pretty much destroyed. I think he lost all his confidence. And the other side of that is you have George Lombard Jr., correct?
Mm-hmm. He's about. I think he's about 2 years away. We'll see what he does this year. He's got to be better at the plate.
Yeah. But I'm still not sold. What are we going to do? We're going to just go back to Volpe and just, make the side of the cross every time a ball's hit to him or when he's at bat?
Thanks for the call, Mikey. I'll see you out there in the bleachers, man. April 3rd, Friday, in the Boogie Down, 135. It's all the way up. I can't wait. So here's the Volpe conversation. This is where I'm at with Volpe. And I think I had a note in my notes the other day. I didn't read the Joel Sherman article. But let's start with that if I can find it. And I'm not subscribed to the New York Post, but there was a note that I had about, maybe some not service manipulation time. I got to find it. But it was about if Volpe plays, all right, because they never sent Volpe down. Remember that? If Volpe plays 20 days in the minors, they can push his free agency back from 2028 to 2029. Somebody call me and correct me if I'm wrong on that. Oh, I found it. So interesting note here. Joel Sherman mentioned, should the Yankees send Volpe down and he spends 20 days in the minors, he'll become a free agent in 2029 instead of 2028. Do that. Sounds like a plan. Because Volpe did not have enough development in the minors. In my humble opinion, here is your opportunity. Put him with the Rail Riders and give him a month. And he should be dominating down there. His mechanics should be pristine. He should be scooping and throwing perfectly. Flawless. He should be mashing. He should be hitting home runs. He should be going the other way. He should be hitting doubles in the gap. He should be working his walks, not striking out. And that shoulder should be all good. There was a picture of the Yankees at it wasn't the Winter Classic. It was the hockey game that they did at Raymond James Stadium with the Bruins and the Tampa Bay Lightning. I forget what they called it. It wasn't the Winter Classic. But the Yankees were guests, and there was a whole group together. Jason Dominguez was there. Ryan Weathers was there. Cam Schlittler was there. Will Warren was there. Ben Rice was there. Aaron Judge was there. And again, with this cohesion, this camaraderie, this chemistry, those are the 3 C's of the unfinished job or unfinished business, finish the job year. Don't have to call it running back. Cohesion, chemistry, camaraderie. Judge stays down there. Judge is down there in the offseason right away. And if Aaron Judge, the MVP, best player on the team, is down there, a lot of these guys, follow suit. And so Volpe's been down there. I'm sure he's conditioned. I'm sure he's running. I'm sure he's doing what he can. But he's not able to fall on that shoulder, I think, until May. And they're saying he might be ahead of schedule. But I don't see the need to rush it. Especially if you can manipulate when he's going to become a free agent. And you can add to his development. There's so many that are already sold on Anthony Volpe not being it. I heard someone call it today, he's a complete bust. How is he a complete bust? He was hurt last year. I put that on the Yankees, and I heard Boone talk about it in here. They said he was fine. Clearly, he was not fine. He led the American League in errors, and he couldn't hold on to his bat, and he struck out a ton. I remember watching that game thinking, how are they not pulling him out of this game? They stopped the game for 10 minutes. They left him in the game. Whatever, it's in the past. But they're not giving up on their first-round draft pick that they drafted, developed, that they put in the starting shortstop spot. They passed on all those shortstops and said, Anthony Volpe is our shortstop of the future. They're not giving up on him. They die hard on what? Their own trades, contracts, and roster decisions. I've said that about the Yankees for the 4 years I've been on WFAN, going on 5. All right, people say the Yankees are the last to know. No, they're not the last to know. They're the last to admit. They don't have to admit. They don't have to admit anything to you. They asked Cashman if he was running it back. He didn't admit that they were running it back. He said, I disagree. He said, I disagree. It's not the same team. It's not the same team. We're getting Cole back. We added Angel Sevilla from the Rockies. We traded for Ryan Weathers. It's not the same team. But yeah, with Volpe, just the only way I see them accelerating that where they don't do the 20 days is if Caballero, which this is a theory I've had too. I've said this on a couple of podcasts. If Caballero is annoying, which he is a pest. He was annoying before he was a Yankee. You like him when he's on your side, but follow me here. That guy is not supposed to be anybody starting shortstop every day. He is best suited to be a utility player. He is best suited to be a pinch runner. He is best suited to be an agitator, to come in the game and be on first base as you're facing a team that's on their 4th pitcher out of the bullpen, and he can get in that guy's head. But he's got to not be a hothead one where he's either getting tossed by an umpire, because we saw that in a short sample size last year, whether he gets tossed by the home plate ump or whomever. And then he also can frustrate you because he's wild on the bases. He's wildly confident in himself where he can get caught in a pickle or thrown out, running into outs. The Yankees, they run the bases like drunks, John Sterling. Like, we don't need any of that this year. So if Caballero going into this season is not hitting, and if he has some errors and he's getting thrown out on the base pass or getting thrown out of the game, some of you might long for Anthony Volpe. Some of you might be like, well, get Volpe back. But they did do things like they signed Paul DeYoung to a minor league contract. I don't expect to see him, but that's like an emergency situation. And then who did they just trade for from the Oakland A's? Schumann. You know, the Yankees acquired Max Schumann with the trades like that, with the trade with the A's. Like, that's somebody that I guess, you know, could play shortstop if Caballero is not cutting it. And I just don't know how. I don't know. I think by May we might be wanting to see somebody else at shortstop than Caballero. I root for the laundry. I'm hoping for the best. But as many of you want to quit on Anthony Volpe, sorry to break it to you, they are not quitting on Volpe at all. They are not quitting on him. And when he's healthy, fingers crossed that shoulder is right and he uses this time to work and he has a chip on his shoulder and he comes back and he's focused and he's dialed in and he can be a plus for this Yankees team. 888-808-1019. Lisa in Irvington, good to see you on the line. How are you?
Oh, hi, Keith. How are you? I know it's been a long time since I've spoken to you. I'm so glad to hear you on the radio. I mean, I do see you sometime on your YouTube, different things you do on YouTube. I'm so excited to to hear from you again. I know you had an event a couple of weeks ago I was going to go to in New York, but it was just so cold that day that I didn't I didn't make it out. Did you get a good turnout that day?
Yeah, we did, and we're actually going to run that back. So if anybody came out to Bleecker Trading for the first ever content creator roundtable, it was 15 degrees as the high that day. I remember walking and taking the train. I was like, this was a mistake. But we did get about 50, 60 people in that small, card shop. And we're going to do another one in March when it's hopefully warmer. You didn't miss anything besides us all freezing and trying to get our interviews and content. And shout out to WFAN. They cooked up, Izzo and the digital team cooked up hot takes in the cold weather. It's me outside freezing, getting hot takes from fans in New York.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to talk, some Mets contact with you. I'm concerned about their bullpen. I know you was going over the different people that they had, like Devin Williams that they got from the Yankees. And he started out shaky last year, I remember, and he kind of got it together later on. I guess sometimes when players change teams, there's an adjustment period. People got to realize that.
Of course, especially going from Wisconsin to here. Yes, go on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you think about your own self. You go to a new job, there's an adjustment period, like anything else. So I'm hoping that he gets it together at the beginning of the year. And like I was there in '86. I'm 60 years old, so I was there when the Mets won in '86. And everything the Mets do, though, it's a tough go. Because they had a tough series with Houston. They found, they won that, then they won it with Boston. But it was tough in '86. So, that as Mets fans, that's what we expect. Everything is not going to go smoothly. But hopefully this year it will. Hopefully, yeah.
Lisa, thank you so much for the call. You got anything else? I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, quick. And then with Senga, I think he was pitching well last year, but when he got hurt, when he tried to cover the first base and he got hurt when
they blamed it on Pete. Yep. Yeah,
that's I think that was his his downfall. But he was doing he was playing pretty good. But I think that's the only thing I want. Sometimes I write down my points that I want to cover so I won't forget anything. But nice hearing hearing from you again, and I'll hopefully you'll be on a little more on the fan. Thanks a lot, Keith.
You did good, Lisa. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Kodai Senga had like the lowest ERA, and if you remember, Hefner's pitching lab, Hefner's laboratory, like no one was talking about them collapsing. No one was talking about them not missing the postseason because they had the lowest ERA in baseball. They had the best pitching in baseball. It's like, look at what they're getting out of Griffin Canning. Look at, but that disappeared pretty quickly. I think Freddie Peralta stabilizes that. I think Nolan McLean stabilizes that. You didn't have those guys in the beginning of the year last year. And then, mentioning Devin Williams' full beard has been grown in now for over a year. I think Devin Williams is going to be fine. I don't think Devin and like he knows his role now. He's the Mets closer. And coming into last season, he was the number 1 reliever in baseball rated by MLB Network. I think now he knows that's it. He's not Edwin Diaz, though. You can't use him in the 8th. Devin Williams will admit himself he's a 3-out guy. He's a 1-inning guy. But I think he comes in knowing that's it. I knew as soon as they signed Devin Williams, I'm like, oh, Edwin Diaz is gone. Would have been nice to see them pair up Devin Williams with Edwin Diaz, but now they're going to pair up Luke Weaver and Devin Williams. I know that's going to be fun for us Yankee fans. I know there's going to be some nights. I know it's going to be some nights. I'm not wishing it, but it's baseball. There's going to be some nights when Luke Weaver blows it or Devin Williams blows it and the Met fan is going to hear it from the Yankee fan, and I know y'all do not want to hear it. But ultimately, this Mets team has to find their identity, and I think you have enough pros, you have enough professionals, you have enough guys that have done it, that they're going to go about their business the right way. And I think Juan Soto, if he could even be better than he was last year, he can be. He can get out of the gate faster, right? Remember, he didn't make the All-Star game. Like, he wasn't voted into the All-Star. He was, he's killing worms. He had some opportunities with runners in scoring position. He wasn't coming up clutch. He stopped shuffling. Had us all kind of worrying about Juan Soto. As Lisa was talking about changing cities or going from team to team, getting a new job, there was definitely an adjustment for Juan Soto. That's done. So I expect Juan Soto to come out of the gate and be Juan Soto. And they have to establish their new culture, their new vibe. I don't know. What are these Mets going to be known for? What's their thing going to be? And they got to deal with their own division rivals. The Phillies want smoke. The Marlins want smoke. The Braves, of course, want smoke. I mean, you've got Jeremy Hefner down there, and you've got Anton Richardson down there. I think I had a cut from Jeremy Hefner I wanted to play. And I have some audio that we'll bring into, but let's keep it rolling. I'm going to keep taking calls, 888-808-1019. We're going to stick with the baseball, which was my plan for these first 2.5 hours, but there's a lot to unpack with the Jets and the Giants, as well as the Knicks and NBA All-Star. And I plan on doing that later in the show, so stay with us. Franco out on Staten Island. You're on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, Keith, love your show. You are a very rare combination of being polite, professional, and passionate. So I'm going to call you not Triple H, but Triple P.
Triple P.
I am 65. You are welcome. I'm 65. I'm calling because there are definite strong perceptions of today's lack of sports fundamentals by people close to my age that are not always supported by stats. So I wanted to just give a couple and then hear your comments on it. Okay. So first one's basketball, and then I'll go to baseball, my passion. So in basketball, a call-in person this morning on Joe's show said they don't even teach how to make free throws anymore. They don't know how to make free throws. Well, I looked up the stats. This is false. Free throw rates are up 3% in the last 50 years. And now let's go to baseball. I got a bunch of background here. I coached Little League. My mom was the president of the Bobby Thompson fan club. I was at the last game of the '69 World Series. My father ran a sports bar. So so here's a misperception. They don't teach how to field in baseball anymore. I think this is false too. Fielding percentage is up 3% in the last 50 years. But I think here is what has changed and people close to my age can't deal with. I used to coach Little League, and I taught kids, my own kids, hit down on the ball, keep your shoulders level. But now what do they teach? Launch angle, right? You go up on the ball, you actually drop down your back shoulder, and it's because of the metrics. So it's not because of lack of fundamentals. That is the fundamentals that you're teaching because they believe it is the right way to increase your WAR and your metrics and to win. So that's my position on. I think people my age just think there's no more fundamentals. I think it's wrong perception on some things and that they're teaching different things what they believe is right.
Thanks for the call, Franco. I'm not to the point where I'm coaching my son yet. I can't speak at the lower level. And whenever we talk about these professional players, they're so far from the days of those drills and reps. I mean, they're in spring training right now. They're supposed to be repping and drilling some things. But ultimately, like once you get to a certain level of performance and play and pay, you do your own thing. And the game has changed and the fundamentals have changed. And as long as they're getting it done, they don't feel like they got to do some of the old stuff that they used to do. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we will get a little bit more into the World Baseball Classic as we get out of the baseball conversation. Then we will talk NFL as I got to play some cuts from John Harbaugh. And then we got to speak on the Jets and who should be quarterbacking the Jets and what Jets fans can expect in this upcoming season. It's about 2:45. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Good to be back on this Valentine's Day. Call us up. You got me till 6. Right back after this.
It's pretty damn cold outside, so the Fan's got the hot stove keeping you warm.
Victory for the New York Yankees.
The Fan has you covered as the Yankees and Mets gear up for spring training, and we'll keep you covered. Your home for New York baseball is 101.9 FM WFAN, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers with download speeds over 50 megabytes per second, June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms may apply.
My buddy dies. I show up to the funeral. Open casket. We're still doing that? I've never understood open casket. I don't get it. It's like, you told me he was dead. I believed you.
From the Monday Morning Podcast, his hit film Old Dads, and his latest Grammy-nominated special on Hulu, comedian Bill Burr, coming to Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Atlantic City, Saturday, April 25th, with all new material. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
This President's Month at Nielsen Dodge, fun is in the driver's seat. We're celebrating all month with special presidential savings, plus 0 down payment.
We have your new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram at extra special fun is in the driver's seat savings.
Lease a new 2026 Jeep Compass Limited 4x4, just $187 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Laredo X 4x4, just $295 a month.
Plus, choose from a wide selection of certified pre-owned vehicles.
And if you need credit help, we're here to make it fast and easy on Route 10 in East Hanover, or shop online at nielsendodge.com.
Proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
At Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
President's Day sales event. Term 27 months to assigned Compass 5782, Cherokee 5890 at tax tag 489 dock and DMV fees.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Grubhub, we're eating the fees on restaurant orders over $50. That's right. No more of those pesky fees. No delivery fee, no service fee, no sick day fee, no date night fee, no your roommate Kevin spilled the sauce all over the inside of the refrigerator and now you need more sauce fee. No parking fee, no finder's fee, no knock knock, who's there? Another fee. Seriously, no more fees on restaurant orders over $50. No delivery fees, no service fees, only on Grubhub.
Grubhub will eat the fees.
Details at grubhub.com.
Want to know why betting on the Winter Games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care most about, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The Winter Games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating skating decided by inches, hockey games that feel different from the opening faceoff, and so much more. FanDuel is the place to bet on the winter games. You can bet on who you think will take home the gold in alpine skiing, skeleton, bobsleigh, luge, and speed skating, just to name a few. The winter games are here, so stay connected to all the action with FanDuel. We all love the app around here. It is safe and secure. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and older, physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Talk New York sports here.
Focus is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, ChefIQ.com. I feel like the World Baseball Classic is for the fans. You know, I get it that there are fans of Major League Baseball that care about their team more, right? The Yankees, the Mets, more than the national team. But these guys care, right? These guys want to win for their country. Some of these guys are one and done. Some of these guys have played multiple times. And I'm excited to watch it. It's a nice little treat. I think it's cool every few years to see these players, go and play and represent where they're from. And, there's stuff out there about these guys playing harder. I remember that was the thing they said, Lindor plays harder for Team Puerto Rico, than he played for the Mets. Well, he's not playing for Team Puerto Rico. And neither is Carlos Correa. And as we're coming off the heels of a top 5 Super Bowl performance by Bad Bunny, Benito, the rumors out there were true. Carlos Correa confirmed that Bad Bunny tried to pay for the insurance so he and Francisco Lindor could play for Team Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic. They were denied insurance by MLB, and Correa was advised from people that he trusts that he shouldn't accept the offer. He said, Astros, MLB, and Scott Boras told me it was a bad idea. They told me the insurance company had cases where they weren't paying players back. I could not sign my life away. And, Carlos Correa was almost a Met, but he had some issues. And then he just ended up going to Minnesota and back to Houston. Let's see. The Diamondbacks will allow Carlos Santana to play in the World Baseball Classic despite not being insured due to Santana being over 37 years old. He's going to play for the Dominican Republic. And here's a list of the Mets' 40-man players on the World Baseball Classic rosters. Jared Young will play for Canada, Huascar Brazoban, DR, Juan Soto, DR, Nick Morabito, Italy, Alex Carrillo, Mexico, Daniel Duarte, Mexico, Mark Vientos, Nicaragua, Clay Holmes, USA, Nolan McLean, USA. Elsewhere in the organization, Daviel Hurtado, Cuba, Robert Stock, Israel, Josh Bloom, Israel, Jordan Gerber, Israel, Ben Simon, Israel, Jamdrick Cornelia, the Netherlands, Jose Ramos, Panama, Carlos Guzman, Team Venezuela. And for the Yankees actually had more people added kind of late and more people than I even realized as I was going through the names and the numbers of who's going to be participating in the World Baseball Classic. So you obviously know All Rise, number 99, Aaron Judge is going to play for the first time. And, Judge wants to bring it home and wants to win it. And what I'm looking for with Judge, 1, stay healthy. 2, play at that high level and perform. Answer the bell. Continue the way you did in the postseason. Continue. If they're going to pitch to Judge in this World Baseball Classic, show him who the best hitter in the world is, Judge. David Bednar, also praying for health with him. The Yankees' bulldog of a closer will be on Team USA closing games. Camilo Doval, who can close games and might be a setup guy for the Yankees. He's going to play for the DR. Also, Austin Wells is going to catch for the DR. De Lo Mio Personal, if you did not know, Austin Wells is going to play for the Dominican. Ahmed Rosario, Uncle Ahmed, is going to play for the Dominican Republic. Jazz Chisholm Jr. is going to play for Team Great Britain. So, like, just right there, you've got multiple starters and depth pieces, going out there for the Yankees. Brandon Beck, a Yankees pitching prospect, will also play for Great Britain. Team Israel, Harrison Cohen and Jose Caballero will play for Team Panama. Fernando Cruz will play for Puerto Rico. Elmer Rodriguez will play for Puerto Rico. Paul Goldschmidt will also be on Team USA. Like, that's a lot of guys. That's a lot of guys leaving, I believe, March 3rd. They're going to leave spring training, and they're going to go to, represent their countries. But I'm looking forward to the World Baseball Classic. I'll be watching it. I remember Sal Licata used to call it the Worthless Baseball Classic and made hoodies, sweatshirts that said WBC World Worthless Baseball Classic. But I think he was mad about, Edwin Diaz. I want to see Judge at a high level on the world stage compete, and I want to see the United States win. I'm looking forward to that. Gary is in Waterbury with us on the Fan. What's up, Gary?
McPherson the Cavalier.
Yeah.
I smash teeth at your beef, no relief. I step on stage.
The girls scream like I'm Keith. You won't be around next year.
My rap's too severe, kicking mad flavor in you.
Yes, sir. There it is.
All right. Yeah, Foo Philly and Cashman sucks. If Cole or Judge don't get a ring with the Yanks, it's an epic fail. Epic fail if neither of them get a ring. And the AL has been so weak too. The past 5 years, the AL is weak.
It's quote unquote wide open for us. I mean, we got there with just beating the Royals and the Guardians.
And they can't break through. It's embarrassing. And, and if Soto gets a ring before they get a ring, that is going to sting. That is going to hurt me to my core.
That's not going to.
No, I know. No, I know. I know.
Let's not get too crazy now. G-Makes, you the man, bro. Thanks for the call and, the trip down memory lane with the, the flavor in your ear reference. So it goes back to what I opened with. My nightmare. My nightmare is that these Hall of Fame caliber guys, Giancarlo Stanton, Garrett Cole, Judge, they pass through here for this last decade of Yankee baseball, and they don't win. And there's going to be so many what ifs. And then Judge specifically, right? Judge is getting up there in age, and everybody wants to say, oh, he's prone, he's injury prone, and he's due to break down. And I have to think that, like, the medicine and the training and, the science and what they know, and Judge being who he is, like, maybe he can curve some of that. And maybe the Yankees, we see the Yankees give him rest days. We see the Yankees DH him. We see them give him scheduled rest. I'd like to see Judge win another MVP this year and, be dominant again. Why can't it be this year? Why not the Yankees this year? 888-808-1019. Why can't they win it this year? Because the Dodgers because the Dodgers got Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. Don't show up. Don't show up. That's the whole thing with sports. My high school football team, there it is. First time I reference myself playing football. You got to do it, though. You got to do that, though. So we got guys like Dave Portnoy out here at the Super Bowl hobbling around, but this guy's got a lot to say about athletes. We got a lot of guys that are loudmouths about athletes. They never did anything with a ball. So I've got a little bit of pride that I actually was decent at one point. My high school team, we won the state championship as a 7th seed. And I missed the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. Nobody had that. But you know what? That's the thing in sports. Nobody saw it coming. They didn't see us practicing. They didn't see us preparing. They didn't see the underdog mentality of we're about to shock the world. And the Yankees, they have unfinished business. And they feel like it shouldn't be a shock to the world, but they feel like they were close last year and they're running it back because they want to finish the job. And the Mets, they have retooled to put all of this talent on this team where they feel like, hey, we have Juan Soto. We got to get him to the postseason. We have Jorge Polanco, a proven postseason player. We got to get him to the postseason. With Bo Bichette, who just did it in the World Series. With Lindor, who we've seen do it as well. We got a break. It's already 3 o'clock. Time is rolling. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. streaming on the free Odyssey app, also live on WFAN YouTube. I'll jump in the chat during the break. I will also post my video of me being athletic, jumping over a chair in the sales department side of the building. And we'll start to sprinkle in some other stuff. You know, baseball is changing, but the NFL has changed a bunch, and nobody complains about that. We'll do more on it in the 3 o'clock hour. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Excuse me. I can't even say we'll be right back.
I'm Barry Colstein. I am a violin maker. Precision is part of my profession. 5 years ago, when I was diagnosed with prostate cancer, I chose CyberKnife. CyberKnife only hit the tissue that was affected by the cancer. Treatment was 5 days, virtually no side effects. I'm healthy, and I'm basically cured.
For an appointment, call NYU Langone's Perlmutter Cancer Center at 833-1-CYBER. That's 833-ONECYBR.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks. Plans start at just $10 a month and stay there. Plus, real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal, and I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair tire, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The home of New York Giants football, The Fan.
Runs out of the tackle, down the right sideline, cuts inside at the 5, in for the touchdown!
1019 FM WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. An Odyssey sports station.
New York City. Right back at it on The Fan. It's 3 o'clock. You got me till 6. We'll start to sprinkle in some other things, but still taking your calls at 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on The Fan. We'll get to everything. We'll get to the Knicks. We'll get to the Jets and the Giants. And, I had a thought as, the NFL is king, and we're just coming off the Super Bowl, and how many people watched the halftime show, and how many people watched the Super Bowl, and how much conversation it was literally for days after. The NFL controls us, and they know that. They can do whatever they want. The Super Bowl is such a production now. Even Radio Row is so different, but they can do whatever they want, and we don't make a fuss about it. We'll do that with baseball, though. We'll fight and we'll push back with baseball, but we won't do that with the NFL. The NFL is trying to put an 18th game on there, and at least the players are pushing back against that because that's crazy. 18 games is too much. It's a contact sport. So it's a rough-ass game. But the NFL will have a Wednesday game to open the 2026 season, with the 49ers and Rams in Australia being played either on Wednesday or Thursday as part of opening weekend. Whichever day the game does not take place, the Seahawks home opener will be on. Now, it's a global game, right? As they picked a halftime show that would reach a global audience. And they know that you're going to watch. They can put that specifically on Peacock. Like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Chargers-Chiefs game in Brazil, like only on Peacock. And it did numbers. It did ratings. We will watch the NFL because there's something about American football. There's something about our football teams, our allegiance to these teams, and them owning Sundays and gambling and the fantasy teams and just the culture that is America and American sports fans. They dominate television, and they can do no wrong. They can do whatever they want. So in this hour, I do want to speak on the Giants, and I do want to speak on the Jets. We'll start with the Jets first. You know, as I listen to WFAN and I listen to Craig try and defend the Jets, and I hear the conversations that pop up about the Jets, it's just like, all right, we get it. They're a punching bag. Same old Jets. And it's a mess. After Aaron Glenn had to fire some coaches, and you want to talk about David Stern's freestyle in an offseason, like the Jets just completely had to reconfigure. And, you know, you hear things about John Gruden. You hear about Wink Martindale coming here and that not happening. And then AG is going to call the plays. And it just makes you think that there's this overarching thing going on, which we all know is going on, and that's Woody Johnson, right? Like, who is really pulling the strings? You hear rumors about Darren Muji and what he's telling people and what he's not telling people, where he was or where he wasn't. And it's like, all right, enough. Let the Jets fans just live in their long playoff drought, their uncertainty at head coach, in an offseason where there were 10 vacancies and a bunch of different head coaches moving around, and they stuck with Aaron Glenn. And then, you know, they change up their offensive coordinator. Congrats to Frank Reich coming home. Brian Duker gets the defensive coordinator job because Aaron Glenn is going to call the plays. And then you hear Rob Saleh, the former Jets coach, talk about how when he was with the Jets, he was just a timeout and flag guy, and how he's going to call the plays with the Titans. And he hires Brian Daboll to be his head coach, or to be his offensive coordinator as he's a head coach. And then I just saw news today that Nathaniel Hackett is hired to be the offensive coordinator in Arizona under Mike LaFleur, former Jets offensive coordinator. It seems like it all just comes back around to be LOL Jets. And it's like the league looks at the Jets and says, well, what they do over there, they do over there. And there's one reason why it never works over there, and that's Woody Johnson. So then when the report comes out that report cards aren't needed, you think back to Woody Johnson and the terrible grade that he got. You think back to how critical he was, right? Rich Cimini wrote, "This is a win for Woody Johnson." You may recall that Johnson panned by his players in 2024, panned by his players in the 2024 report card, said that the NFL report cards are totally bogus. So Adam Schefter writes that the NFL informed all 32 teams today in a memo that it prevailed in its grievance versus the NFLPA and its team report cards. And, you know, an arbitrator determined that the NFLPA's conduct violated the CBA and ordered it to stop. And we don't need this. Why do we need to be audited? Why do we need report cards? And let's just get rid of them. Why does the public need to know? And again, it comes back to, we're the NFL. We can do whatever we want. We don't need this. Let's just keep this internal and private, guys. 888-808-1019. Back to the calls. Andy in Freehold on the Fan. What you thinking about?
Keith, man. Well, I'm thinking Yankee baseball. Baseball's king. But real quick, I'm driving down Route 18 towards, you know, the Cluck U by Monmouth. Mm-hmm. I know you've been in there a couple of times. And it was like about an hour ago, and Keith McPherson's on. I almost crashed the Honda, man.
Drive safe.
Overnights aren't the same, man. Overnights, we miss you, man. I don't care what anyone says. But
I'll be doing 2 overnights this week. I'll be on at midnight Tuesday, midnight Wednesday, to kind of restore the feeling a little bit.
We need it, man. It just, I don't want to diss anybody, but you know what I'm saying? It ain't the same.
I understand.
You know, man. Yankees over on, how many games are they going to win this year?
At least 90.
Has to be 90.
You run it back, you got to win 94.
Right.
Got to win at least 94. But it's a different season. I don't know who's going to be good. I don't know who's going to emerge. I think the Mariners are going to be good, right? I obviously think the Blue Jays are still going to be elite. I think the Red Sox got better. I know that the Baltimore Orioles got better. They signed Chris Bassett. They got Pete Alonso. Yeah. They went and got Taylor Ward. They already had some pieces. So, and the Rays are back in their building. They might be better for it. So it's tough.
AL East is the Rays. No matter what happens, they always seem to do well.
Yep, they're pesky.
You know, with a lot of – they are pesky. A lot of no-name, not a lot of big-name players, whatever.
They got a good manager.
Yeah, they sure do. All right, everyone, Garrett Cole, Max Free, blah, blah, blah. Can we count on Rodon this year, you think?
Yeah.
A little hot-headed.
Yeah, he's going to quietly come back whenever he's ready to come back, and I think he's better for it now that he's been in pinstripes for 3 years. Like, I think he's going to be better for it from the experiences that he had, for sure.
Right. Because when he a couple wild pitches, he gets so hot on the mound, he starts pacing, he falls apart.
I used to say if his shoes come untied, he's rattled.
Yeah.
But I think he's also not going to be asked to be that guy. If you ask me, when everybody's healthy, Cole, Max Fried, and Cam Schlittler should be ahead of him. So he's not going to be asked to be the number 2. You know, there's 3 guys that I'd rather have on the mound before Rodon.
Right. All right. Let's agree on 94 wins. We'll take it.
94 wins. Andy, you the man. Thanks for the call. Drive safe down Route 18. I used to take those Route 18 trips to Rutgers, back and forth, Monmouth to Rutgers. Those were the days, boy. Those were the days. Rutgers Fest. Y'all don't know about that. Jersey, we here. That's another thing. Got to keep that Jersey energy on the fan in New York. I saw somebody in the chat like, this guy wishes he was from New York. No, I don't. I don't think I even give it up like that. I'm not from the towns. I'm from the township. Andy just called from Freehold Township. I grew up in Ocean Township. I don't even pretend. I don't even think I sound like I'm from Harlem or the Bronx or Brooklyn. I don't give it up like that. What I'm saying, like I don't try to pretend like I'm anybody. I'm pretty secure in exactly who I am. If you haven't figured that out, so shout out to all my Jersey people that listen to the fan religiously. Shout out to all my Jersey people that are listening right now in New Jersey, driving or doing errands or cleaning the house or in the gym. Like, let's not forget about Jersey. Let's not forget that, even this great city, a lot of that workforce, bridge and tunnel coming into, Manhattan to help us get it done. 888-808-1019. Now the Jets are on the table as well. I was reading about Breece Hall. And, now teams are deciding what they're going to do with their tags. Like, Dallas Cowboys are going to tag George Pickens. I was reading about Breece Hall, and a couple things here. The Jets are unlikely to use the franchise tag on running back Breece Hall. We'll see. But the transition tag is likely in play. The transition tag would be about $2 million cheaper and would allow the Jets to match any offer Hall may receive in free agency. But that does not entitle them to draft picks if Hall decides to leave. The Chiefs offered the Jets a 4th-round pick for Hall at the trade deadline last year, but New York was pursuing a 3rd round or better. It never came through. So, I mean, Breece Hall, no matter who your quarterback is, and we'll get to the Jets quarterback conversation, Breece Hall is a weapon, and you need him. And you're assuming that they're getting Garrett Wilson back fully healthy to go along with Adonai Mitchell and John Mechie. So now it's like you have a receiving core and a running back. Where they're going to go for a quarterback, I'm not sure. But I would do something with Breece to make sure he can't leave. I was watching the Seahawks parade, and I watch every parade because I want one to hit New York. I don't know how many nights you heard me rant about, like, one, I don't care what team wins it, whether it's the Yankees, the Mets, the whomever. I'm going to be at the parade because I just want to see New York have a parade. There's so many of us here. It's going to be massive. It's going to be like something people have never seen. They can have a nice little parade in the Pacific Northwest out there in Seattle. And I watched it, and Kenneth Walker, right, John Snyder, their GM, gets on stage and talks about, he's drunk, and they're all drunk, but of course, they're drinking the whole day. It's parade day. Understood. That's what's going to happen here. And John Snyder says, oh, yeah, Kenneth Walker, he just tried to negotiate his contract with me a few minutes ago. And Kenneth Walker has this look on his face of embarrassment. And we just learned the Super Bowl MVP, his dad went to the first NFL game of his 3-4 year career. Because he's got social anxiety. He doesn't like to be around crowds. He doesn't like to be around that many people. But his dad, Kenneth Walker II, came to the game. Now, I got a feeling that after Kenneth Walker put that performance on, the Seahawks have to bring him back because Zach Charbonnet has the ACL injury. But if they don't want to pay him, and if he feels some type of way about that, like Kenneth Walker is the top free agent running back out there. He can go to whomever. He could go to the Chiefs. The Jets got to make sure that they keep Breece Hall. Right? They got to keep, he just had 1,000 yards. They got to keep him in the fold. You don't want your guys going elsewhere. You don't want more of these stories about Leonard Williams and Sam Darnold and how they won the Super Bowl and the Jets were right drafting them and look at what they became elsewhere. And shout out to Sam Darnold. Amazing story, amazing trip. And he didn't throw any dirt on the Jets name at all. He said, I always look at myself and I feel like I could have done a lot more for that franchise. And then he also said he felt like the experiences he had in New York helped make him who he is today. Really happy for him, really happy for the Seahawks. We could not live through another Patriots parade. In Hewlett, New York. Ted, you're on the fan. Go for it.
Can I tell you something? I called you before your last commentary, and listening to you just blew me away. Maybe the most important thing I've ever heard on the radio. You said, I am secure in being who I am. That is like made my day. That is like everybody in life should strive to feel like you do right now.
There's a lot of
really
people
impressive.
faking. There's a lot of people, especially when the mic comes on, they try to turn into somebody else, pretending. I cannot. I'm already formed.
The second thing I'll tell you is I'm Ted from Hewlett, but I lived in New Jersey 27 years in Englewood, New Jersey, next to Fort Lee and the George Washington Bridge.
I know
so
it
shout
well.
out to Jersey, man.
Yeah, I know it well.
That will never leave my bones. Ever.
Yeah, we're
All
not,
right, so I
we're
married a
not,
girl
we're not
from Long Island.
second-class citizens. We're not the little brother. Like, New Jersey is a great state with a lot of great people, and we contribute to the great state of New York and the city as well.
I love it. You just made my day. So let's get to sports for a moment, though. I agree with you 100%. At the end of the day, it's all about ownership, and this is what I get so hung up on, is that the Jets' ownership, it stinks. And I compare it to the Knicks and the Yankees. The Yankees have always had great ownership. They've always gotten the best players. The Knicks struggled when they lost Patrick Ewing because you had the wrong guy. You had Dolan calling all the shots. The Knicks franchise changed when they brought in Leon Rose, and all of a sudden, 2 years later, they became relevant, and now they're super relevant.
And they're
That was all ownership.
sustaining
so what are we
that
gonna do with?
Yes.
Yes, but it's because of Leon Rose and everybody underneath him now. What are we going to do about the Jets? The only time they were good was when they brought in Bill Parcells for a few years. Other than that, I've been a Jets fan for 50 years. I've been waiting since the year after Joe Namath won the Super Bowl for them to do something. All I got is a butt fumble. So what are we going to do as Jets fans? How do we stick with them when you got an owner that is never – I feel like they're never going to build a real team. And they always have some pieces, but then – and I got one more question for you.
Yeah.
Breece Hall is fantastic, but the problem is when you're a losing franchise, the best players aren't motivated to stay. Somehow a lot of them end up disappearing.
The culture is
right?
broken.
So
We
what do
we
we
heard
do
a lot about that, how, some players were just showing up, collecting their check. They didn't care because it's the same old Jets. Thanks for the call, Ted. I appreciate the vibes, the energy, and you kind of echoing what I had to say. What do we do here? I mean, Woody's never selling the team. His sons will just run it in the future, and maybe it'll be better when, I don't know, Brick Johnson is the guy. He already is kind of the guy. Now here comes Brick Johnson all bricked up in the locker room to give the game ball to Garrett Wilson for a catch. I remember, those articles from The Athletic were classic, and trying to picture Woody Johnson talking about Madden ratings and trying to bench Aaron Rodgers and then firing Rob. The 30 for 30 on the Jets would be magical, but they'd never do it. Hard Knocks, off-season. Could you imagine off-season Hard Knocks with the Jets? Be the best ever, but no one's doing that after the Giants fumbled that one. You got to trust in Darren Muji right now. You got to hope that he's the guy, and you got to hope that his heart is in it and that he really does want to be here. I didn't believe the conversations that were being had about Muji telling other people that like he didn't want to be here and he's probably done and it's a mess or whatever. He just got here. And he was allowed to do what he wanted at the trade deadline. The Jets won the trade deadline. And now they got to go win the offseason and the draft. And it sucks because there are fans that, are so beaten down, that have lost so much, that they're already subscribed to losing another year, tanking another year, wasting another football season of their lives, not having any joy on Sundays, maybe 1 or 2 Sundays out of 4 months, with a hope of firing Aaron Glenn, getting Mike Tomlin or whoever the hot coordinator is coming up, and then drafting Archie Manning. It's so far-fetched for all of those things to happen. Like, they always screw up the number 1 pick. They always find a way, whether it was, Trevor Lawrence or even this year with Fernando Mendoza, they always find a way to not have the number 1 pick. And to think that, the Manning family won't do what they did with Eli and be like, nah, not playing for the Jets. And who knows who's going to want to coach the Jets. Mike Tomlin may not want this job or whoever the top guy. Like, I think you got to stay the course. I think you got to stay the course with Darren Muji and hope that he is the right GM and there's more good than bad. And hope that Woody Johnson sees the good and lets them do their thing instead of like, holding court and telling all the reporters that, Justin Fields sucks. He's got a terrible rating, Madden rating, passer rating, QBR. And hopefully this new regime of coaches and these draft picks, they start to change the culture. They got some of those other guys out of there. And, the thing about Aaron Glenn, he fooled me. He certainly fooled me. And, they fooled me with Justin Fields, too. I don't see any point in going to get Justin Fields, giving him that much guaranteed money, and then trying to make him a drop-back passer, trying to make him throw quick game and read the defense, trying to have him stand in the pocket. He's a gazelle. Roll him out. Run read options, zone read. Like, move the pocket. Have him throwing on or whatever. It's too late now. Now is it Kyler Murray? Is it Geno Smith? And it's Geno Smith if you actually are trying to just tank and lose out. Russell Wilson lives close by. Jimmy Garoppolo, Mitchell Trubisky. I don't think that they should be trading for anyone. Like Jacoby Brissett. I was on Jets Worldwide podcast the other day, and we talked about Jacoby Brissett. He would be a good quarterback, but don't give up anything for him. You're not in a position to give up anything. And honestly, even with this upcoming draft with the Jets, Arvell Reese, if he crushes the combine and the pro day and people are like, this guy is a surefire, then I guess you could draft him at 2. But why not trade back? Somebody else is going to be in love with a prospect. Somebody's going to want Reuben Bain Jr. or one of these tackles or who knows. It's not a quarterback-heavy draft class. If I'm the Jets, I'm not wasting a single pick on a quarterback in this draft. For what? Trade back, stockpile picks, and let Darren Muji cook. I'm looking at Muji more than I'm looking at Glenn. Glenn fooled me, but there's a lot out there, like players' testimony about how good of a coach AG is. There are a lot of players that say they go to war for the guy, how much they love the guy. So I guess we got to give him a little bit of a leash too. I said if they would have fired him last year, I would have been fine with it because he was terrible. The way he treated the media, having an attitude, the way that he thought like not revealing the quarterback gave him some type of competitive advantage. You didn't have a quarterback. How he came at Rich Cimini, how he was upset about, Rich Cimini getting the information about Garrett Wilson being shut down, how he literally had an attitude. You don't have a leg to stand on. You're not winning. But we're the freaking New York Jets, and we're built for this. Who want to fly with them freaking Jets? Nobody, honestly. But I think, he's going to learn from this first year, and he'll be better next year. Unforgivable, the London game against the Broncos, how that first half ended. Like, embarrassing. Embarrassing. So he's got to build. He's got to evolve. And hopefully with Frank right next to him, he'll be a little bit better, and this could be a better year for the Jets. But I know there's a lot of Jet fans that are like, what's the use? What's the point in that? What's the point in the Jets winning when we want this coach out of here and we want to draft the quarterback of the future in next year's draft, right? Dante Moore, many people say Dante Moore ducked the draft because he didn't want to be a Jet. But like Dante Moore's in that draft class. Obviously, I mentioned Archie Manning. Now Trinidad Chambliss gets his 6 year of eligibility, gets to go back. He's going to be in the mix there. And there's a bunch of other names of guys that are going to be coming out that are talented. Janoris Sellers. There's a bunch of other, there's Lenoris Sellers. There's a bunch of other quarterbacks that are coming out next year where the Jets, that, I think no matter what, I mix up Janoris Jenkins and Lenoris Sellers. Sport brain. I've done that. I've done that on the fan so much. Players like, there's so many players. I remember I was mixing up Cam Payne and Deron Payne. It happens. You got to know all these players' names. And someone asked me, they're like, how do you deal with the pressure of having to know all of the players? And I'm like, you just don't. Like, that's why I always say, I don't know. Call up and tell me. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't know. I'm not a computer. I'm not ChatGPT. I'm not AI. I know what I know, but I don't know everything. Anyway, the Jets will have their pick of quarterbacks. And the way I look at this league, I don't know. I don't see them being competitive where they're outside of the top 10 picking next year. I think they're going to lose a bunch of games. And we don't know who their quarterback is today. 888-808-1019. I see Knicks, Mets, Yanks will get to you, but Jarvis is in Harlem as we give the Jets a little bit of time. I think we got to give the Jets some time.
What's up, Keith? How you doing?
What's up, bro?
I'm good. Talk about the New York Jets, and say the Jets not going to be good next year. But that's why I listen to Craig Carton say he wants them. He said he wanted to be 0-17 so they can fire the coach and then bring in a new coach over there. And then he's saying about talk about the Patriots, the Patriots are done because they lost to the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. He say it's a wrap or something. I mean, after a rookie quarterback, Drake May, in his second year, I mean, how can you say the Patriots are done? I mean, he has a coach of Mike
Vrabel. Thanks for the call, Jarvis. Mike Verbal. Tiffany Haddish went to the NFL honors, and I never know anymore. I never know what's real and what's fake. She's a comedian. I think everyone knows Mike Vrabel. I think if you're just at the NFL honors event in the room, people have said Mike Vrabel in passing. Vrabel versus Mike Verbal, Verbal. I think she was trolling. I think she was doing that on purpose, whatever. But yes, when I did my overnight, which I'm in the chat, people are hilarious in the chat. Shout out to the YouTube chat. I'm moderating how much I can because people get confused, right? They're in the chat like, this guy got fired. They're in the chat like, now he's just doing the overnight. I'm not above any shift here. I was not fired. If I was fired, I wouldn't be back here so happy to be with you, speaking to you. I'm here to help. I'm on standby. WFAN could have told me, hey, you can't do the shifts. Don't let the door hit you. See you never. But I am forever part of the pantheon here, and I was happy to do the overnight after the Super Bowl. You know why? Because now, no matter what, for the rest of time, I can say I've been on the morning show, I've done the midday solo, I've done the afternoon solo, I've done the night solo, and I've done the overnight solo. There's only a few amount of guys that could ever say that. But anyway, when I was on the overnight, we talked about Drake May. And shout out to my guy, the cowbell man, Milton in Brooklyn. He's a Jet fan, and he's like, nobody wants to hear you pumping up Drake May. But what I was doing, as someone who played the quarterback position, someone that knows, how you get better at football? Playing football. You know how you get better specifically at quarterback? Reps. Over and over and over again. Running plays, seeing defenses. Drake may never see a defense like he just saw in the Super Bowl with the dark side Seahawks defense. That defense was tough, every level. He's not done, so people want to write him off. People want to lump him in with all these other quarterbacks. Matt Ryan, Colin Kaepernick, Joe Burrow, quarterbacks that got there in their second year or whatever, quarterbacks that got there and never got back. He plays for the Patriots. They're the pinnacle of the sport. They're the model of consistency. They're going to be back. They're going to be back. He's 24 years old. And in this NFL that we're watching right now, these quarterbacks are playing until they're Aaron Rodgers' age, 42. Oh, former Patriots Super Bowl winning quarterback Tom Brady could play till he's 45. I think he's going to be back. He's a competitor. I talked about how he is one of 4 brothers, and he's the youngest. So he's used to getting knocked down and having to get back up. He's used to always fighting uphill. I think Drake May he's only scratched the surface, and he was the runner-up to the MVP. And many people were thinking he should have been the MVP. He shouldn't have. But I don't think Drake May is done. I don't think we can write him off and say that, they had an easy schedule, they're not going to get back. That team is young. That team's going to get better. That's Mike Vrabel's first year. That kid has potentially another 15 years to play in the NFL with a winning franchise like the Patriots that we saw get back to the Super Bowl. I would not write Drake May and the Patriots off, and that comes back to the Jets. They're in the Jets division. And yes, Tom Brady had to call out the Jets in the AMC. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it till it was on the fan. I didn't watch it. I saw it come across Instagram. I put it on my story. Like, Tom is petty. Any opportunity Tom Brady gets to take a jab at the Jets, he has to do it. He's always punching down. He is always punching down on the Jets. They put a statue of Tom Brady outside of Foxborough. And in his speech, he says, yeah, the Jets fans can come here and throw beers at it on the way out. Why you got to do that? Why specifically the Jets? Are Jets fans really willing to tank another year, take another year of embarrassment, another year of misery, another year of being a laughingstock in hopes of getting another coach, in hopes of getting Archie Manning or whoever the number 1 pick or number 2 pick is at quarterback? It's a lot. You want to win. We love football too much, man. It's a long season to go through, feeling like you don't have a shot. I mean, in the way that the Jets ended last year, I put that on Aaron Glenn too. They were non-competitive. It's one thing to tank. It's another thing to put Brady Cook out there and a bunch of guys on defense that nobody knows, and they don't stand a chance. They can't pick the ball off. They went the whole season without picking the ball off. The differential, the score, it was just they got smoked every game the rest of it. It's like, obviously we know you're tanking, but damn. 888-808-1019. And some Jets fans also double as Mets fans. So coming off that Mets season into that Jet season, misery. To Queens we go. Steve, you're on the Fan next. What's up, Steve?
Hello, Mr. Keith. I appreciate you, and I enjoy your show overnight, and I truly, truly miss it because of all the silly sophomore jokes and screaming and yelling. I have to listen to that during the day. You're a pleasure.
Thank you.
And everybody says Steve the Alarm Man. That's what I do. But the answer, a couple of questions I had for you was, first of all, I want to know if Nick is ever going to become your co-host because he's got a giant personality over there. Number one. Number two, my sports question for you is, do you believe will get canned first, Mr. Mendoza or Aaron Glenn? Because my feeling all the time is with the Mets and the Jets is you could change uniforms and they would have the same record.
Thanks for the call and the compliment, Steve. And, yeah, I mean, I think that's a Joe Beningo-ism, right? You can change the uniforms. You can change the like. It's the same old Jets, same old Mets. Who do I think gets canned first? Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn's seat is the hottest. They just did I don't know who put it out. Maybe it was Fox. Did a ranking of NFL hot seats just for fun, just because it's that dead season in sports. We got to make a list. And Aaron Glenn was at the top because he could have got fired this year. And most likely, if they tank and they lose and they're at the top of you can't bring him back. You can't bring him back if you're picking number one. You can't bring him back most likely if you're picking top 5. So it's Aaron Glenn. And, even though people were critical of Carlos Mendoza and maybe some of the bullpen moves and maybe taking out starters or sticking with starters or lineup decisions, I think Carlos Mendoza is regarded as a good manager, a good baseball guy. I think he does make good connections with this team. Not for nothing, he is Latino, and now this team is more Latino, Spanish-speaking, English and Spanish, but, can relate to players in a different way, and, that is important. I think Mendoza, when you go back to the 2024 where they got to the NLCS and they won 2 games against the Dodgers, he gets a lot of credit for that team because they could have went in the tank. They could have packed it up. They started off terrible, and what I remember I used to call him Steady Mendy because I used to watch his post games. I used to be in here watching his post games, getting ready to do my show. I'm like, Steady Mendy, he's the same. That was an embarrassing loss. He's the same. He keeps the faith. I remember he kept the faith in Edwin Diaz. Edwin Diaz blows a game. He comes right back out there. He kept the faith in Pete Alonso. People were calling the fans saying that they would drop Pete Alonso off at the airport. That classic line. And Steady Mendy said, Pete Alonso's one swing away from changing all this. And then Pete Alonso comes out there, takes Devin Williams deep. And then 2 years later, the Mets are like, we want Devin Williams. We want Devin Williams. 888-808-1019. Nico, Jersey Shore on the Fan. But we got 2 Jersey Shore guys on both sides of the phone.
Hey, Keith, how you doing, my bro? I know you're
great.
around the. Yeah, I know you are, man. I hope you're child or children at this point. I don't know where you're at this point, but I know you have one.
I'd like to have another,
all right.
but there's some work to be done to get there. My son Jackson he's 2 years and 10 months as of yesterday, and he thinks he's 5 or 6.
I know. He's ready to get big already. Second grade, do a couple push-ups. Yeah, there you go, my man. I love it. I love it. You're a neighbor to me because you live around the corner from Monmouth University, so I do as well.
Yep, go
so
Hawks.
You're a neighbor to me. Yes, sir. So and also not for anything. My father and I owned a shop, and we have the leading rebounder from Monmouth University of all time, Coach Walt Mishler. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he's the leading rebounder in Monmouth University and the first leading rebounder of Division I sports back in 1982 who got 1,000 rebounds, if I'm not mistaken. First person to get 1,000.
I'm not familiar, but what do you mean you
Yeah,
have him?
well-
He works with you guys? He's
No, he's a customer of my father
okay.
and myself. So I'm a cobbler. My father and I are cobblers. We're shoemakers. We work down in Avon by the Sea, close to you.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a shop by you. But Coach Mishler comes in quite often with the Covens and a lot of the people from the the Monmouth County area.
Cool.
But Coach Mishler was the leading rebounder for Monmouth University and still is to this date.
Yeah, so then his name is somewhere over there. He's in the record books.
Oh, it
I have to look
definitely
him
is.
up.
Oh, he's in there. He's in there. But I just wanted to bring up to you. I don't know if you would agree with me or not. I heard somebody state that it should be bet on that the Giants will win the division next year, and I'm not really ready to go anywhere like that. I love the fact that they hired Harbaugh. I love the fact that we have Jackson Dart as a quarterback. I love the fact that we have Cam Scatterbo as a really brick-headed kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate to say this. The reality is, I don't really think he's going to make it more than 2 or 3 years in the NFL, ramming his head like that. But he could be a phenomenal kick returner, special teams individual, whatever it may be. But you can't have a guy like that ramming his head into 300.
They are going to have him ram his head into whoever for his whole rookie contract, and we'll see what happens after that.
Yes, and what the worst thing about that is for me is that we need to, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, I'm not a football coach, but in my opinion, I feel like they need to alter his game a little bit just to make him run or bounce to the outside.
Well,
you're not
between
gonna
him
bounce,
and Jackson Dart, they are stubborn as hell. They don't want to alter their games.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
And they've both been vocal about it. Those guys,
yes. They've been vocal. Keith, they not only have they been vocal about it, but they've been so vocal to the point that it's like, look, this is who we are, and I love that because you and I, young, a little older than them, but young as well. When we grew up, you bashed heads.
Smash mouth football, baby. That's what it was about.
That's it, baby.
You got to go out there and prove how tough you are. Now it's
prove your point.
Don't touch them. Flag on the play.
Yeah,
fine.
So
Unnecessary roughness. Don't lower your helmet.
So Keith, thank you. So let me ask you your opinion. Not that mine means anything, but quarterback wise, when you're trying to determine if a quarterback should, make or break whatever scene he's going through, let him run. What are you going to tell him to not run or make that 7-yard run into a 14-yard run? I have a little bit of a problem with coaches telling a quarterback to bounce out of bounds. I get it. I really do. But if you have another 2 or 3 yards left under your legs, get there and get it. But as far as Cam Scatterbo, it's very disturbing in the sense that, look, I got no problem. I'm actually built exactly like him. Lower your head and ram through. Lower your head and ram through the line. But at the end of the day, if you're going to be told what to do when you've known how to do something your whole life, and you come into the league, and all of a sudden it becomes a different.
It'll neutralize them. Thanks for the call, Nico. These guys can't be thinking too much, and I don't think John Harbaugh is the type that's going to come in and say, "Skirt, you guys are about to do this. You're going to be this. This is not how you play." So, Jackson Dart, again, and him and Cam Scatterbo, they're walking around like Dumb and Dumber at Super Bowl Media Week and Radio Row. They're 2 peas in a pod, and they're 2 crash test dummies. And if you want them to remain on the field, as both of them missed time this year, they do have to be smarter. I'm not saying change who they are, but evolve, grow up a bit. Understand that you are not at Sacramento State by way of Arizona State to the NFL. You're not at USC, Ole Miss. You're in the NFL. They're gunning for you. They're going to try and take your head off. You're going to meet your match. You know what? It's funny because it was Zach Baun who, Cam Scatterbo, I was at that game, that Thursday night football game against the Eagles, and now we're open to the Giants fans, 888-808-1019. I was at that game, and that was the best game I think I ever saw at MetLife. It was so much fun. I went to the Savvy Seeds tailgate. That was lit. Bonobos had a suite that they were hosting me and a bunch of other guys in. Shout out to Alex Day. And there were like other influencers and models and DJs and people in there. It was sick. And that night we watched the Philadelphia Phillies blow it against the Dodgers. And then we were all in there and everybody was taking Giants plus 7.5. And we were all putting props and stuff together on Dart and Scatterbo. And like Dart comes out and he breaks that run where he jukes the hell out of Zach Bond. He puts the ball in the air. He steps on him. Boop, boop. And then he just has a path to the end zone. It's like, whoa, touchdown. He's doing his little, where he puts his hand up. If you're on YouTube, you can see me. He's like, it's almost like he's like bringing the applause in. That place is lit. And then Cam Scatterbo, the bowling ball, just boom, 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 boom. Rumbling, stumbling, bumbling. He knocked Zach Bond off his feet. But then when they played the Eagles 2 weeks later, Zach Bond got his revenge on Cam Scatterbo. The way he tackled him, probably a legal tackle, was a little bit like a hip drop. He cranked his leg. That ends Cam Scatterbo's season. Now, that's not Cam Scatterbo's fault. That's not something that could be avoided. That's not his style of play. That's a guy saying, no, I'm ready for you this time. This is the NFL. These are the men amongst men. I'm ready for you this time. You're not going to get the best of me. These guys have targets on them. And same thing with Jackson Dart. With Jackson Dart, he burst onto the scene that Chargers game. Funny enough, right? Jim Harbaugh takes his first loss of the season against the Giants. I know his brother John was watching that game. was watching that game. He burst onto the scene, and very quickly after that Thursday night football game, NFL has him as their header. They have him, Jackson Dart core. Like they have these videos of Jackson Dart, and he's just like burst onto the scene as this, emerging quarterback. And people get jealous of that. They don't like that. They don't like to see you dancing around, hitting your TikTok dances. They don't like to see you with your chain hanging, right? Remember Jonathan Cooper talking about, he's got his chain and he's doing his dance or whatever. Like, these guys are headhunting. They're coming for you. And so, Jackson Dart had his way. He had some great runs. His field vision is amazing. That's why you can't not let him run. There's a run that he had against the Bears, which was one of the best runs of the season. Just the way that he set up the safety inside and bounced outside. I'm like, bro, this kid's got it. He's got field vision as a quarterback. He can make plays with his feet. But it was, I forget, was it Christian Ellis? Like, when they're playing against the Patriots, that linebacker that boomed his ass out of bounds, where it was like, okay, Dart, step out. Stop trying to get every single yard. You're going to get killed. And then Theo Johnson got into a scrap, and then it ended up being like it's just a negative play, a penalty, and then you're in a worse spot. They got to mature. They got to grow up. And I think they're going to be forced to under John Harbaugh. They have to become professionals. They're college kids that came in, and even they both said, like, we're not a part of this losing with the Giants. We're winners. We won where we were. We're trying to change this, and I think they can. But I think that they're going to learn a lot under Harbaugh and his regime. They're going to learn a lot. They're probably learning a lot already right now. We'll get into more of the Giants conversation. There's a few cuts that I want to play from John Harbaugh talking on Fox and Friends, John Harbaugh talking with Dan Patrick, and John Harbaugh talking to Mike Francesa, a lot of you guys' all-time favorite. But let me take the rest of these Jets calls before we move on to the G-Men. My guy Mario in Long Beach. Mario, you can call and get directly on no matter what hour, no matter what show. You're never blocked. You're a loyal, faithful listener and caller. You don't ever struggle. I have people hit me. Shout out to my guy Ray listening. Ray's trying to get on. A couple people trying to get on. You are in there.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I think I have some good context, and I enjoy every single host, especially yourself. I'm glad to see you back. And I'm glad to watch you on YouTube now, too. So I can see you. I'm watching it on YouTube.
Appreciate it.
So, a little bit about the Jets. One of the things I think that, about the draft is if they wound up just get a quarterback, I still think, I might have told you this already, I still like Willis. I'm going to go for him. He's 26 years old. He has a very high upside. He could be the man. It's possible. If he's not, I give him something like Fields. They have $100 million on the cap.
But Mario, they're paying Aaron Rodgers. They're paying Justin Fields. They're paying Sauce Gardner. You're about to pay Malik Willis. And I just saw somebody on Twitter saying, I think Malik Willis is a star. And I'm like, based off of what? Based off of what? So, like, the Jets are going to learn from the mistake. I would not. Malik Willis is going to be at the top of free agency as far as quarterbacks that get paid, especially after Sam Darnold just took a team to the Super Bowl in his first year. People are going to say, well, we can plug Malik Willis in, and if we have the defense, we can do this. He is not the right fit for the Jets. I don't care how much money they have. He is not the right guy.
Okay.
In my opinion, in my humble opinion. Yeah, it was actually Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick says, I think Malik Willis is a superstar. Off of him filling in for Jordan Love in a couple games, in that system, in LaFleur's system, that's one thing. He wasn't a superstar in Tennessee, and it's not a guarantee that he's going to be a superstar with Frank Wright and Aaron Glenn here in Florham Park.
But if you look at his his ability and his numbers,
he can throw, he can run.
Do you know what his 40 time is?
I'm not worried about his 40 time.
It means something though. It does mean something.
His 40 time, they timed him 5 years ago when he was coming out of Liberty. What's his 40 time?
4.37.
He's fast. But
that's not fast. That's
insane. Blazing fast for a quarterback, especially. But like, I need him to throw the ball. I need him.
Yeah, and he can. I mean, I saw him.
He's a little undersized. He's a little undersized. I just think that he was a good fit with the Packers and LaFleur's system, and he was such a change of pace. Right, you go from Jordan Love to him. The defense is on their heels. I forget which games that he filled in, but I remember watching those games and being like, oh, Malik Willis has got it. And there were some Packers fans that were saying, hey, we should keep Malik Willis. We don't need Jordan Love. And it's like, no, you paid Jordan Love all that money. He's the guy.
No, of course. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's completely ridiculous. But what I think is sort of great for, like, if Manning comes back next year, I think one of the positives we're not looking at, the Jets have really the foundation of having a top 10, top 5 offensive line. They're very young. They got 3 number 1 picks and number 2. I think 1 made the Pro Bowl. Yeah. And you know what their average age is on the offensive line?
Camaraderie. Those guys, didn't they start? They set the record for most consecutive games starting as a unit since 2023. Yeah, that's a strength.
You know what the average age is of their offensive line?
24.
20, exactly. Good call.
Good guess. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they used their last 2 first-round draft picks on Armand Membu and Olu Fashanu, so we know that. And then, I think the Jets have some pieces. But
if a quarterback goes there, like even Manning, for example, you got that 5 guys.
Yeah.
I
wish we would stop doing the Manning conversation though. Like,
why not? I mean, I think he's.
You have to lose. You have to lose. 15 games.
No, I don't want to lose. Here's my thought process, Keith. Give me a second. My thought process is they have 3 number 1 next year. Whether they win or lose, they still have 3 number 1s. They can trade all 3 of them to get to the number 1 pick.
Yeah, and then Cooper Manning's going to be like, hell no, I don't want my kid playing for the Jets.
Well, I don't know that that's going to happen. It happened very rarely in history. If he refuses to play, he's got to sit out and lose a year. It's not a good look.
His grandfather said he wants him to play for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm sure Jerry Jones heard that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I don't know. All I'm saying is this. Don't spend the money on Malik Willis, and don't count anything about, Archie Manning and getting that top pick. Mario, you're the man. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we will play the cuts from John Harbaugh. Now we're talking football on the Fan, Jets and Giants. Stephen Poughkeepsie, we'll take the break. We'll come right back to you, and then we'll start playing the cuts from John Harbaugh so we can get some of the Giants fans' thoughts on Caleb Downs, on this coaching staff, on just the energy that they're getting from Harbaugh as the new man for the Giants. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. You got me till 6. I'm sorry if you don't like sports. I'm just going to talk sports and bore you to death. We'll be right back.
We're talking Yankees and Mets as we get you ready for the 2026 season. From the Time Pitchers and Catchers Report through opening day.
There's a high drive. That's leaving the yard.
The hot stove is fired up on the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Be there at Barclays Center on February 15th. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, Call now, 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, it's Brew, and last year was a big year for me. Ran my first marathon. Well, we're not stopping there. I'm doing my first Ironman later this year with the help from Factor Meals. Factor Meals helps you eat like a pro so you can perform at your best every day. Well, Factor makes it easy for you to stay on track. Their chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals can be ordered right now from your phone and are ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Factor's high-protein, nutrient-packed meals make it easy to stay on your game every day. Because remember, what you put in shapes what you get out. Unlock nutrition that powers your ambition at factormeals.com. Get Factor and eat like a pro.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Want to know why betting on the Winter Games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care most about, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The Winter Games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. Hockey games that feel different from the opening face-off, and so much more. FanDuel is the place to bet on the Winter Games. You can bet on who you think will take home the gold in alpine skiing, skeleton, bobsleigh, luge, and speed skating, just to name a few. The Winter Games are here, so stay connected to all the action with FanDuel. We all love the app around here. It is safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and older, physically present in New York. For help with the gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hey, did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers with download speeds over 50 megabytes per second, June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms may apply.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
The picture that is on Rivals.com from Little Keith 20 years ago at the Nike Penn State Combine. He used that as the image of his face. And he says, Keith, I saw Keith at a spot in Asbury Park. He's kind of small, but I'm 6'4", 220. Why didn't you say anything? That's the thing about you internet guys. You guys always see me but don't talk. You don't ever come up and introduce yourselves. You just look and you say, oh, that's him. Pull up. Say, what's up? Shake a hand, meet a friend. I'm a nice guy. Anyway, I'm 6'2", about 200 pounds when you do see me. And at that combine, I had a 36-inch vertical. And I'm cooking up the video right now, showing off the vertical over here. Another guy in the chat said, nobody asked you to compete in the WFAN Olympics, Keith. I said, I work here. I'm allowed. I'm in the office. I can compete. I can put my score on the board. So look for that on social media coming soon. We just got an alert here, as you're hearing Drake, Best I Ever Had. We're playing the love songs. if you're a hip-hop fan, you probably heard J. Cole with a Best I Ever Had reference as he flipped I Used to Love Her. I think he has a track called I Still Love Her for my hip-hop heads. Hip-hop, hip-hop. And J. Cole has been driving around in that Honda Civic, and he actually pulled up at St. John's University, where he graduated from. I love J. Cole. Like, J. Cole is a product of Queens and New York to me almost as much as he is of Fayetteville, North Carolina. And St. John's just came up on our alert in here. I'm trying to find the channel. Nick, please tell us what was going on in the St. John's basketball game.
Yeah, so I just got an alert on ESPN. It says 6 players ejected in St. John's Providence clash. Game delayed nearly 20 minutes.
Wow, they're fighting too much in basketball, man. It was the other night I was watching, NBA, and it was the Charlotte Hornets and the Detroit Pistons. It was like a new Malice at the Palace. I was like, what the hell is going on here? I called it Bedlam at the Spectrum Center in North Carolina. And I'm sure if you watch basketball, if you watch hoop, you saw that. You know, the Knicks added a little bruiser to their team. We'll talk about Jose Alvarado. We'll talk about, the Knicks being considered the favorites. And we've got some audio with that. We'll play some audio on John Harbaugh. The time is flying. I've got 2 hours left, so I've got to squeeze in some Giants conversation, some Knicks conversation, and some NBA conversation before I get out of there. But before we do that, I said I would go to Steve in Poughkeepsie before we stop talking about the Jets. Steve, what you got?
Okay, these are a couple of my ideas for the Jets. First, the only real difference maker in free agency is the kid from Cincinnati, Hendrickson. Give him the biggest contract he wants to get paid. Team him up with the defensive end from Miami with the second pick. Build a pass rush. Now, quarterback, terrible options. Of the terrible options, I bring in Kyler Murray. Most upside, in my opinion, that I like. I want to bring back Breece Hall and Vera Tucker. Those are my ideas. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I think you got to try and bring back those guys. You want to bring back the right kind of guys. There was a report about, some guys kind of going through the motions, showing up. You want to bring back winners. You want to bring back guys that are bought into what Aaron Glenn is selling, that want to change the culture. And I think if you identify that, those are keepers. With the Jets, though, I don't think that they're trying to tank at all. I think they're trying to win, but I just think it's up against them. It's hard to win in this NBA. It's going to be hard for them to get wins just in their division. With Joe Brady now, new head coach of the Bills, and Josh Allen, and then Vrabel and May, and then we'll see what happens with the Dolphins. Thanks for the call, Steve. Just your own division. I think the Dolphins will figure out a way to be better. I think the Dolphins probably put a bid on Malik Willis. I think they're done with Tua. I think they're in the market for another quarterback, and it's not going to be Quinn Ewers. So 888-808-1019. As I was watching North Carolina Pitt. I'm trying to find this St. John's game. And coming up in the next 2 hours, we will talk John Harbaugh, Giants. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on the draft. This is the highest draft pick that John Harbaugh will have as a head coach with the Giants. And I think it is important for them to hit on this pick. They're going to probably move on from Kayvon Thibodeau and Kayvon Thibodeau, right? Or no, it's Thibodeau. Kayvon Thibodeau. It's Tom Thibodeau. Kayvon Thibodeau. And, Evan Neal is one of the bigger busts of all time. Shout out to Tommy Takes. I think Tommy Takes said that Saquon was the Giants' biggest bust of all time. I was like, Tommy, no. Saquon is who they thought he was. They never got the offensive line in front of him. Saquon, in his first year away from the Giants, rushed for 2,000 yards and won a Super Bowl. You can't label him a bust at all. The guys that are labeled busts are guys that never materialize anywhere, and they get drafted high like that. So what I'm saying is the Giants got to hit on this top 5 pick, number 5 overall. You'll hear what John Harbaugh has to say about that and some other things. We will also talk Knicks with Jose Alvarado, the Brooklyn kid. Just the first couple games that we've seen with him. He's got this junkyard dog mentality. He's scrappy. I think he's going to light the garden up. I think people will love watching him. And then you got to love that, they go and get Jeremy Sohan from, he gets released by the Spurs, and they pick him up. And the Knicks just have a ton of depth, and people are looking at the Knicks this year saying, the Knicks running it back with a different head coach. Why can't this be the year that they get to the finals? Boom, it's 4 o'clock. We've got 2 hours left. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. Dial 888-808-1019. I'm on till 6 p.m. We will get more into the Giants and Knicks conversation right after this.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When it comes down to finding the lowest price on Michelin winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire's guaranteed lowest price. And when it comes to free services, nobody gives you more free services on your Michelin winter tires than Town Fair Tire. So why look for Michelin winter tires anywhere but Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed best deals? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Do that. You know, the thing about Valentine's Day, I know it sounds cliche to, talk about, you don't have to get cards and you don't have to get flowers and chocolates, but it's a holiday about love and the people you love. And if you just call your mom, if you just call your sister, and I start with my mom and my sister. I know my mom's listening. Mom, I love you. And Taylor's probably not listening because Taylor's out in L.A., all-star. But I hit my mom up and my sister today, and I told them how much I love them because of their influence on my life, right? I was raised by a woman, and I had a little sister my entire life. So you kind of learn how to treat women. You kind of learn how to respect women. You kind of learn because you look at the lens of like, how would I want my mom treated? How would I want my sister to be treated? My mom raised me a certain way, and then I was always very protective of my younger sister, and they've had my back and have believed in me and have seen me go through all these different types of challenges and changes. So shout out to them, and of course my wife Nicole. What's understood don't need to be explained. We're planning our sushi dinner for later, and like I said, my wife when I hit her, she was at work. I was like, hey, I'd like to take the Saturday shift at WFAN 1 to 6. I think it'd be a good time slot. It's Valentine's Day. I don't know, if you go for it. She's with Jack. She's with my son Jackson, Jack-a-Man, who's looks like her but has a lot of me in him. But I know my wife loves my son. I don't know if I could say she loves my son more than I could say it. I think she loves my son more than she loves me. 888-808-1019. Valentine's Day. We're talking about the sports that we love, the teams that we love, and I know y'all love the Giants. And I was listening to Mike Francesa's podcast with John Harbaugh, and he talked about how the Giants fans, Giants Nation, they rival anybody in sports. And I know for a fact, going to that building, once the Giants get a winner again, that place will be packed. That place will be loud and very enthusiastic and proud of what the Giants have to offer. And that's what John Harbaugh is talking about. So let's play some cuts that I put together from the interwebs, from the internet. And the first one is funny because you don't know it until you hear it and then you think about it. But everyone ran with this clip from Fox and Friends. And it's John Harbaugh talking about, breaks his silence and talks about, the president's public support. And he sounds a little bit like our former president.
This is the greatest country, and this is the greatest experiment in governing and the greatest experiment in society building that's ever been attempted in the history of the world. I mean, what this is about was never even comprehended in the history of the world until 1776. When these founding fathers came up with this idea. And then it was founded on some premises that they weren't ready to achieve, and we still haven't gotten there yet, but that's okay. We're fighting our way to accomplish all the things that this country was founded on. We should try to do it together. That's what I think.
And on the sideline, when the national anthem plays?
Yeah, I'm going to be proud to be standing out there.
I mean, regardless of what you think or what your political side, whatever, it is a striking resemblance to Joe Biden. I don't know why no one ever said that before. Let's roll the next clip. The next clip is on, the Dan Patrick Show. As I just said, Dan Patrick is talking about Malik Willis is a superstar. Just chill out. Just chill out. It's like Tommy DeVito is the next starting quarterback. He's the next Tom Brady. He's going to take the Giants. He might be the answer. Just relax. So here's John Harbaugh on Dan Patrick's Show talking about what attracted him to the job.
What was it about the Giants' job that attracted you the most?
I think probably, if I was being honest about it, the players. The players are really important in football. You got to have players, great players. It's a player's game. It always has been a player's game. It always will be a player's game. Great coaches have taught me that over the years. So,
but having that franchise quarterback, how important was that? That if you're surveying the situation here of all the openings, how important was it that you had Jackson Dart?
Yeah, it starts with the quarterback. I mean, the players start with the quarterback. You build a team around the quarterback. I looked at that. Like the first thing I did was look at all the quarterbacks, and there are some good quarterbacks on these teams. But Jackson was the guy that really excited me when I saw him. Now, even more so, being around him every day. We were in here last night. He was hanging out. He's working out. I think he worked out at 9:00. So I saw him around the building and talked some ball with him. So it was great.
Yo, Jackson Dart, man, like Jackson Dart is such a huge selling point, and I think that him and Harbaugh are going to be great together. I think that they're going to be perfect for each other because they're both football guys. They're going to want to win. They're going to challenge each other. Let's keep it rolling. I thought that was great, and some of this stuff is still on the lines of that. John Harbaugh with Mike Francesa talking about his staff.
One of the things that I hear from coaches, John, is how hard it is to build the staff now, that it's the most impossible thing in this era to get a good staff when you make a move. How hard was it to put a staff together?
It was unbelievably hard. I mean, like waking up at 1:32 in the morning and not being able to go back to sleep for fear that you're not going to be able to get a good staff or get a guy or something's happening, and then going into the office and starting to make calls. I have guys that got texts at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. Are you coming? Can we get you? Would you be interested? It's crazy right now. There's a lot of rules. There's a lot of different, people. You can get blocked for guys. You think you have a chance for a guy. Sometimes you think you're going to get two or three guys, and they get head coaching jobs. Did that happen to us this year? I think it did. With Todd Monken, and that threw a monkey wrench in what we were trying to do. So you're happy for guys like Todd in that case, but you're kind of mad for yourself. So it's a tough challenge.
Yeah, and last but not least, which will take us to the draft conversation, here's just point blank, John Harbaugh talking about taking Caleb Downs out of Ohio State at number 5 overall.
couple quickies. Number one, you've had great safeties. Ed Reed was one of my all-time favorite players, one of the great players at the position ever. Hamilton's been a great player. There's in the draft Caleb Downs, who, is going to be a very interesting question for you. And I know you like having that special star safety that you can use in a lot of different ways. How about in that secondary, a guy like Caleb Downs?
Big fan. You didn't mention Brian Dawkins. Had a chance to coach Brian Dawkins.
Another great one too. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
So yeah, we favor Hall of Fame safety. So if we have a chance to draft a potential future Hall of Fame safety in Caleb Downs, that would be just fine with me. We'll take the best player. When you draft that high, you take the best player. It's not a need pick. It's the best player pick because you're going for the guy that's going to be that kind of a player. You're talking about a guy that you would like to see someday wearing a gold jacket if possible. That's what the goal is with that pick. So this would be the highest pick for me ever as a coach, as a head coach. I think the only pick this high as an assistant coach was Donovan McNabb with Andy in Andy's first year. So this is pretty exciting to have a pick this high. Yeah, that guy would be just fine with me. I'd take him in a second.
No pressure, kid. They're talking gold jacket and Hall of Fame and taking a DB safety linebacker that high. Listen, I'll say this. And actually, this Fan Focus is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Caleb Downs is a lock. He's got the bloodlines. His dad played in the NFL. His brother, Josh Downs, plays for the Colts. He's a wide receiver. I think he's a lock to be a star. Like, this isn't Landon Collins. This isn't, I don't know, not to throw Landon Collins under a bus, but this isn't some of these other guys. This isn't Tyler Nubin. This is a guy that, as a freshman, coming straight out of high school, was in Alabama, was rocking with those guys. I just saw the podcast that Terrion Arnold and Pat Surtain do. They were talking about how serious he was and, how he came in and he got to play right away. Like, I guess he was like one of Saban's favorites. And they talked about how he got to play right away, but they wanted to make it tough on him. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry was also on the pod, and he talked about like challenging him because they had two fields at Alabama, and he got to play on the starters field right away, and they wanted to make it hard for him, like they had it. So like that tells you that Caleb Downs, 6 foot, 205 safety out of Ohio State, that was one of the best players in the country every year that he played. Like, he's a lock. 5 is kind of high to take him. Tankathon has Carnell Tate at wide receiver. So I asked the Giant fan right now, right? The coaching staff is put together with that number 5 pick. I don't think that they're trading back. Like, you just heard Harbaugh say this is the highest pick he's ever had. He's probably happy about that. Like, I get to come in here, and that's part of the sell, the, attractiveness of the job. You've got Jackson Dart and you've got a top 5 pick. Who do the Giants fans want to see drafted? Caleb Downs is a lock. He should still be there. Carnell Tate, out of his, Ohio State teammate out of the same school. Carnell Tate, though, I think is intriguing because Malik Neighbors is not going to be ready to go. 888-808-1019. Malik Neighbors is not going to be ready to go week 1. So he's not going to be practicing in training camp. Darius Slayton is a headache. Like, he gives me a headache because he drops the ball. He's inconsistent. He already got paid. And now they got to pay Wan'Dale Robinson. I did see a quote from Eli Manning talking about how they need a true number 2. They probably need a true number 2 to go with Malik Neighbors. No, they need a true number 1 before Malik Neighbors comes back. That was the issue with Jackson Dart last year. He's throwing to Bo Collins. He's throwing to Lil Jordan Humphrey. He's throwing to Theo Johnson, another guy that gives you a headache. Butterfingers, hands like feet. I think drafting a wide receiver at 5, you draft a Malik Neighbors at 6, he's going to be on the shelf for a little while. It's not crazy to think that they go receiver here. And they do spend the money to bring Wan'Dale back. You kind of wish that you didn't give Saquon money to a guy like Darius Slayton, but I think that was Joe Shane's GM book for dummies, like I used to talk about. That was Joe Shane saying, well, this guy is a leader. He's a veteran. He's a captain. I think he won the award for being the nicest guy on the team with the media. But Darius Slayton, he left a lot on the table. There's a whole low-light reel from this Giants season between Theo Johnson, Darius Slayton, whoever. Not so much Wan'Dale. Wan'Dale, had 1,000 yards, a bunch of catches. But these guys dropping the ball, not catching the ball for him. Right? They tried to go get Ray McLeod. I think receiver is more important than safety. I think that you have some safeties, right? I think you need a linebacker, and I know there's a lot of tape of Caleb Downs down in the box as a linebacker. He's a beast. He's a man amongst boys at Ohio State. In the NFL, I don't know how much you're going to have him taking on offensive tackles and pulling guards. Who the Giants fans want? I think Carnell Tate, and they're both coming out of Ohio State. So I can't wait. We're coming up on pro days. We're coming up on NFL Combine. And we're going to get to see Carnell Tate stand 6'3", 191, 51 catches, 875 yards, 9 touchdowns. Carnell Tate might be the answer. I just think, like, with a quarterback like Dart, okay, you're so worried about him running the ball, right? Give him weapons so he can distribute the pill so that he can get rid of the ball. He's taken off running because guys aren't getting open. Guys aren't getting separation. There's nobody there. He's trying to make plays on his own. Cam Scatterbo will be back. Tyrone Tracy will be there. I don't think they should draft an offensive lineman. They've whiffed so much on offensive linemen in the first round. I like a weapon there. And I just think that, like, safety, I think Caleb Downs is a lock if you want to go defense. But I think there's more playmakers on the Giants defense. I think there's more talent on the Giants defense than the offense, especially with Malik Neighbors down. 888-808-1019. I look at Carnell Tate coming in, and you know, these wide receivers like that, you come in, he's the main guy. And if he's not the main guy, he's the number 2 guy. And then you'll see what happens with the tight end position. There's a lot of talk about, you know, are they going to go after tight ends in free agency? Like, is Isaiah likely going to come join John Harbaugh, or a David Njoku? Could he be signed? I think that, you know, between Daniel Bellinger and that's the thing. Theo Johnson's got to get better. His ball skills got to get better. He's got to shore up his hands. He's friends with Jackson Dart. So, like, there is some rapport there. I don't know how much you want to go away from that. It's tight end. I don't know how much of a need you have to spend on on that position. And there also is rumors that Tyler Linderbaum is going to come this way. And I think it's a easy spot for him to come this way and take from John Michael Schmitz. I won't even say no offense to John Michael Schmitz. John Michael Schmitz is just like, he's from the old regime. They drafted him. He's been all right, but it hasn't panned out. You've seen him get bullied a lot. Tyler Linderbaum, he's coming here. He's not getting bullied. He's coming here. He's shoring that up. And that also helps Jackson Dart right away. So the Giants coaching staff is locked up. I like the move with Matt Nagy. I know people wanted Cliff Kingsbury, but then when you see Cliff Kingsbury go to L.A., obviously the weather in L.A. beats New York. The Rams are probably the favorites to win the Super Bowl. I think they are up there right next to the Seahawks, if not better odds. And then with Stafford announcing that he's coming back, Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, Jared Verse, the rest of those guys that they have, you know, Cliff Kingsbury knew probably, like, all right, yeah, I can take this interview. But, you know, Mike LaFleur, and like I was honestly floored when I saw Mike LaFleur got the head coaching job with the Cardinals. I'm like, that quickly he comes out of a miserable mess with the Jets and Zach Wilson to being a head coach. That's the nepotism of the league. That's the last name. There's a lot of guys that just the last name gets you a job. Schottenheimer gets to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Kubiak, and like, don't get me wrong, Kubiak deserves it. Gary Kubiak, Clint Kubiak, his son, great year with JSN, great year with Sam Darnold, and just won the Super Bowl. But there's a lot of that just names, like, you know, Matt LaFleur, Mike LaFleur gets to coach the Cardinals. We'll see how that works. But Matt Nagy, I like. I know people were critical of it. I know there's a drop plan with Craig Carton talking about what Matt Nagy did or didn't do with Patrick Mahomes. I just don't think that has anything to do with this. I think that we all know Andy Reid calls the plays there. We also know that they were down a lot of their weapons. You know, guys were hurt, whether it was Hollywood Brown being hurt or Rashee Rice being suspended. First game of last year, Xavier Worthy runs into Travis Kelce. He gets hurt. Travis Kelce is washed. He's not the same. I wouldn't put that on Matt Nagy. What I look at with at least this offensive side of the ball, Matt Nagy is a former head coach who worked with Mitchell Trubisky as a young quarterback. Brian Callahan is a former head coach. Not long, but he was a head coach the last 2 years. He worked with Cam Ward. I'm sure he scouted Jackson Dart. I'm sure he looked at a lot of Jackson Dart film. But you've got John Harbaugh, Matt Nagy, and Brian Callahan as the guys that have to tutor Jackson Dart. 3 guys with head coaching experience that are going to run that offense and that are going to make sure it centers around Jackson Dart, what he can do, which, like, don't be surprised if there's some design runs. I mean, there was so much of that conversation. The last couple of weeks I was doing the nighttime position. I know myself and Big Mac were just echoing, like, it was crazy that people said that Brian Dable was putting Jackson Dart in harm's way when it was Kafka calling the plays. And then there were people saying that Brian Dable was putting him in harm's way to save his job. Listen, when they get around the red zone, that's a threat. That's a weapon. And I know there's a lot of people that like to compare Jackson Dart to Josh Allen. He's not the same, build as Josh Allen, but, they both are threats to score running the ball when you get to, goal to go. You can't take that out of your play calling. You can't take that out of your weapons. Sometimes they don't have a man accounted for, and he's able to run. So I think that they're still gonna run Jackson Dart, and you can't be so worried about him getting hurt. He's just got to be smart. Don't take as many hits. Get down, slide, get out of bounds. Know when the play is over. Know when you need to get the first down. Know when you don't. And that's all awareness. That's all coaching. And I like who they put together specifically on offense around Jackson Dart, around Cam Scatterboo, because I think those 2 guys, they're a little hard-headed. They're young, but I think through coaching and reps and film and just talking to them, you will see those guys really mature and figure it out. I'm happy for Charlie Bullen. If you watch the in-season Hard Knocks with the Giants, you saw how when Shane Bowen got fired, he really stepped up and he worked with that defensive line. And I think he got the best out of Abdul Carter. I think he also got a lot of respect from Brian Burns. So Mike Garafolo wrote, the Giants and John Harbaugh are retaining Charlie Bullen, who was pulled out of the remaining defensive coordinator searches and will add the title of run game coordinator. Bullen gets a contract extension, but is expected to once again be a hot defensive coordinator candidate next year. I think he showed himself on camera, and I think those guys had his back, and they stepped up and had a lot to say in his regard. And it's rare that you see as much as, like, they just they came in, they just hired a new lead medical trainer. They're changing the kitchen, they're changing all types of stuff, which was needed. I think it was long overdue for the Giants to have somebody come in. That's why I said it was perfect. For the Ravens to kick that guy to the curb, and we'll see what happens, with them and Jesse Minter. I do like that staff over there as well with Baltimore. But for them to kick John Harbaugh to the curb, it couldn't have been a better time for the Giants. For the Giants to get a proven winner, a Super Bowl winning head coach that's going to come in, leave no stone unturned, and come in with so much knowledge and experience of winning in the NFL. He's going to see one chair out of place and fix the chair. Why? I don't know. All of these chairs got to be straight when guys enter the meeting room. It's just something I know. Like, I look at Harbaugh as the type of guy that's going to come in and leave no stone unturned. And I like the staff that he put together, but it's to be seen. It's to be seen. So Giants are on the table right now with Bullen. I also saw, they hired a new special teams coordinator. And if you're a Giants fan, you know that the special teams has been a pain point for years now, whether it was trying to find somebody that could return kicks and punts, trying to find somebody to kick the ball, a consistent kicker. So the Arizona Cardinals actually hired the former Giants special teams coordinator, and now the Giants special teams you expect to be fixed. And I don't think you're too worried about Todd Monken. I don't think you're too worried about where other guys are going to go. Now it's just time to lock in. Now it's just time to figure out, okay, who are they drafting, who are they signing, and who are they adding to this team to fill the roster out. There's still some holes with the Giants, but I expect them to be better. I just don't expect them to be Super Bowl overnight. I don't expect them to, they got to crawl a little bit before they up and walk. They got to they got to figure some things out with the roster and the players that are going to be coming in there to get it done. 888-808-1019. I think it was TJ Weiss, assistant special teams coach. And then who's the actual special teams coordinator, as I have this in front of me? Like, they came in and changed a lot, from strength and conditioning, director of performance nutrition. But like I said, there was years that these guys had been there. There were years that these guys were over there with the Giants that I think you get too comfortable. You get complacent. You get to a point where it's like guys are just in jobs because they were in jobs. Guys are just in jobs because it's like you don't want to fire them, but the team is struggling. The team is not winning, and sometimes those needed changes can get it done. It was Chris Horton, the new Giants special teams coordinator, I believe. So we'll see. I know football is a ways away, and we just ended it. I know we just stopped watching the Super Bowl. I know we just got out of it, but football is year-round. It's around the clock. The NFL Combine, when is the NFL Combine? The NFL Combine is coming up at the end of this month, in a week, just about February 22nd to March 2nd. So, they'll have people out there at Lucas Oil Stadium, and they'll be looking for the next Giants. They'll be looking for the future Giants. And I know there was one guy that's got to be happier than anybody. It's got to be Joe Shane. It's got to be Joe Shane that he survived this, and he gets to hang around for this new regime. I'm waiting for that, news drop on a Friday night where they say Joe Shane has just signed a 3-4 year extension. All right, that's my Giants talk. Let me check my notes to make sure I got everything out of those notes. I think I did. Oh, yeah, the last thing was just a Caleb Downs hype. Field Yates and these guys on NFL Live were talking about, Caleb Downs at 5. I was going to play the audio, but we don't got to play the audio. We played hardball, and I got to get back to you guys. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube as well. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I got 90 minutes left. Let's go to my guy Lou in Astoria. It's been a minute. What's up, Lou?
How you doing, brother?
Good. Happy to be back.
How's the family?
Great. Everybody's
going to be back on a constantly basis, or just once?
That's
you're not going to take.
That's not my call. I'm not going to be here as far as like. Sorry, I'm fixing my headphones. I'm not going to be here in the regular lineup, Monday through Friday.
Steady.
But I'm filling in. I believe Al has been doing the overnight, so I'm filling in for Al on Tuesday and Wednesday. And that's fine by me. I'm good with that. I just, and not to rehash it, it's been like 3 months now. The 2 a.m. shift
good.
was just putting a strain on my mind, body, soul, and then really affecting the schedule at home.
That's good.
Morning and night.
When you're going to the stadium trying to rush back, have a couple of beer. I'm glad you survived that. That was easy.
It's got nothing to do with rushing to the stadium and having beers.
No, what
it
I'm
was
saying,
about
the
going to
traffic
sleep
and all that.
at
I don't know how you
3:30
dealt
in the
with it.
morning. And then my household is getting up at
family,
6:37. And then when I had to be on at 7 p.m., I was leaving at 5:36, and my wife and son weren't getting home till 6:30. So there were some times I wasn't seeing them. And then my health was affected as well. I got the shingles last year. I felt like I had the flu a couple times because when you're not getting 7-8 hours of sleep and your sleep is interrupted, I know there's a complete change. And I'm sleeping now. I'm dreaming deeper. I'm waking up without an alarm. I'm in the gym. I'm in good shape. I feel healthier. So it was just something that kind of came to a head. I fought it for 2.5 years.
Keith, you're right. That's more important than family first. I really think that you're doing the right thing. That was great.
Yeah,
Listen,
for sure.
Even though I'm a Jets fan, I just want to make a quick point, and I'll let go because everybody wants to talk to you. I'm a Jets fan, okay? I'm not going to talk about them, but on the Giants, this guy John, okay? He had a quarterback which is almost identical at won 2 MVP, identical to Dart. Now, what makes you believe that he's going to come here and work with a rookie that is actually the only way he's effective is playing just like Lamar Jackson, that he's going to be really, how many games do you think he's going to win? He won 1 Super Bowl, and if you remember, that was the lucky pass by, what's his name, the guy that he used to be quarter, the only Super Bowl that he won.
Joe Flacco.
Can you tell me that?
You talking about the Joe Flacco Super Bowl?
Yeah, Joe Flacco. Yeah, the game he was behind, and he
against
threw a pass
the Broncos.
I think so. Yeah, and he threw a pass No, I mean, and somebody missed the assignment that he was lucky to win that one.
Jacoby Jones, that throw? I don't know.
Yes,
which one.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, but anyway, like I said, what makes you guys so sure? Can we wait and see what's going on? Because that Lamar Jackson is not. Hey, listen, he is a hell of a quarterback. I'm telling you right now. Okay, so listen. Let me let you go.
There were some issues with Lamar too. He was hurt, and
I know, but that's what's going to happen to this guy. I mean,
well, they got Jameis. They got Jameis to back up Dart. They should be all right.
Oh my God. Okay, now we're going in a different direction. All right.
No, all I'll say is this: I don't know how many games they're going to win, but it's a way different team, organization, stadium. Like, he's not with the Ravens anymore. He's coming in here and he's going to try and guide this giant ship. And I think
yeah, but my point is, we did the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, he won Super Bowl.
What?
He won this MVP. He just.
We're talking about a quarterback versus a coach. We're talking about what
Yeah,
Harbaugh.
I understand that, but we had the same feeling when Rodgers came here. You remember that?
Of course.
I mean, he ruined my Jets.
It's called optimism. It's called hope for the season. Thanks for the call, Lou. You're losing me. I just don't know where you're going from. It was lucky. There's no Super Bowl luck. One throw to Flacco made against the Broncos to Jacoby Jones down the sideline. They still had to go beat Colin Kaepernick and the 49ers in the Super Bowl. And the Jet fan optimism for Aaron Rodgers was warranted. He just got hurt 4 plays in. We'll never know what that season could have been if he didn't get hurt. They won that game that night. It's completely different. John Harbaugh can get hurt and still coach the team. John Harbaugh has already come in and changed the entire organization. We don't even really know how much he's changed it. We just know these different reports of names and people that are let go or this person's in or whatever. I got the sheet in front of me and I'm like, okay, what's this guy? Okay. We won't really know until we see them on the field. So go back to, like, how many games do you think that they'll win? I think if the Giants win 8 or 9 games, it's a party for 4 months. You know what I'm saying? If they can win upwards to 10 or 11 and get into the playoffs, Giants fans are walking around with Eli Manning jerseys day and night. Giants fans are buying every Scatterboo Dart jersey off the shelves. Like, they just have to be competitive. They just have to close games. They just have to look like the New York Football Giants, and I think John Harbaugh will tighten things up. Harvey is in Dix Hills with us next. How you doing, Harvey?
Hi, Keith. I was coming back from work. I turned on the radio, and you're there.
Here I am. Happy to be here. It's been a while, but I know you heard me talking about your Giants, so you're like, I got a call.
Yeah, I just crawled into the house. I had to get to the phone because I don't think there's. Look, I'm sure there are people that miss you equally as I do, but I don't think there's anybody that missed you more than I do. You are not a fill-in host to me. You know that, okay? You are a host, one of the best hosts. That's the truth.
Yeah, but I'm humble and I'm not above filling in. The way I see it is, it was my choice to step down from my 4 years of being a solo host, having my own show, because, you know, I came in, I was freshly married. I came in, I didn't have a child. Life changed for me, and I just could not do it anymore. Or, you know, WFAN agreed to continue to keep me around as a part-time fill-in, and I'm happy. Like, I'm good with that. I have nothing to prove to anybody. I swear that I know who I am, especially through the last 3 months more than ever. The response, even, like, you know, the good, the bad, the you know, people that have reached out to me to talk to me, like, I know who I am. I'm good. I'm straight.
But you don't know you have a following, a fan base, and believe me, there's nobody more than I do that understands personal life. I don't get inside that with anybody. You know, I'm a doctor, been on call for 38 years, 24 hours, 7 days a week, in and out of the hospital, lecturing, teaching, writing, doing research. Sports has always been my thing since 5 years old. That allowed me to study and be serious. But I must tell you, I missed you a lot. But I want to ask you a question. What was your? I feel like an interviewer here. You know, the national championship team recruited a lot of players from James Madison, and I know you went to Monmouth. How did that? Just a little bit about the process. How do you think that happened?
I mean, I don't think we have enough time. This is right in my wheelhouse. So
that's why. Believe me, that's why I'm talking about it. Yeah.
So Kurt Signetti, a real gangster. I hope that they make a movie, you know, Hoosiers Part 2, and build a statue for the Cincinnati that he won. He won the national championship, and there was about 8 or 9 players that he brought over from James Madison University to IU that were what I call grown-ass men playing college football. And he trusted those kids to come with him to IU, and now look at how many top players want to transfer to IU. Top recruits want to go to IU. He built something out of nothing over there, and the foundation was what he started in Harrisonburg, Virginia, where I signed my letter of intent. I watched closely as JMU went from being a FCS school, Division I AA when I went there, to actually joining the Sun Belt Conference, where they couldn't even win the Sun Belt Conference because of stupid NCAA rules their first year. Like, I watched Kurt take them to the next level, and then he went on to the next level and took some guys with him. So, like, how did all of that work? We are in the future, if we've ever been. A transfer portal. When I transferred from James Madison University to Monmouth University, I had to sit out for a year. It sucks. It's terrible. It's like you practice, you do everything, but you can't step on the field and play. When game day came, I dreaded it. I'm like, I have nothing to do here. I'm not a part of this. You're not a part of the winning. You're not a part of the losing. You're on the outskirts. And with the transfer portal, that deaded all of that. You could transfer anywhere. These guys can go anywhere now. So that made it possible to take players from JMU, but also take players. He had a guy from Miami. He had a guy from Clemson. He had a guy from these other big schools that transferred to IU. Also, NIL, bless it, name, image, likeness. These kids can get paid instead of it just being books and room and board and meals, right? That's what the NCAA tried to do first. Unlimited meals. You guys can eat as much as you want on campus, which most of the football players, we could do that anyway. Like the dining hall, they weren't stopping the star quarterback, running back, defensive tackles from going in the dining hall. I think it's great that they changed the rules, and they also changed the college football playoff, and we were able to have – I loved the college football playoff this year. I loved watching James Madison go to Eugene, Oregon, and play against the Ducks. I'm like, this was never possible. And then to watch, Kurt Signetti and guys like Kalon Black and Elijah Surratt, guys that worked out in the same weight room that I did, that ran the same steps that I ran, that practiced on the same field that I practiced on. Those guys are national champions because of where we are now with NIL, with the transfer portal, and a guy like Kurt Signetti. It's a movie. They literally should make a movie out of it.
Absolutely. And about Jackson Dart, of all people, you know that I was like an expectant father when they drafted Jackson Dart. I don't know how many calls I made to you.
I remember. Yes, I remember.
All of that. And actually, one of my patients, if I could give a plug, Anthony from Ronkonkoma, was a football coach and has been one of the best callers on FAN for a long time. He called me that night. I was with patients. You got it. And of all people, you can relate to that because he has not disappointed me. And then just a quick baseball play, if you wouldn't mind. Mm-hmm. I happen to look. I'm not going to go through the whole baseball thing, but I don't think the Mets should have done this year without Diaz and Alonso. They should have given them. This is my opinion. People would disagree with me. I don't think Polanco's anywhere near Alonso. They should have given him the 5-year contract. Diaz, I think, could be the best reliever in baseball. And what can I tell you? They decided to go another direction. I don't agree with it. And that's the end of that. What can I tell you? And by the way, remember, I was obsessed with Devin Williams.
Yeah, we talked about his injury.
We talked about stress fracture. Remember that?
Yep.
Would you give? Now you're an athlete. You're I only envy the level at which you played. I didn't play that. I played in junior high and high school. Okay, remember I told you I consulted 2 orthopedists in my hospital.
Yes.
And they said, how can they possibly play? And, of course, they qualified themselves. They don't have the MRIs. They don't know the rehab program. But the bottom line is, when the Mets want to sign him and the Yankees sign him, remember I told you I wouldn't sign him with stress fractures. He didn't do well. I'm not saying that I'm an expert at that. I'm not an orthopedist. But they gave him a 3-year contract. I would never have given this guy Devin Williams a 3-year contract.
I actually thought about that, Harvey, because I'm like, if anybody knows, David Stern should know from Milwaukee, because I think it was, maybe that first year David Stearns was in Milwaukee when he had the issues his last year in Milwaukee with the Brewers. But Stearns should know about that issue. I remember talking to you about that. Harvey, you're the man. Thanks for the call and all the content. And I don't know. I think Pete Alonso, they're going to miss, especially because Pete Alonso picked Juan Soto up. Pete Alonso was clutch. Pete Alonso has power. Pete Alonso was freaking Mr. Met. The polar bear. He hit the most home runs in franchise history. They celebrated that for days, and then they, don't bring him back. And we'll see what Polanco has. I know Bo Bichette is a lock to hit as long as he's on the field. Juan Soto, I think, is going to have a better year start to finish. I think Luis Robert will play well. He's got to stay healthy. And Simeon, I think, has got some more left, too. I think they'll be fine. But it doesn't matter about being fine. They have to be good. They have to win. They have to get to the postseason. They have to get to the postseason and make a run to redeem themselves from what went on last year. And now it's on David Stearns. The same way I said it'll get loud for the Yankees if this run it back thing does not get out of the gate and start fast, it's going to get toxic. It'll be the same thing for the Mets, but it'll be geared towards David Stearns. They won't be able to blame Jeff McNeil. They won't be able to blame Brandon Nimmo. They won't be able to blame Pete Alonso. It's going to be David Stearns. You did this. And Steve Cohen, how many times do you want to change this team and add new players? Are we going to be doing this every 2-3 years with these short-term deals? Are we going to be changing and tweaking this team every 2-3 years and not get any continuity? I got to add that. That's another C word for the Yankees. The Yankees aren't just running it back. They have unfinished business. They got to finish the job, and they believe in continuity, cohesion, camaraderie, and chemistry. Ross is in Bergen County with us. What's up, Ross?
Keith's been a minute.
It has. Mostly on my part. I understand.
I saw your name in the news a little bit, though, on my TL with the Luke Weaver and all that Dreamweaver and the bag and all that.
Ding. You're the first one to bring it up, man. You know what was
Am I
crazy?
Really?
Like, I didn't talk about Luke Weaver's bag all day today because, I didn't know it was going to become a national story. But I will say this, as we are seeing other players come in, like Marcus Semien with the Texas Rangers bag, people have missed the plot. And this is what happens a lot. People start to move the goalpost.
Magical did it last year. People don't even remember. He's a total
It happens
stiff. I don't even know
all
if
the
he's still on the
time.
payroll.
It happens all the time. But the only reason it became a little bit of a thing on Twitter was because it is specifically Luke Weaver, who Yankee fans watch blow, 2 outings in the postseason and multiple games this year. And then the Yankees didn't pay him, and he is part of a pipeline to Queens, whether it's Devin Williams, whether it's Clay Holmes, whether it's Juan Soto, whether it's freaking Harrison Bader, Gary Sanchez, you name it.
Well, Pablo Reyes, wasn't he one? Didn't we pick him up for a week?
Maybe. I know Rico Garcia was one that came back and forth. Paul Blackburn went the other way, but the only reason it became a story was because it is Yankee fans versus Met fans, and it gave the Yankee fans another thing to troll Met fans with. I am a Twitter troll. It is fun. There are a lot of people anonymous on Twitter that troll. I do it under my government name and my face. The next thing I posted when Luke Weaver walked in with no Yankee bag was, in quotes, "They don't know I have Yankee socks on." Playing a literal joke game with it. But I saw they were talking about it on Foul Territory. Joel Sherman and John Heyman interviewed Luke Weaver on it. And I'm like, obviously, he's got one baseball bag. And if he flew down to Florida with his baseball stuff, that is the best bag to put it in. But in this modern day time with cameras, in this time of internet, there's going to be eyes on you. You are going from NYY to NYM. It is going to be a thing.
Unless it was a fake account, didn't Michael Harris quote tweet you about it?
I think it was Michael Harris's real account, and he said something like, and I end up, bro, this is the thing about me, I chuck and duck. I mute all these tweets because these dudes online, they have a fetish for me, bro. It's starting to actually get to a point where I'm like, I think I got to completely ignore people because it's like their full-time
that's what I do now, bro. I used to do, you know me, I've been cool with you since you got to the station. I used to do my fair share of hate watching, and I hope she's not listening. Danielle McCartan, I can't stand her show. I don't listen to her no more. I don't give her that benefit of the doubt.
Stay tuned for Danielle McCartan coming up later tonight.
Oh, crap. Dude, but I know there's that Met fan comedian. I can't stand him. I used to go back and forth with him on Twitter. I don't give him that joy no more. That's what people, I'm not even trying to glaze you, but that's what people don't realize. Why are you going to stop trolling? You have the check mark, right? I know I told Loogie to buy the check mark. I think you said it too, because Loogie does it just as much as you now. It's an investment. And by the way, one last thing, bro, I appreciate it all the time. I saw now multiple shows rather are rolling with it because they know it fuels engagement. I've heard on the morning show and on the midday show now they did a ranking of the most asinine topics on the station. I don't think people realize you guys buy into it. The thing with Mirage, with what Casher wears, bro. I almost called in. I said, I can't stand Stearns. I can't stand Jury. They could show up in pajamas. I wouldn't care as long as they're pressing the right buttons. And it's just the fact that nobody can press the right buttons in the city, bro. The whole thing with Loogie and Soto. I don't know, man. It's funny, bro. You just got to sit back and laugh. But anyway, man, good talking to you. I'll keep listening. I'll see you around.
Thanks for the call, Ross. Yeah, it is just that time in sports. It is just that time in the dead of winter. Like, I don't know. We don't have anything. We literally don't have anything better to talk about. I don't want to talk about the Epstein files. Like, I'd rather talk about bags. And I didn't mention the bags thing until right now. I'd rather talk about the Giants, the Jets. We've done that. I've talked all day about the Mets and Yankees. I'm going to get into some Knicks in this last hour, so we might as well go there now. Kim is in Brooklyn with us on the Fan next. How you doing, Kim?
I'm well. Hey, let the Glaze Fest continue. Well deserved. We missed you, but I gotta say, we really are impressed with the maturity. I mean, what a call and what a decision. I mean, your then fiance, now wife, stuck by you, and you paid her back by making the right decision. Now, I listened to all your co-hosts. I listened to your competition, and everyone's talking about getting in shape after being 400 pounds, 300 pounds, or seeing their children after spending their careers chasing the mic and missing them grow up. Brother, you're wiser beyond your age. The doctor call was a great call. Now you've got a civil rights attorney, myself. And let me say, what balls, what chutzpah to put your family first and slow things down in an era where any minority who has a job is being accused of being a DEI. Now, of course,
me as well.
Listen, anyone who's listened to you knows that does not apply. From you being a quarterback to your hot takes to, the caller before me just said, look, no one's talking about it, but that was a horrible thing to walk into the Mets, my team's house with your Yankee bag. You don't do that. How tone deaf are you?
It could have been easily avoided, and I'm sure he thought about it, but he didn't think long enough about it. Go on.
Yeah, it's just, and then, you picked up on it. You put it out there. The way you're handling social media, we know it's a young person's game. Well, that's why they've got to have young people. And let me just say, I love it that a sports analyst looks like an athlete, is a former athlete, is really in control of his health, not on the air talking about scarfing down 12 donuts followed up by,
no, sir.
Whatever pizza shop. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I'm trying to live. I got a baby. I'm trying to live as long as I can. I want my son to have me for as long as possible. My wife as well. My mom, my sister. I am the guy for my family, and I have to be healthy, and I also have to be smart with my career and my decisions and what I do with my time. And yeah, I appreciate that call. I just, the internet creates a lot of things. The internet has said everything under the sun about me, but nobody knows more about me than I know about me. Oh, man. Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm with you, Keith,
okay,
man. Thank you. Listen, I got a 14-year-old, and that I love KM to AM, but he couldn't stay up and listen to it. So,
yeah.
We all of us dads had our fingers crossed, hoping that we could share you with our children at a decent hour, and we still got our fingers crossed. So these stand-ins, we just...
The thing about me too, man, I'm 37. So if I'm blessed enough to continue talking and creating and showing up as I do, and I work hard. In this last 3 months, I haven't been home eating donuts and playing video games. I haven't played a video game since I was 12 because I've always had to work for mine. I've always had to hustle. I've always had to go and show out and prove who I am. So if I'm blessed enough to continue to have a career in media and entertainment and sports and radio and TV like I've had, you will be able to find me at a reasonable time. And I'm thankful for WFAN because what a launching pad, what a stepping stone it was to do 4 years of nighttime radio in the city that never sleeps.
Oh, man, absolutely. But look, you've got testimonies from professionals. You've got testimonies from blue-blooded Americans. we're grateful to the fans for introducing most of us to you. But if the customer's always right, they'll figure this thing out. Thanks, Keith. Have a good one. Happy Valentine's Day to you.
I thought you had a take on the Knicks. I appreciate the love.
I do. Hey, listen, man. I had season Knicks tickets for 12 years, 12 of the worst years possible.
Right.
And to see this turnaround, you guys know, all the quick fixes, all the big name chases, even chasing the Greek Freak feels different now. Feels like this could be something, not just a quick fix that one injury away from disaster and we're back to the drawing board at zero. Seeing a Brooklyn boy come in and instantly give us a spine. It feels like the front office knows what they're doing for one.
They do. Appreciate that call a lot. That one's. I hope my mom was listening to that one. But with the Knicks, man, see, the thing about me is I'm a Nets fan. I'm a New Jersey Nets fan, but I am a quiet Brooklyn Nets fan now because I've been forced to pipe down. Like the Brooklyn Nets, there's nothing to be loud about, nothing to celebrate. But if you remember when I first came into the WFAN, I was sticking my chest out about what the Brooklyn Nets had going on. In my vision, I thought it would be longer. I did not see the New York Knicks turning into what they've turned into back in 2021 when I first got on air. But I watch more Knicks games than Nets games. I'm sorry, Nets fans. I'm sorry. There's some of you that feel like I've betrayed you and I'm a fake Nets fan or whatever. I'm a Nets fan, but I've been disappointed by the organization for so many years. And right now with what the Knicks have going on, I have a lot of friends that are Knicks fans, and I'm happy for the Knicks. Do I want to see the Knicks win a championship? I don't. Do I think that the Knicks are going to win a championship? I'm not. But the last couple years that I've been on at night, I knew I had the duty, the responsibility to put my fandom to the side and talk to the city about the one team that had been in the city that united Yankee fans, Mets fans, Jets fans, Giants fans, Rangers fans, Islanders. They were united on the New York Knicks, and they finally have figured it out. Leon Rose, and I feel bad for Tom Thibodeau, but what can Brown do for you? Enough. And Leon Rose, again, they don't get Giannis, but so what? I felt like going to get Giannis. I can't stand Giannis. And again, it comes back to the Brooklyn Nets. Guess who's dapping up Cam Thomas now as the Brooklyn Nets let Cam Thomas go to the Milwaukee Bucks for nothing. They waive him and let him sign there. But the Knicks add GTA 5, Jose Alvarado, Grand Theft Alvarado, and I'm like, what a story. He just opened up a indoor court in Brooklyn, and he's the type of guy you're gonna love because he's not afraid to get on the floor. And, his first couple games were quiet, but then he goes down to Philly and he lights it up. And he's talking trash. He's getting in guys' faces and he's hitting threes. And it's like, with Deuce McBride going down, what a masterful move. And this Jeremy Sohan from the Spurs, it's nothing to write home about, but it's a depth piece. Who knows what he becomes here? It hasn't worked out for him out there. I think the Knicks right now have depth. They have battled through injuries the entire year. They just got through this scare of Karl Anthony Towns feeling some type of way that he was going to get traded and who was going to be around. And Mikal Bridges said, I got to listen. I got to be more coachable. Mikal Bridges, who you gave up all those picks to the Brooklyn Nets for, Nets fans waited out. Because this is the window for the Knicks. And I've said this too. And I try to turn some of my Knicks hater energy down because, as a sport fan and as somebody in this city, I understand that it is your time. I don't want you to stay down forever. I usually tell you stay down until you come up, right? I don't want the Knicks fan to be down forever. I see it with my own eyes. I told you I'll be at whoever's parade. If the Knicks win the parade, I'm be in there taking shots, buying beers with y'all. I'm not going to be mad about it. And I know it wouldn't be the other way around because the Knicks fan, when they saw KD and Kyrie go to the Nets and they felt like they were a pretty woman scorned, they hated on every single thing. They love to see our demise. They love to see KD's toe on the line. They love to see Kyrie not take the jab. They love to see Harden force his trade out and the Nets to be stuck with Ben Simmons. But, two wrongs don't make a right. I don't harbor that negative energy in my heart for the Knicks. Because I watched the Knicks suffer. I watched them be bums for a long time, and they might return to being bums. but this is their window. This is their championship window, and I know what this city looked like last year. I was in Yankee Stadium when they beat the Celtics. I'd never been in Yankee Stadium where every section you could see people turning their heads, looking to their right, looking to their left, high-fiving people watching on their phone. You could hear, and that was a hell of a game. That was Max Fried versus Dylan Cease. I think Dylan Cease was no-hitting the Yankees, or, he was shoving against the Yankees, but everybody was watching on their phone. Like, I am about the city. I've been here for 12 years. I want to see somebody win. And if the Knicks are this close to winning, who cares who I root for? Who cares that I'm from New Jersey? Who cares that I'm a Nets fan? The Nets are irrelevant. The Knicks are this close to potentially getting to the finals, and who knows what happens then. It's a long road. When we come back, we'll play Brian Windhurst talking about the Knicks, and I'll give you a little bit more of my thoughts on this team and, their chances in the second half, who stands in their way. Keith McPherson on the Fan. This is my last hour. Kevin, Guy, Bob, Mark, I see you guys on hold. Everything's on the table last hour. We've talked about the Giants. We've talked about the Yankees. We've talked about the Mets, and we'll continue to do so. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube and streaming on the free Odyssey app. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
My buddy dies. I show up to the funeral. Open casket. We're still doing that? I've never understood open casket. I don't get it. It's like, you told me he was dead. I believed you.
From the Monday Morning Podcast, his hit film Old Dads, and his latest Grammy-nominated special on Hulu, comedian Bill Burr, coming to Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Atlantic City, Saturday, April 25th, with all new material. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hi, it's Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. My home is a very happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And while that's not an easy thing for me to achieve, my friends at CertaPro Painters had no such problems. Big jobs, small jobs, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I visited River Spring Living in Riverdale, and I can tell you firsthand, there is a reason they're the nation's leader in senior care. Walking through the halls, the energy is undeniable. From life-changing technology to personalized care and compassion, I've seen the difference they make in helping older adults live better lives. So whatever your needs are today or tomorrow, River Spring Living is here for you. Experience the difference for yourself. Visit riverspringliving.org. That's riverspringliving.org.
Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. Hockey games that feel different from the opening faceoff, and so much more. FanDuel is the place to bet on the winter games. You can bet on who you think will take home the gold in alpine skiing, skeleton, bobsleigh, luge, and speed skating, just to name a few. The winter games are here. Stay connected to the action with FanDuel. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure. When you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web.
With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This February at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel, love is in the air with our $100,000 Roll into Romance drawing. Be here on Fridays in February from 3 to 7 p.m. when each hour one lucky guest is drawn to roll the dice for a shot at winning up to $5,000. Earn entry starting at 2 p.m. Club members can earn up to 5 times entry multipliers at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. And audio.
And inside the 5 o'clock hour, I did want to play something interesting that I came across with the Knicks, bro. And if you don't listen to, I think it's the Hoop Collective pod, that's something else. Like I have started to listen to a lot of podcasts. I think when when you're a host on WFAN, you get very wrapped up in the like day-to-day listening of WFAN because you need to know what everybody else talked about. You need to respond to some things. You know, you're coming on. You kind of have to pay attention. But the Hoop Collective podcast with Brian Windhurst, and I forget his other co-host, they know a ton about basketball. They've got a ton of basketball knowledge. Here is Brian Windhurst talking about the Knicks, and let me know how you feel after you listen to this.
When I was talking to an Eastern Conference head coach the other day, and he said to me, he goes, New York's the best team. And I was like, oh, well, but he's like, nope, New York's the best team. And I was talking to like an executive in the Eastern Conference, high-ranking executive who's been doing it for a long time. And he goes, yeah, New York's the best team.
In the entire East, in the entire league, in the East. But so let's break that down as we get back to the phones at 888-808-1019. You got the bad boys. You got the Detroit Pistons there. And it's interesting because the Knicks, I say that the Knicks went out to Detroit and had a scheduled loss. Cat didn't play. He was coming off of, busting open his eye. OG has had the toe avulsion, whatever. OG has something every year. And they were going into the break. They sat him down for the last 3 games, 4 games, something like that. But they go to Detroit and they get smoked. So what? Scheduled loss. And then they go to TD Garden and they send a message. I believe that was Alvarado's first game. They send a message to the Celtics. So I wouldn't worry too much about them. But then, trap game. Here come Rick Carlisle's Pacers. I know Knicks fans were agitated about that game. I was watching that game. I'm like, they escaped in regulation. But, of course, like Karl-Anthony Towns knocks down the threes, and then he fouls out on some nonsense. And it's frustrating, but you got to beat the Pacers. You got to beat them. But then they bounce back, and they go down to Philly, and they really send a message to Philadelphia. Everybody, clap your hands for Philadelphia. Like, not only did the Knicks send a message, Knicks fans sent a message that, like, we will take the train, bus, car down to your building and take over your building. You will hear Jose chants in the building. You will hear Let's Go Knicks chants in the building. I remember people talking about how the Knicks took over Brooklyn. I'm like, that's just a train ride. They should. The Knicks been here for 90 years. They should take over Brooklyn. They should take over the Barclays. But, I mean, they went down there to Xfinity and took over that spot, and I felt like they really sent a message to the Sixers. The Sixers, I know Embiid didn't play. So who are you really afraid of? The Cavaliers, the Pistons, the Raptors outside of those teams, the Magic? The Knicks should be the team to come out. Now it's about seeding. Well, let's see. They're the 3rd seed right now. We'll see how it shakes out. But, I mean, the Pistons, I think, scare you the most. The Pistons with 40 wins, and the Pistons are not the same team as they were last year. The Pistons I think they're better this year. I think when you look at, who they were relying on last year, I think I had in my notes, this came across my notes with this guy. The Pistons, free agent Malik Beasley, former Piston, signed a deal to play in Puerto Rico for Grammy Award-winning artist Bad Bunny's team. And, he was a main cog on their team last year. Obviously, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris. But, like, they have Duncan Robinson. They have Sheen, if you guys know the Sheen reference. They have Duncan Robinson on this team. Karis LeVert is on that team. They're a little bit different. They have a couple different pieces where it's not going to be exactly the same matchup. And I just think that they're going to have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder if they can run into the Knicks again, but you want to run into them in the Eastern Conference Finals. Bob is in L.A., back on the Fan in New York. How you doing, Bob?
Keith, good. How you doing?
I'm good. They have Kevin Huerter, Red Velvet, if you guys are familiar with him out of Maryland.
Wait.
Yeah, they've got a couple different guys on that team.
I would take Kevin Huerter on my team any day of the week.
Yeah, he's a good
Give
little
me someone
player.
who can shoot.
Yes.
I want to talk about the Knicks, but just listen to one of your callers say something which is true, which is that the fact that you're basically an athlete, ex-athlete in good shape, and like in fairness, like half WFAN was basically big chungus guys, 300-400 pounds. It made me sort of think like it is something nice about seeing someone self-respecting, strong, athletic. And that made me think this: the three best coaches in the NFL this year, basically McVay, McDonald, the Seahawks coach, and Vrabel. You know what those three coaches have in common? They're all buff. They're strapped. They're in great shape. They're in the weight room with the guys.
Helps to go to the gym. Mind, body,
man.
soul. It helps to pick up those weights. I try to go every single day now, especially since I'm not working full time and doing the nighttime shift. I'm in the gym. I'm in great shape right now. I'm running. If people follow me, I'm showing people I'm running. And my 3 mile is under 22 minutes. I'm fast. I'm strong. I'm blessed. I've gotten back to this summer. I'm gonna be flexing for sure. It's something you need, but not to knock the rest of these guys. To each his own. To each his own. We have great hosts here. They might not look necessarily like athletes. I'm just right now. I just on Twitter posted my WFAN Olympics. I take pride in staying in shape and being able to still somewhat be athletic and jump over chairs. And I know it is what it is, man. There are guys that have worked here for so long that have earned their spots. There are guys that are really smart guys. They're intelligent. Everybody doesn't have to be an Adonis.
Yeah, I'm you and Joe B are the only guys I listen to, and that's because you guys know and talk sports. But let me move on to my point, which is the Knicks. I'm a Knick hater. I don't really know why. I'm a Laker fan. I think I've always sort of enjoyed them being kind of pathetic, like the Charles Smith, getting close, getting shut down by Jordan, like that. They're a fun team from outside of New York space to root against, the fans, the city. So I'm not a Knicks fan at all, which makes me realize the fact that I think they can win it all this year, man. And I don't like that. So I'm curious what you think the deficiencies are, other than the fact that OKC is basically 10 3-and-D guys.
Yeah.
But what are the Knicks lacking that you think they're not, that they couldn't win it all this year?
The main thing that I was seeing this past week, and it might just be recency bias, but they've been banged up with injuries, and they need OG. Part of the reason they're sitting him down, they need OG and they need his defense. They also need Mitchell Robinson in his defense. But in the regular season, and it's a huge topic of conversation going into the All-Star game, load management and how LeBron didn't play and how these guys don't play, and they're shutting guys down for the year. And when you see the Knicks without Mitchell Robinson and without OG, they can't defend the paint. They can't defend the perimeter. They're liable to just give it up. Like Pascal Siakam can have his way. Anybody from the Pistons can have their way. They didn't even need Cade Cunningham to be the guy. So it's I look at that defense as lacking when you don't have your full complement of guys. But they're super deep now, and you know that the reason they're resting those guys, the reason that they're not playing Mitchell Robinson on the first half of a back-to-back is because they want to have them healthy for April, May, and June. And to add to that, the issue last year, I always forget who had it, but somebody did a study on the mileage, literally the mileage, how much the Knicks starting five and a couple guys off the bench had ran last year compared to OKC or the Pacers that could go 10, 11 deep. They had the numbers as far as how much these guys played. Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges. And it's too much. It was too taxing. Honestly, that's part of what got Tom Thibodeau fired. They wanted somebody that was going to take advantage of the bench, and they built a better bench. So I think this year, that deficiency won't be there. I think that they'll be prepared. I think that they'll be ready to go.
It might be the beef. You made me, listening to you talk, I also think that defensively, I wish they had, I don't wish because, again, I'm not a fan. I think if Hartenstein, forget about it. If they had one more big guy, beef, muscle, bang with Detroit, bang with the 6'8" guys at OKC. OG is, I love him. I think he's incredible. I think he's the second best player on the team, but he's flimsy and he's not beef. Cat is chicken compared to beef. I love him. I think, by the way, if he's your best shooter and he's your fourth best player on the team, that's a championship guy. He's just not your second or third best player. But you're right, it's the beef, man. I don't know where they're going to get it. That guy Diabate's skinny and good. There's not really, and their bench is so good, but it's all guards.
It's going to be I'm going to be interested in seeing how Mike Brown lines it up. Depending on the matchup and who they play, who they deploy. They have a few guys now. It's yet to be seen, but I think that most people know, they've got the bodies, they've got the experience, they've got the talent. I mean, they went to Detroit and they beat them in their building every single time. Like, advantage Knicks going into this series this year just for the mind games, just for the thought that, like, yo, we beat y'all last year, we'll do it again.
I mean, it would be, again, I only go back to the 80s, but in my lifetime, after Isaiah Thomas, the only time a 6-footer is your best player that I can remember. And that means something, because if he's the one you're going to in crunch time and, he's going to the paint and getting less calls.
Yeah, but like
I don't.
He's the clutch player of the year. He's Mr. Closing Time. Like, he's Captain Clutch. Like, it's great to have Jalen Brunson at the end of the games because he's not going to miss. He's going to make the right plays. But then even backing him up now to have Jose Alvarado, like, he's scrappy. It's going to be a different look. To have role players like Landry Shamet, who's getting an opportunity that didn't get as much of an opportunity, until late last year. And you'll see what guys like Jordan Clarkson can provide. I feel like they have enough. I feel like they have so many different guys. It's gonna fall on the coach, and I think this coach has seen enough basketball and will be prepared enough and matchup wise have these guys in the right position. It's a make or miss league. It's just gonna come down to who makes the shots and who doesn't. They've got home court advantage. And that's where I'm saying the seedings are gonna come into play. You want to have that home court advantage, but with the Pistons, they have the mind game of we went to Detroit and won every game there last year. We can do it again. You want to meet the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals. You'd like to have that one game up on them, but I don't think it matters. I think they run it back with confidence.
Man, I haven't watched the Pistons enough. After Cade Cunningham, who's their second best player? Is it just these beasts in the middle? Like, who's their second best player?
Jalen Duren. They're tough. I haven't watched them that much either, but they really do embody this like bad boy mentality. They obviously were willing to fight and scrap the other night out there. I mean, that's not a good thing, but like that's kind of their MO. Like I said, and they also have now like the Duncan Robinson factor. He can shoot. Kevin Huerter, he can shoot.
Yeah.
Karis LeVert. They have a different looking team.
And let's see, Cade Cunningham, he's yet to make me think he's the best second or third best player in the league, but everybody says I'm wrong. So if he does it in the playoffs, I'm here for Bad Boys 2026.
And like the way that they load manage with him is like in that game against the Knicks where the Knicks lost 118-180, he didn't have to do anything because they knew they had it under control. I'm very interested to see on the 19th when the Pistons come to Madison Square Garden and everybody's healthy coming out of the break. What does that look like? What does that game look like? That's more of a litmus test. That's going to be more of a preview.
Last thought, letting Cam Thomas go, waiving him, negligence.
Crazy.
I would have taken him 10 teams, 6'10", can shoot, can ball on the bench to just waive him. I don't know if it's laziness or what, but unless I'm crazy, that seems negligent.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I was on a podcast live. Thanks for the call, Bob. I was on a podcast live talking about the Super Bowl when that happened. My boy Sean texted me a big graphic with Cam Thomas waived, and I'm like, what? It's not supposed to end like this. Cam Thomas, that's just another fan favorite of the Brooklyn Nets gone for nothing. You couldn't get anything for him. Your first-round draft pick, a guy that's an automatic bucket, a guy that is just like he's a ridiculous scorer, but, Net fans are coping right now saying he didn't have any value. They couldn't get anything for him. No, Sean Marks didn't get a deal done for him. Somebody would have given something up for him, but they waited him out. And you just ended up waiving him. And to me, I think that's crazy. It's like the Brooklyn Nets, they act like they're good. They act like they're not third from last with 15 wins. They act like they're a good franchise where they could just waive a player like that, a young, talented player like that, and then let him go to a team in the East like the Bucks that knocked you out when you had your best shot. Like, Net fans hate Giannis and hate the Bucks for that year that the Bucks won the finals. We feel like, we went up 2-0 on the Bucks. And next thing you know, Giannis doesn't let Kyrie come down. Giannis is a bull in a china shop. They let him take 13 seconds to shoot free throws. Like, you let Cam Thomas go to them? Shame. Unforgivable. But that's what the Nets do. The Nets have a history of just doing nonsense, stupid things. And it's hard to rally around that. It's hard to believe in that. It's hard to be a fan of that. They take one step forward and two steps back all the time. They've moved the franchise around 8 times. They have different head coaches. They missed on head coaches. They always want to, mortgage the future for a shortcut. Here comes Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce, get us all souped up for that. I was there in 2013 at the playoffs. I was there in 2015 at the playoffs. I was there when they lost to Nate Robinson and the Bulls in 2013. I was there when they beat the Hawks in 2015. Nets fans thinking that they're going to knock off the 1 seed. Not going to happen. I've been there. They beat the Sixers in 2018. And we think that we're going to do something against the Sixers. Gentleman's sweep. And, of course, I was there when they, they lost to the Bucks. And then they lose to the Celtics. They lose to the Sixers. Like, it's nonsense, bro. It's nonsense. Like, as a hoop fan, being a Net fan is frustrating. It's just as frustrating as being a Met fan, Jet fan. I feel for the folks that are Ets fans, like our very own Evan Roberts. And shout out to Evan. I hope Evan's back is doing good. I hate that when I watch Evan on YouTube, people are always questioning Evan's standing. I came in here, I was doing standing for years. I had a stand-up desk. I was always standing because I was worried about I would, flare up my back or I'd have some kind of back issues. Evan, and I've said this on record, and I'll say this again because shout out to Evan. When I was doing Talking Nets podcast, Evan came on my podcast well before he knew I would be on WFAN. I think Evan is one of the best in the country, sports-wise. When Evan just talks sports and his ability to recall and how much knowledge he has, I don't think there's that many better radio hosts in America. I've listened to a lot of them. I've called into every city as it get. Like, Evan Roberts is one of the best. And he's a Nets fan, Jets fan, Mets fan. I feel bad that he's got to go through that misery because I know he loves ball. I know he loves sports, and I know he retains all of this information. See, me, I'm different. I know a lot of different things, but I don't have that ability to recall. I can't remember. I've sat at games live that I can't remember. Everybody's brain is not the same. My brain isn't set up like that. Thank God for Google and ChatGPT. I can do that. Like, I'm not a trivia guy. But, man, the pain of being a Ets fan, the Nets never won anything, and all they do is cut their nose to spite their face. The Mets, it's been 40 years. Evan writes a whole My Mets Bible. He's got the Rico, might be the #1 Mets podcast out there, the Rico Bronya podcast. And then the Jets, where I got to listen to Evan complain about Adam Sandler being called a Patriots fan and Tom Brady taking shots at the Jets. Lou is in New Jersey on the fan. What's up, Lou?
Oh, yeah, I'm one of those Ets too, man.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, so they got to nail these next 2 drafts, man, because I'm getting up in age, my man, and I don't want to be propped up in a chair watching more of this nonsense. So for this year, I want to see them load up on defense in the early rounds. Don't chase one of these quarterbacks early. I like for them to do 3 things for the quarterback room. Get a free agent, Malik Willis, even, Kirk Cousins, but then also trade for someone like Jacoby Brissett or Tanner McKee from the Eagles. And then the guy that I like, and I want to hear your take on him, is Taylon Green out of Arkansas. He's 6'6". He can really throw it. He's not slight in build, so I think he'll be okay, and he can run. And I think they maybe can get something special out of that kid.
Yeah, I remember seeing him a little bit. I didn't even realize he was a senior. I remember seeing him a little bit. He's a good player. But I look at the Jets. I'm not. I mean, if they can get him as a unrestricted free agent, undrafted free agent, yeah. But I'm not spending one pick on a quarterback.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go. He's gonna go around 140, 150.
Yeah, somebody's gonna take him. Just run Brady Cook back out there. Develop Brady Cook. They sold us a dream about wanting to see Brady Cook develop at the end of last year. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, watch this kid. I mean, he's played. What I like about him is I saw a lot of his games on highlight reels and things like that, and watched full games of him. He's played 4 years. He has a lot of experience.
It helps. Goes back to what I was saying about quarterbacks. Reps, it's what helps. Experience helps. It's Only way you can get better is playing the game.
Yeah, it scares me, about that kid from Ole Miss. I'm glad he's kind of going back because I think they might have taken a flyer on him. I just
not at 2 or 16. I don't think they should draft a quarterback. Bring in two veteran quarterbacks, maybe one old and one young, and let them compete. And then you have Brady Cook there.
Yeah.
Who can be a practice
I'm good
arm.
with that. I definitely don't.
Go on.
There's all kinds of choices at free agent, and if you could trade for one and then get one very late in the draft, and you'll be okay as long as they do the right things with the other picks on defense.
Yeah, they got to stack up on young, talented players. Thanks for the call, Lou. They got to stack up on young, talented players that buy into whatever Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji are selling. There is a narrative out there that nobody wants to be drafted by the Jets. There's a narrative that guys don't want to come to the Jets. I just had a thought. Hendon Hooker. Remember they picked up Hendon Hooker? And I remember a lot of people talking about that. And maybe not a lot of people, but I know it was talked about on WFAN. I remember saying as soon as it came out, I'm like, this was mentioned. Hendon Hooker, who was drafted out of Tennessee by the Detroit Lions a couple years back, he's on the Jets roster. Might be something there with him. Bailey Zappi is on the Jets roster. I didn't even realize that. Bailey Zappi we last saw with the Cleveland Browns. I much rather see these guys. And I know this roster is probably last year. And I don't know the contracts or, they probably have to bring these guys back. Hendon Hooker. Let me search Bailey Zappi as well. See, I told you, I have internet. I don't have the ability to just recall. Bailey Zappi they're saying is with the Jets, and so is Hendon Hooker. I don't know the terms of their contracts, but I will not spend a single draft pick or trade a player for a quarterback, knowing that this whole thing could blow up in my face, and there are about 5 talented quarterbacks coming in at the top of the draft next year, where you could be starting over with a new head coach. Let him pick his quarterback. Now, I know the Jets have to compete, right? You got to try and sell tickets. You got to try and create some buzz about the 2026 season. But I'm not giving up any assets to bring a quarterback in. I'm not paying a quarterback. I'm not paying Malik Willis. I'm not trading for Jacoby Brissett, and I'm not drafting a quarterback. There are other ways to get this done here. Vinny out on Long Island on the Fan next. What's up, Vin?
Hey, Keith. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing good, man. Yeah, I don't complete the full Ets fan. I'm Jets and Mets, and then I happen to be a Knicks fan also. But being 37, I haven't seen, had a couple of good years with the Knicks early on. And obviously, more recently, they've gotten better. But it's not much better being a Knicks fan than a Nets fan. Really is more my point. But hopefully, the future lies, with the Knicks. But just piggybacking off of the last caller and what you just said about the Jets, I agree with you where I wouldn't spend any draft pick on a quarterback this year. I would actually look to even trade back, maybe with that second first-round pick and accumulate even more picks. They have a lot of holes to fill, clearly. And I also agree with you about not spending money, not using any sort of assets. I would roll back out Tyrod Taylor or Brady Cook or someone that they have on this roster already. Develop these young guys this year. I know it's going to be really hard to sell to the fan base, but at this point, rolling out another 5 or 6 win season and ending up with the third best quarterback in the draft, as they've done in previous years, I just don't think is the route to go. And I'd go all in on a full scale. Let's end up with the first pick. Have a choice of a new coach with that first pick. Pair those two together with some young players that hopefully you've drafted these couple of years, and hope for the best. And that's I just want to hear your thoughts on that. But, thanks for taking the call.
It's always hope. Thanks for the call, Vinny. It's always hope. But I think the fan base is leaning towards what's the use? What's the point? Would you like to go to games that they compete and win and turn this thing around? Of course. But there's just a lot of a prospect of getting a proven commodity at head coach and drafting the quarterback of the future. The quarterback of the future is not on the roster. The quarterback of the future is not in this draft. 888-808-1019. I got probably not 30 minutes left, like 25 minutes left. Taking calls on everything. It's wide open. Shout out to everybody on YouTube watching. It's funny because, people talk about numbers a lot, right? And this is something I wanted to share on air. I haven't launched like a podcast or a show. I do my lives on YouTube when I do them. I don't care. And, I do my content. I've been playing around. I'm making cat videos and all types of different videos while I've been not working full-time here at WFAN and focusing on my health and my family, which is my number one priority. But I keep getting this thing about views, right? Even as we're on WFAN right now. I'm not going to have 1,000 people watching like Evan Roberts, who I just said is one of the best in the country, and Tiki Barber, who should be a Hall of Fame running back, the best running back for the Giants, and give Morash his flowers, too, for producing the show. I watch their show every day. I'm not expecting to be live on YouTube and have 1,000 people watching. But something that I feel so great about, if I go live and there's 5 people, if I go live and there's 55 people, I tell people that watch, sharpen your sword in the dark when no one's watching, and you'll be prepared when everyone's watching. And I did that so much coming up. And, people will jump in your chat to try to discourage you. Don't let people discourage you, because me doing my little stuff on the internet got me to this platform. And one of the biggest things I learned about this platform, I even ChatGPT'd it, and there was something on ChatGPT that said in a 15-minute span, WFAN can reach up to 1 million people. And it kind of blew my mind. It was like all those nights that I was in here by myself in the studio, and there might be a producer behind the glass and one person out in the newsroom, thousands of people were listening. And in this 3 months that I haven't been on air, hundreds of people have reached out, whether it's my email or DM or a LinkedIn message, to tell me how they feel about me. And I appreciate that. But what I'm getting at is, I don't care if there are 5 people watching or 5 million. I'm going to perform the same. I'm going to be the same. I am already formed. I am who I am. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hating. Thank you for choosing to turn the radio off or whatever. That is your prerogative. That is what you want to do. That's cool. But for the young people coming up, do not be discouraged. For the young people coming up that aspire to be on the radio, aspire to have followers, do not let those numbers dictate how you feel about what you're doing and your worth. Sharpen your sword in the dark. I'm telling you, get those reps. Practice saying your name. Practice just speaking, right? Find your voice. I found my voice a long time ago. My whole thing is I want people to understand me when I speak. The voice is so powerful. That's part of it. It's just like someone's got to have a good voice for you to listen to. Sometimes I turn the radio off or podcast or whatever. If I don't like your voice, I'm not listening for long. There's some people I can listen to. They could read the phone book and I'd listen. But I know I'm an example for so many people coming up, and I'm looking dead into the YouTube camera as the entire day I've been the moderator. And there are people that have come in and they've said racist things and they've said terrible things in the chat, and I'm trying to moderate or whatever, and I don't care. But I'm an example for somebody. There are younger guys coming out of college, high school, whatever, that look up to me, and I want you guys to know, let them hate. It's not about them. They're projecting. They're trying to be you, and it doesn't matter if there's 5 people in the chat. It doesn't matter. Like, I made it from 5 people watching my live stream to being on YouTube right now with 69 people, but also being on WFAN where there is no meter in here. There's no count in here. I don't know how many people can hear my voice in New York and beyond on the free Odyssey app, and I'm thankful for that. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Jonathan out in Los Angeles. My guy, back on the fan. What's up?
Oh, what's good, my guy? I can't miss you on this Saturday, man. And, last time you were on, I've been tuning in, bro. But, it's pretty late right here. It's late over there, too. But great show as always, my guy. And a great podcast or show that you did with Clint Frazier, man.
Yeah.
That was pretty dope. And
that wasn't
you
even,
do what you're doing,
yeah,
bro. Don't let these guys get on your way or nothing,
They're
man.
not, and that's what I'm saying. I'm having a good time. I'm happy to be here. And I'm sending this message out because there are a lot of young people that have reached out to me and they start their podcast and how do I grow my following? How do I deal with haters? And I'm like, it comes with the territory, bro. And like that thing with Clint Frazier took off. And you know what that was? And shout out to Clint. And I gave Clint his flowers because I never saw a New York Yankee come to Section 203 in Yankee Stadium and stand there the whole time. Clint Frazier came to the bleachers and stayed. I don't even stay there the whole time. Clint Frazier came to Yankee Stadium in the playoffs and watched 2 games in the bleachers and did not move. And so when him and I connected off air, we did that podcast and he told that story about Brett Gardner. It wasn't even a podcast. We're chilling in our apartments going live. That's it. That's what kids do now. They watch people stream. I didn't launch a podcast. I didn't launch a show. I'm chilling at home at night talking to Clint Frazier about his time as a Yankee in the Yankee offseason. So thank you for that, Jonathan. You're the man.
Nah, man. And, speaking Clint, shout out to him because, a lot of people don't agree with him. Yankee fans don't agree with him, what he says. But, man, his little, podcast or those videos that he does on YouTube, they're really interesting. He goes deep dive into the Yankees locker room, man. And shout out to him for that, man. And then, like you said, he goes to the bleachers and everything. But let's talk Yankees, my guy. Hey, bro, I called in with C-Mac in the morning. He's actually right. I'm kind of feeling a little more, the day we get closer to opening day, the more hyped up I'm getting. Why? Because he's right. Hey, bro, after I seen bearded Garrett Cole throwing, oh, man, I'm ready. And then, yes, we are going to have a new closer. So, I'm actually going to go to a WBC, man, for the USA versus Mexico game. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going.
Is that in Houston? At the Astros place? Word.
That's in Houston, and I'm not going to be able to make it in New York this year, my guy, but I'm going to hold it down in San Francisco for opening day, bro. So
good.
I'm gonna
take care of your young daughter and your son and your wife,
it's
bro.
It's her birthday tomorrow, so shout out to Melanie Sosa and go Yankees, my guy. Keep doing what you're doing, Keith.
Jonathan from Los Angeles, my guy, appreciate you. He has brought his son back and forth to Yankee Stadium for opening day, for Judges Camp. He just had his second child, a baby girl. Happy birthday to her. Diehard Yankee fan living in enemy territory out there in L.A. I remember him pulling up on me, and I've followed him online. And it's about connection, man. It's about connecting with people. He showed up to, I think, the DS against the Royals, and security was tapping me like somebody wants to meet you. And I'm thinking security is tapping me, telling me to like get out of the way or sit down. I'm like, what's going on? What? And I got to meet him and his son and break that wall down from the radio. And there's so many of you that I've gotten to break that wall from the radio and the internet, and I appreciate you. I'm not fazed by people that throw stones and hide their hands on the internet. It comes with the territory. There are people online that hate every single one of us on WFAN. Tall, short, fat, skinny, athletic, non-athletic, it does not matter. You hate us all, but you listen every day, and we appreciate you. I'm done in like 20 minutes. We got to take a break. Last call for calls. If you're on hold, stay on hold. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
It's pretty damn cold outside, so the Fan's got the hot stove keeping you warm.
Giddy up, baby, giddy up! Gone! A home run by Cody Bellinger!
The Fan has you covered as the Yankees and Mets gear up for spring training, and we'll keep you covered. Your home for New York baseball is 101.9 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience a smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Celebrate Valentine's Day at Whole Foods Market. Prime members get a 24-stem bunch of roses for $29.99 each through February 14th. Gift them to someone extra special. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers with download speeds over 50 megabytes per second, June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms may apply.
Hi, it's Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a very happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And while that's not an easy thing for me to achieve, my friends at CertaPro Painters had no such problems. Big jobs, small jobs, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey iHeartRadio.
Wednesday morning, doing the overnight coming up this week. So stay tuned for that. Thanks for holding, Steve in Connecticut. You're on the Fan. What you got?
Hi, this is Dave in Connecticut. How are you?
Okay, Dave in Connecticut. I'm sorry, it said Steve.
Thanks for taking my call, Keith. Can you imagine if Beningo would be playing that music that you just played?
I don't know if he knows Jack Harlow. That song is called, Lovin' on Me, for Valentine's Day.
I'm sure he knows who Jack Harlow is. I know who Jack Harlow is, and I'm 61.
Okay, maybe.
I know he is.
Maybe. I don't know what he knows.
Hey, I got to talk to you about today's game in Providence.
Yeah, we were trying to find it on the TV in here. Nick gave me the update. There was a fight, a melee, something. What happened?
Oh, yeah. 7 players getting ejected. One of the Providence bench players, Powell, grabbed Hopkins by the throat as he was going up for a layup. And the fans were getting into it, and, it's going to happen. They knew it was going to happen, Keith. Okay, because of Hopkins and first of all with the NIL. Okay, I've been watching basketball longer than you've been alive. Okay, I'm sure. All right, and when you have a player transfer from one program to another in the same conference, that's like throwing fuel on a fire. Okay, you can't do it.
Yeah.
It's like when Ed Cooley left Providence to go to Georgetown. Bad things happened at the Amica Center when he came back. Okay, so they know now the setup at the Amica Center. They have the St. John's fans sitting behind the bench, and then off to the side, next to the Providence fans, the student body. Okay, not just regular fans. These are the students at Providence, and they were going at it. And it doesn't. One way or another, okay, you knew that something was going to happen, okay? You got Providence fans, you got St. John's fans, okay? TNT, who showed the game, it was almost like they were giving the great incentive for fans to do that. They kept showing the fans that were getting taken away.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Dave. I'm looking into some stuff on it. I didn't watch it. I didn't see it from earlier. And I hear you with all of that. It's some February madness before we get into March Madness. And that's the thing about this time right here. Like, as it's somewhat of a dead time in sports, You turn on your TV, there's college basketball everywhere. I've had college basketball on in here all day. I need to start tapping in so I kind of know who to pick in my bracket. But it is what it is. Like, and these players, like, it's the Wild Wild West with the transfer portal, the NIL, and like I was talking about before, they see players in the NBA scrapping. It used to be this thing where, like, oh, players don't really want to fight. They have a whole melee between the Charlotte Hornets and the Detroit Pistons. Well, St. John kids start throwing hands too. Onward. Mark in Huntington, New York. How you doing? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, how are you? It's good to hear your voice on the air again.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Just wanted to tap in a little bit. You were talking about the Jets, and I couldn't agree more. 6 or 7 wins is not going to do you anything. Spending money, even if it's not a lot on Cousins, is not going to do you anything. It's almost like you want it to be over so you can move on to the next year.
Yeah, I don't know, and it's a perplexing Pegasus. Like, even Kirk Cousins wasn't mentioned yet, but it's like you can't think about next year, and they can't think about next year, but the fans are all thinking about next year and what's to come. And even if you do get your wish, what's to come next year is not promised. So everything, the focus has to be on who does Frank Wright want, right? And we talked a lot about not trusting Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn. And I remember saying they better go get Vinny Testaverde or Chad Pennington or something. They got a former Jets quarterback in Frank Wright. Who does he want to run his offense? And then you go from there.
But I thought you were talking earlier about, there's a better crop of QBs a year away. So
there is, but like Aaron Glenn can't be thinking about that. He might not have a job.
Yeah, no, I know.
The Jets fans are thinking about that because they want their quarterback of the future. They just watched Sam Darnold, who they selected 2 overall. They not 2 overall, 3 overall. They had their quarterback of the future go elsewhere and win a Super Bowl. They want that next guy. They want their next quarterback in next year's draft, but there's too much to be seen. We don't know where they're going to be picking or what they're going to be doing. And Aaron Glenn's got to try and save his job. And Frank Wright's going to want this job for a few years, right? He doesn't want to be one and done. They're going to have to lock in. I know, I forget who said Carson Wentz might be the guy.
It's a tough spot. It
is a really tough spot. Thanks for the call, Mark. I don't have the answer. My answer is I'm not giving up anything of substance. Like, I'm not giving a Malik Willis contract to a quarterback. I'm not trading for a quarterback, and I'm not using a top draft pick on a quarterback. So, I mean, they'll have the money to spend for a Kirk Cousins or a Carson Wentz type. But like what? Like, that's an investment. What's that worth? This Fan Focus is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com, where, we're talking about the Jets. And hey, if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have much. But it's a perplexing Pegasus because it's like you don't want to get too good of a quarterback, right? You guys heard the stuff from Derek Carr. I mean, by now you've probably heard it. We can cue it up, Nick. Derek Carr is not going to be the Jets quarterback based off of what he had to say. Derek Carr is 34. Derek Carr had a shoulder injury, as you know. Like, they would have to give up something. They'd have to trade for Derek Carr's rights. Derek Carr has a podcast with his brother, David Carr, who was the number 1 overall draft pick by the Texans when they came in. Here's, Derek Carr talking about Jets fans and Aaron Glenn. And this week, it got people talking about, him potentially being the Jets quarterback of the future.
I love Aaron Glenn.
I love
Glenn's
Aaron
a good
Glenn.
friend.
Great golfer, good friend.
Okay. Love Aaron Glenn.
Yep.
Okay. I talk to him whenever it's viable. All right. Okay. I love Aaron Glenn. Okay.
It might be viable soon.
Okay.
Your green sweatshirt.
You're wearing green?
Yeah.
Mine was for Christmas tree.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Listen, I love him, but I also love Jet fans. Here's why. Okay.
I can't believe you're saying
I threw,
this.
I checked
Low
Cover
Jet
Zero
fans.
little deal. I throw this game winner.
Yeah.
Henry Ruggs. Okay. Jet fans, because we helped them get a worse draft pick, donated to Valley Children's Hospital.
Oh, that's cool.
They're like, Derek, I got so many tweets. Thank you so much.
That's cool.
And Valley Children's even was like telling me, we're getting so many New Jersey and New York calls right now
That's
to
pretty
donate.
awesome. That's pretty
so
awesome.
Jet fans,
well done there.
I love you.
I'll
and
give
thank
you that.
you for helping the kids. I love it.
Well, there you have it, folks. We all remember that when that happened. And, I mean, here we go. What are they going to do? Darren Muji, Aaron Glenn, Frank Wright, who do they want? Who's going to lead them? Because You got to win games. You got to be competent on offense. Their offense was terrible at the end of the year. They got to get somebody to lead the way. But then in the back of your mind as a fan, you're thinking, don't lead the way too much. We got to lose out. We got to be in the top 5 to draft our quarterback of the future. Just somebody's got to be the bridge to compete this year. And then with the draft picks you have next year, maybe you could trade up. Peter is in Elmont, New York with us next. What's up, Peter?
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Good.
I appreciate your comments about the announcing profession, and I would like to add that if you are, a sincere, honest reporter who honestly tells what he sees and what he feels, the haters will self-identify. Mm-hmm. It'll be very right. You know what I'm saying?
Don't I know it?
It'll be very,
they don't like someone that is honest and themselves and comfortable in their skin. That's what I've got a few people agitated in this 5-hour chat that we had today. But like the message I'm sending, and I've talked to college kids, high school kids. I'm doing these little Zoom calls where I give advice to kids in school.
Good job.
Yeah, of course I get asked to do it, and a lot of them say like, how do you deal with haters? How do you deal with some of the comments? How do you deal? I'm like, it comes with it, and know that it's more about them than you. But keep going.
Right, your honesty is the best shield for all that. I want to. I listened to one Jets fan who laid out a clearer vision for the team than anybody with the team has outlined just a couple callers ago. And the Nets owners. So it comes back to me to ownership. And these teams are never going to win championships with their current ownership. The Nets, just the example of how they bungled the Irving situation shows the cluelessness and what Marks is still doing there. I just can't conceive of. It's not an honest effort to win. They're not deserving of your money. Let me throw in one more. Besides Woody and the Nets, the Bills. The Bills ownership, they live in Florida. They're watching their daughter play tennis, and they fired this playoff coach, this accomplished coach, and promoted their bean counter general manager the same day. And then they let the quarterback a player in on the coaching hiring process. Mm-hmm. This is all cluelessness. And if you see ownership like that, don't plunk your money down for them. It's a wide world. There's other things to do, man.
Yeah, but it's tough. Thanks for the call, Peter. It goes back to the theme of today, love. You love the team. And sometimes your love for the team is tied to a loved one. Sometimes your love of the team is tied to a moment. Sometimes your love to the team can be misguided. But like those Bills fans love the Bills. And their organization looked like a circus at the end of the year. From the way that Josh Allen lost the game and was crying, and those guys were crying, he turned the ball over a bunch. Coach Sean McDermott sticks his neck out and says, "I'm standing up for Buffalo." They fire him. They throw Keon Coleman under the bus. They say that they're bringing in Phillip Rivers for an interview, and they hire Joe Brady. Like, they look like a laughingstock of a mess. And even though they've had some success, they've gone a long time. The Bills have gone a long time without getting back to the Super Bowl, and they lost Super Bowls. So it's tough. Those Bills fans show up, and they've got a brand new stadium coming. They'll be there. They will pack out that stadium all next year. I bet you they sold a bunch of season tickets, and because they love the team. It's tied to people's personality and what they do and their routine and who they are. Same thing with the Jets. There's a culture that exists on Sundays at MetLife when it's Jet Life, and the Jet fans, they tailgate better than anything. From my experience, the tailgate is always better than the game. But there's just this hope and optimism that one day it'll change, and that one day wearing that Jets hat, that Jets jersey, will have some pride attached to it, that they'll get back, they'll get to the playoffs, and you'll be able to peacock a little bit and say, I stayed loyal, I stayed faithful, I was down while they were down, and look, we're up now. So it's sports, it's American sports, it's sports across the globe, but here, like, we are obsessed with this stuff, and we watch this stuff, and it becomes so much of our identity. You can't shake it. You can't just drop it, even though you're like you're saying, don't spend your money. No, these people, this is where they want to spend their money. This is where they want to be. This is what they want to do. Lawrence in Oklahoma City on the fan with us. How you doing, Lawrence?
What's up, man?
Good.
It's been a minute since we spoke. I'm a Giants fan. I'm pumped on Harbaugh being the head coach, but man, the defense sucked last year, and they got this Denard Wilson guy to be our defensive coordinator.
Yeah,
and I'm not pumped on that.
I think you'll be better than Shane Bowen. I think you've seen pretty much how bad the defense could be with how many leads they've blown. I think the only way is up from here, Lawrence. I think Lawrence dropped, but when you say this Denard Wilson guy, Harbaugh's not just bringing in some random guys. I feel like Brian Daboll defaulted into a random guy. Brian Daboll, had to get Shane Bowen from Tennessee after it didn't work out with Wink Martindale. They have the horses in the stable. They're going to add some more. And if they do go Caleb Downs in the draft, that adds a dog to that defense right away. A guy's going to come in and play right away and play well. Let's see. Anything else? I got less than a minute left. It's been fun, honestly. It's been a good time this Saturday hanging out with you guys and, even hanging out with the people in the chat. My mom was texting me, I'm sorry you have to read what these people are saying in the chat. I go, I don't care. It comes with the territory. A hater in the chat, the algorithm doesn't recognize as a hater in the chat. It recognizes as one number. And that's just the internet. Shout out to all the people that listened to me today that didn't call and that never called. There's somebody out there that's just happy they got to hear me on the fan today, and I'm happy as you are. So I appreciate it. Shout out to WFAN for still giving me opportunities to come back and rock a little bit. Like I said, I'll be back on Tuesday and Wednesday in the overnight. Happy to do it. Glad to be here. Talking sports, taking calls on the fan in New York, the most powerful WFAN first sports talk radio station in Market 1, New York City, and all that good stuff. Enjoy you guys Valentine's Day, and be safe out there. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back real soon. Go ahead and hit that back time on me. Go ahead and hit that music on me. I got to get on a train. And it's funny because I can easily block people and kick people out of the chat because you're ruining the chat for everyone else. But we had a good time. We talked all the teams, all the sports, and we crushed 5 hours that quickly. I still know how to do this a little bit. I still could do a 5-hour show. So we'll be back for 2 more 5-hour shows next week. We'll have different stuff to talk about, hopefully. Maybe some stuff from spring training. And we'll enjoy the overnight. So, again, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Coming up next is John Boy Media Rewind. I used to rock with those guys. I think they're down in Tampa right now, but I don't think this show is from Tampa. That's all I've got. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'm out.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. Your official station to talk Yankees. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app. Download it today. It's time for John Boy's Talkin' Yanks Rewind on The Fan.
Welcome to Talkin' Yanks Rewind. I'm Jake. I'm always with my guy, John Boy, and each week we are going through our favorite moments, weekly awards we give out, and some of the fun stuff. You can catch the new episodes of Talkin' Yanks on our YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcast. There's usually a couple, 2 to 3 a week. Have some fun with us.
Well, a couple episodes ago, I said when they got Belly, we did an impromptu episode, and I opened it up with, they got Belly, now all that's left is go get Goldie. And it was, at that point, it was honestly 80% joke.
Right.
And Joe's and you were like, Goldie, and because it was 80% joke. And then after that episode, we got the Jack Curry update that they're interested in bringing Goldie back. And then we got some more updates, and now they signed Paul Goldschmidt, so the run it back Yanks. We're running it back.
Yeah.
But, can I tell you something?
Yes.
I like Paul Goldschmidt on the team better than not having him on the team.
Yeah.
Like, I can't.
That's hip.
Thank you. I'm an honest guy.
Mm-hmm.
Because last year, I loved the veteran righties off the bench. Like, I loved Rosario off the bench. I loved Goldie off the bench.
You're honest or a blatant lie?
Yes. And my lies are
an over-the-top blatant lie.
Which is actually makes them honest.
Kind of.
Because they're so clear.
Right.
But I liked them coming off the bench.
Right.
And hitting righties. And lefties hitting as righties. And I feel like I can't lie and say now I'm upset because I've set such a table of me saying I liked the veterans on the bench. I like having an actual bench. The role that they signed him for, they haven't said this outright, but a lot of the reporting is that he will play like a more limited role.
Yeah.
And Rice is the starting first baseman. And Goldie will platoon for defense at the end. He will platoon against a nasty lefty reliever, maybe, and start some games versus lefty pitchers.
Yeah, might lead off.
Yeah, which is not a lot of games when you do it. So it's if it's a true platoon, Rice should get more starts. And if it's a weak lefty, I still think Rice should get cracks at it. I don't think they should make Rice not hit lefties at all. Right. I really like Goldie for defense at the end of the game, for mentoring Rice during the season, teaching him first base, and just a little safety net. So I'm in on it.
Yeah, we said a lot of this last